everybody, and welcome to the Department of Air Force Gaming League's Grand Finals. My name is Kari, also known as Space Ghost. I'm joined here by the mysterious figure, Penguin of Doom. Penguin, give us a little bit of information on where you come from and what you're about here.
Hey everybody, Penguin of Doom, name's Kyle, from up in North Dakota, the 69th Bomb Squadron. Absolutely having a blast casting with you guys today, so let's get into it.
It's gonna be so much fun. We actually, it's crazy. I think it's been about 3 years since the pilot season for the Air Force Gaming League. And we already have a storied rivalry that is going to be happening today, which I am really excited about. I do love a good esports storyline, but this one in particular, we have a team of almost 1.5 years that's been together, hasn't dropped a game this entire season. And we're just super looking forward to watching them do what they do best, which is win. This is Task Force Flash. And we've got A Dumper, Meals, Mike HCT, Braxy, and Jake HCT here to represent and defend their crown today. So this is going to be an exciting one, especially because they finally have a good, solid rivalry going here with I believe we have It's GG as their opponents here. So this is going to be Rhinosaurus, incredible name by the way, especially if your name is Ryan. We have Truffles, we have the King of Clubs, we have Shabamoon, and Libyan Prince. This is going to be a good one, folks. What we're looking at here today is a pretty high level of play in this best of 5, so it should be relatively hype. We do want to say the defending champions, Task Force Flash, they actually get a 1-point advantage, as is fair. That does mean that It's GG has a bit of an uphill battle here, but a reverse sweep is not unheard of, and we do want to give It's GG, a fresh slate to be able to overcome Task Force Flash's already relatively epic dynasty here. So even though Task Force Flash is favored to win here, like I said, reigning champions, It's GG, they're gonna give it their all, do their best here, and they are a formidable opponent. So that'll be a good one to go for this final here. So this is going to be a good one, guys. One thing I'm really excited about here is this is, again, it's a best of 5. So we could get, 2 games out of this, or we could get 5 games out of this. So it's going to be kind of a banger, depending. I mean, I would really hate to watch this particular best of 5 end in 2 games. So I'm really hoping It's GG comes out with something extremely competitive here. The meta is in such a chaotic, fun place as well in League of Legends. And so I think more than anything, we're just excited to see what kind of crazy picks come out, because there's a wide difference between professional play and then these informal tournaments, and I personally like the innovations that come out of teams on the informal side. So this is kind of my element. This is kind of where I'm excited to watch and try to figure out how people's drafts are going and what they're intending to do, and it does seem like the reigning champions, Task Force Flash, actually love to just pull out random drafts and really pull one over on their opponents. So we are actually going into the pick and bans right now. Let's take a look and see what we're looking at. Oh, looks like we can actually see the tournament screen here. A little bit of a behind the scenes fun for you guys. Go ahead and take a look at the picks and the bans. Looks like Dumpling is going for the picks and bans at the moment. Let's take a quick look here. Penguin, how you doing?
Doing all right.
Keeping it together?
Said, yeah, keeping it together. These smaller tournaments where obviously the players are still at that high level, but they don't have to play by the rules of
yes.
You get to see a lot of crazy picks, a lot more fun to be had in the lane phase.
And I personally I sometimes really find professional level meta to just be really bland as well. A lot of people play too safe, so we do see some meta bans coming out here in the Sivir and the Lulu. The Sivir has been historically for the last few months really a huge pain in the ass. So I'm glad to see that one getting banned out, because it kind of allows way too safe of a lane phase, and then just an absolutely disgusting lethality late game phase. So my favorite champion of all time, Kindred, just got banned by Task Force Flash, so now they are my mortal enemies for the remainder of this best of 5. So I can't believe that they would cross me like that so soon.
You hate to see it. They also took out the Ornn, which I was excited to see. he's been great.
Great Task
last
Force
couple
Flash.
weeks, so.
Making powerful enemies here, right, Penguin?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do. Pretty sure everybody in the bracket's hating them right now. Undefeated.
Whether it's because we're jealous and we just want to be them, or they just banned our favorite champions, Task Force Flash is out here to cause some controversy. This is good stuff. The Cassiopeia lock, by the way, this champion gave me carpal tunnel. If you can, I mean, of course you can believe it. You're just smashing E to win here. But Cassiopeia, really fun champion, really great mechanical champion as well. Ari, one of the most like storied and beloved assassins that hasn't been in the meta since season 6. So this is her year. It's been really interesting to watch players like Bjergsen, who are like the top of the top NA players, bust this one out. So I'm excited to see this one on the Rift. Gnar, great pick into basically anything that you can pick top right now. I wouldn't say it's an incredible pick, but it is reliable from mid to late game. So your laning phase might be painful, but it doesn't really matter because when push comes to shove at the end of the day, you're picking Gnar for that mid to late game, Gnar bar, push everybody under a turret and kill them all sort of play. So good stuff coming out of its GG. Go ahead, Penguin.
Yeah, he was hovering that Quinn too, and he mains Quinn top. So the fact that he's going with the Gnar makes me think he's playing more for a team aspect.
Oh no, not a team player.
Oh, yeah, hate to see it.
Yeah, I hate to see it. No, I actually, like, what a great point out too as well with the Quinn. I mean, that is definitely like the find picks individual solo queue hero play champ, whereas you pick the Gnar because you trust your team and you expect them to follow up. So it's GG using the power of friendship and anime to try to get an edge here and make sure that we know he trusts his teammates. Okay, he trusts them.
I'm actually really interested in this top lane with the Gnar versus the Aurelia. I'm a top lane main myself.
Nice.
It's an interesting matchup. I feel like Aurelia can definitely pull it out over the Gnar, but with the Fiddlesticks jungle coming out of the woods, may overstay potentially. Get caught out by the Gnar.
Yeah, Aurelia definitely is barely higher than average over Gnar, but not enough to call it a hard counter. So can definitely cause some trauma and trouble, but the poke that Gnar has still generally, as long as you are a mechanically sound player, you know all of this. We're telling it to the audience here, but yeah, as long as you're a mechanically sound player, both of these players in the Aurelia Gnar matchup should come out even. But sometimes the best laid plans are absolutely destroyed by an absolutely unhinged, possessed Scarecrow coming out of left field. So hopefully that doesn't happen to this. I love Aurelia also as a champ, like great mobility, incredible roaming potential as well. So we'll just have to see how that one plays out. God, so many picks, so many bans we haven't even touched on as well. Aphelios, great for that mid to late game scaling, has a fairly strong presence in the lane phase, but does need that support from the Janna, so good to see. But if you want to talk about safe lanes that are comparable to the scaling and the safety of the Sivir, gosh, Ezreal, you can't really go wrong. That's probably the second best option for a safe scaling lane. So interesting that they banned the Sivir on one side and then picked the Ezreal. Great strategic bans coming out of its GG so far. I like the bans from the Jarvan and the Nautilus and the Lilia as well. So we've got some pretty solid drafting coming out of both of these teams. I, for one, am kind of impressed, honestly. We were talking about the level of play and how it opens for creativity, it's a little more fun, but the reality is that these are actually really solid comps in and out of the meta, so I'm excited to see how this one turns out.
Yep, definitely a lot of stuff that's mainly meta, but
we're actually experiencing a slight technical issue, so we will be back in just a minute. I've gone ahead and saved the draft. Penguin and I are going to go back to the analyst desk. We're going to give you some in-depth stuff here, and then we will return, hopefully, onto Summoner's Rift, so we'll catch you in just a second.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Air Force Gaming League's grand finals, you guys. I can't even begin to tell you how silly this draft is that we just got. I mean, it's not silly. It's actually pretty stellar for what we have been referring to as like meta picks and all of that. I was sort of expecting something a little more goofy, like maybe we'd see like, I don't know, a Camille top, because that's been less common recently, but some good picks from our players, and we are looking at a really competitive game, like a 5-game series. I'm hoping, Penguin, that we do actually get all 5 games, because again, this can actually end after 2 games if Task Force Flash is really on top of it.
Yeah, and honestly, I think a lot of it's coming down this bot lane, because you have, in this game in particular, you have 2 entirely different play styles, with the Ezreal Lux versus the Janna and Aphelios. One very like pokey, catch you out comp versus more defensive style, hoping to go to late game.
Yeah, and already we see some crazy action coming out here. Just a little bit of a grief on the surprise party Fiddlesticks. We're gonna go ahead. Task Force Flash is going to go for the invade. They're going to take the red from the side of It's GG. So already a pretty aggressive strategy against Fiddlesticks, who's pretty helpless level 1. I mean, honestly, doesn't get going until that level 6, really, until he can start throwing surprise parties for his friends on the Rift. So we already see Rhinoceros going hard against Dumpling as well, or actually it's kind of the reverse, Penguin.
Yeah. Gnar with the range, keeping Aurelia at bay, but gets the stun down.
Yep, one good stun and Gnar's dead.
In fact, what saved him was the fact that it's still level 1. A lot of action up there right at the very beginning.
Yeah, it's the action that's really keeping both of us awake, Penguin. You and I still kind of on our early first warm-up game thing here, but the players themselves already warmed up, hot and ready to go. The trades in bot lane and the trades in top lane already relatively out of control. I do like to see that this Aurelia Gnar like kind of poke and push pull. It's mostly sizing each other up, seeing, you know, how aggressive one or the other is willing to be, but speaking of aggression, every single lane so far really does require both teams to be pretty hyper-aggressive to get the edge. You can't really passively see your way through any of these lanes, except maybe sitting on the Ezreal if Libyan Prince does want to get some roams out around Rift Herald time at 8 minutes. So we'll see if that does end up happening. But for the moment, I expect the blood to be in the lanes. Oh, maybe not. Spoke a little early here. A little bit of blood coming out on the side of the Ahri. The surprise party tries to come out, but we don't quite get it there because we are not at a full level 6, so small drains. That was pretty aggressive. The aggressive flash from the fiddle. And then we have the Aurelia stopping by just to say hey in the mid lane, drop a stun, and then head back out. Again, Fiddlesticks really utilizing his potential here at its fullest. We have a roam coming out from the Lux and Ezreal. Looks like they're actually looking to grief Vi here, going for that Scuttle Crab. And as we know, in North America, the most important asset on the map in League of Legends, Scuttle Crab, by far. Worth dying for, worth wiping for, in my opinion.
Really, if you get the Scuttle Crab, there's no point in playing the rest of the game.
Yeah, win Scuttle, win lane. That's what they say in North Korea. I was just kidding.
Never
Good God. Never been? No, me either. I like to see the flawless minuets come out on the Aurelia when she can't actually capitalize on them. So you just sort of like go over, stun them, and then you just have to slowly walk away in shame. Like one of the more difficult mechanics to actually learn on that champ is to actually figure out how to utilize that properly. So funny little moment there as well. But already the first blood comes out and goes over to Task Force Flash. Kind of expected, but a little disappointing. Like I said, Penguin, this series could be over in 2 games if Task Force Flash is just a little too on top of their game. So hoping maybe they'll kick back, I don't know, drink a Miller Lite at it's 11:35 local time for me. So I think that's early enough to start getting a little loose, getting a little silly here. So encouraging Task Force Flash to just lay back for a minute. But it looks like it's not meant to be, because Rhinoceros already getting hella ganked here by this Vi. This is actually kind of disgusting, especially because she already has 1 kill to her name. Looks like Meals might be the one to be carrying here, but gets an assist while the Aurelia Dumpling takes the kill. This is already way too rich for my blood, Penguin. There is already so much action happening here. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the mid lane matchup is playing out. Pretty evenly matched with an assist going over to Mike. So already just a little bit ahead, and Task Force Flash already has the, I hate to say the word tempo, but they do have the tempo advantage. They are being a little more aggressive. They are making these plays that are putting them ahead. And honestly, the draft hasn't really even been a factor in any of these plays so far. Just right now, it's Task Force Flash going really aggressively against It's GG. Can It's GG keep it together to potentially maybe scale into a more comfortable game? We'll have to see. But when you're at 9 minutes, sorry, when you're at 6 minutes and you've already got a substantial 1K lead, it's pretty devastating. So
Definitely.
Good solid dodge from Ryan there on that flawless minuet. None of that. None of that.
And this is the type of aggression you always like to see from Aurelia players. Like, even when they can't go in, they're throwing stuff out there. Fiddlesticks in the weeds, like we were saying.
More surprise parties! It's not quite a full surprise party, even though he is level 6. We do see the Luxbind come out here. There is a little bit of a grudge match happening in the jungle here with Mike being able to isolate Libby and Prince on the Lux, but we do see Shabamoon come out on this Ezreal as well, get a couple of hits in, and it looks like they're actually gonna go for the kill on Mike. Oh, ah! Poor Vi losing to this Lux combo, but we do see a little bit of revenge coming out here as well from the Ahri. Aphelios and Ezreal go 1v1. Yep, who's gonna take it?
Ezreal,
sorry, my mistake, guys.
Aphelios, sorry, Ezreal getting killed. Though he did get a couple kills in there, so he didn't put himself too far behind.
Yeah,
honestly, this bot lane is running pretty even.
Yeah, they're doing quite well. This top lane, however, kind of running on a cold deficit so far, with Gnar just getting trolled into oblivion. Mike going ahead to grab that kill as well, and Dumbling just standing by, being beautiful. That's Aurelia's real job.
We did see the Fiddlesticks come top earlier, and they did get a lot of damage on the Aurelia, but it's all healed up now. Aurelia
all
already
healed
with
up.
The Vampiric Shelter.
It's so funny because Aphelios and Ahri's models are like they're not really color coding maybe the same. So when we were in the bot lane and they started getting kills top lane, I was like, oh geez, the blood's everywhere.
Something's happening.
Yep, something's happening. Blue team does go for the dragon. That's Task Force Flash, the reigning champions in this tournament right now, already making a massive statement. And they're basically telling It's GG, you're going to have to be aggressive and outplay us, because otherwise we're just going to continue this onslaught of aggression, of ganking. Great, incredible roams coming out of Mike as well. I mean, to be completely honest, Task Force Flash, this is not their warm-up game, but this might be the one for It's GG, because they seem a little bit still asleep, just slightly.
Honestly, yeah, they're playing a very slow game compared to what we're seeing on Task Force Flash, and they may be going for the late game, but the thing about going for the late game is you have to actually make it there.
You have to make it intact from the, early to mid game. With, at least I would say a solid less than 5K at 15 minutes is still a recoverable game in terms of econ. But if you're missing, a bunch of neutral objectives as well, that can pile on the punishment. So we're kind of hoping to see It's GG make it intact out of this lane phase around 15 minutes, still fully intact, so that they can at least scale, and be competitive in that mid to late game. But this tower dive, all the best laid plans not quite going as well, and in the meanwhile it leaves their mid game or their mid lane open and vulnerable. This poor Cassiopeia, king of clubs, having to flash, my friend, and that is not always a feel good. Plus, if you look at It's GG, they set up this bot lane gank, but the wave didn't crash, so they weren't able to cash in on it. And it looks like Mike has made a fatal mistake with King of Clubs walking away with about 7 health to his name. Meanwhile, Rhinosaurus here versus this Aurelia. There's lots of close calls happening here, actually. This is really, really fun.
He
makes it. Two of It's GG, by the grace of God, Penguin, 2 of It's GG members makes it out within the span of 30 seconds each.
But that honestly might keep them in the lane keep in the game a little longer if they can survive and not allow those kills to go over. That's
absolutely
gold we're not seeing put on the side of Task Force Flash.
Oh yeah, and not giving up those resources is especially important, but we try a second tower dive here, but there's still no wave to really capitalize on, so that makes the sense of urgency and the sloppy way you do the dive not quite as well as you would hope. Not the perfect environment, so doesn't quite go the way that they wanted to. It's GG, 2 unsuccessful tower dives so far in the bot lane, but top lane, This poor Gnar, Penguin. This poor Gnar.
He's getting bullied pretty hard. Support coming up, not even caring about the bot lane right now.
Literally not even caring about the bot lane because they've already, GG's kind of already proved that they're struggling a bit to, even when they have the resources, even when they have a 3-piece, the wave states aren't quite favoring where they need to be. So they didn't have waves for the last 2 times they tried to do a turret dive on the bot lane. Task Force Flash kind of knew that and put their resources elsewhere. So they've been taking kills top, they've been taking the mid, but all is not lost. This is actually still a really decent game state for its GG to be in, as long as they don't give up too many kills and too many neutral objectives going forward here. I think that perhaps pushing out the top in the mid lane, maybe potentially going for a Rift Herald when it's a little bit safer, could be an option, but this poor Fiddlesticks is 0-2-0, which makes it really, really hard to control any objectives when your jungler can't really help you out there. So looks like it's GG just trying to keep it together, trying to find some good solid picks, ganks, whatever they can to make it happen. So action over here at the Rift Herald. If it's GG loses everything here, it's going to be a bad sign. Starts to go downhill from here, and it looks like Mike is out for the revenge after getting knocked out about 3.5 minutes ago. Back on track. The roams coming out of Mike are pretty serious. He seems to be going for the most devastating possible roams at exactly the right moment. So Task Force Flash maybe has a better sense of wave states and how they can affect those roams, because at this early level, you do need these high piles of minions to help do that extra damage, to use as a shield, to help discourage your opponent from turret diving you. And Task Force Flash definitely seems to have a solid handle on it. It's GG. Once again, they might still be warming up here. Maybe they're just not quite working around their wave states as they normally should, so.
Well, and you have to consider it's an Ahri versus a Cassiopeia, so he probably has an idea of how the lane's gonna go, so he knows when he can roam and when he can't. But getting a kill up in the top lane against the Gnar again. This guy is getting hard bullied.
Yeah, we call that weak side, and generally it is played on purpose, but we haven't seen any success in the bot lane. So when you're playing a weak side and your Gnar is just getting beat to hell over and over again, you know, and the enemy jungler is up there in top lane just farming you over and over, your bot lane team, your mid lane should be down in bot trying to cash in on, you know, the exchange of power here, you know, the action reaction situation. But unfortunately, it's GG. I don't want to keep too hard a track. I don't want to go flamey here, but they've had about 2 turret dives that they haven't been able to cash in on. Plus, you know, once Task Force Flash takes care of top lane, they're able to just walk towards bot lane because they aren't experiencing any consequences for any of their plays. So far, a little bit coming back here for It's GG, but nothing super crazy. They did get a kill onto that Vi, onto Meals.
That was actually a beautiful engage by the Fiddle over the wall.
It was
a little
happy
more
birthday.
damage. He could have happy birthdayed everybody, but sadly no one wanted to come.
Sadly, nobody wanted to attend the birthday, but that was a good trade, and it did go in the favor of It's GG. They're going to try to make that onto a dragon, and look at this skirmish. What an incredible fight. It looks like Task Force Flash went a little bit too deep, didn't quite think about the consequences of their actions and how they were a little bit out-farmed here. Looks like that Ahri is still gonna go for the kill. I don't know why I keep pretending like Task Force Flash is not acutely aware of all of the ways that they can punish It's GG, because they've managed to take advantage of it every single time. However, that punishment did come at a cost here, and Mike finally goes down for a second time. 150 gold bounty over to It's GG. I think this Ahri might be the MVP menace of this game so far. What do you think, Penguin?
I think the Ahri's definitely making the plays when they need to happen, catching the Lux out when she was rotating. But I wouldn't put the Death Warrant on It's GG yet. That dragon fight was actually pretty solid from them.
It was slick.
They got the dragon. They got I think it was a 2-for-2 trade overall for that dragon, and even trades favor the team that's behind. So
that's true. Plus the resource went over to the team that's behind as well. So I mean, they're sitting pretty here. Nothing to worry about. And like I had said, at the 15-minute mark, we kind of want to reassess and see where our teams are both at. And It's GG not in a horrible place at this exact moment. Unfortunately, Ryan Soros goes down again. He's playing a weak side game though, so let's not get too hard on him. He's doing exactly what he is meant to be doing, and you know, It's GG does need to have some follow-up. They do need to lay down some punishment when that top lane goes down. Unfortunately, weren't in a position to do so just then, but now we have the Rift Herald top as well. This just means some compounding losses for It's GG. Let's see if they can get just a little bit of an edge in mid. So we've got the action happening top with the Rift Herald, and hopefully a proportionate reaction for It's GG in that mid lane here. It looks like they're setting up for something pretty big here. We have the Ezreal come out as well. Mike still keeping a safe distance and using his minions as a shield here. So the jungle, this is the part of the game that's so hard to watch, Penguin, is the choke out. As they start to deny It's GG resources, clearing out their jungle here can be pretty rough. But hey, look at that punishment coming out from It's GG. Yep, the out of position Mike on the Ahri there does get caught out and punished. Yep, did not see the ward, got punished by Libyan Prince and Shaba.
Probably didn't expect any vision in that specific spot. That's my favorite spot to put a ward, because mid laners always like to just run over there and back like they're visible.
Like they own it. Yeah. I love when I always call it the chicken nugget ward, because you can't resist the delicious chicken nuggets, but you always end up showing on the map. So you and I both have that in common there. Great ward spot and great insight from It's GG. I'm starting to get the sense, having only seen clips of these teams playing before, I get the sense that It's GG is actually a very autonomous team, and they're sort of empowering each other for individual play. Their macro leaves a little bit to be wanting, but it's Task Force Flash, the fact that they have superior macro, that's a harder thing to sort of hone. As a team of 1.5 years, you learn how to talk to each other about the macro, how to talk about the map state, whereas It's GG, a little bit of a younger team, relying more on individual skill and individual play rather than the macro. And so the differences in these two teams make them equally formidable in some sort of strange way. If you think about It's GG, they're used to having those dynamic team fights. You could see how they were punishing Task Force Flash and all of that in those team fights. And you had mentioned before an even trade where we had that dragon fight where they got 2 kills and the dragon, and Task Force Flash walked away with nothing, favors the underdog, favors the person on the back foot. So even though It's GG has been struggling a bit with that lane phase that is, very macro heavy, they are kind of coming back in these like hero skirmishes, which, Penguin, to me, I love a good team fighting team. I love a team that can just like enter the most messy engagements and walk away on top. That stuff is so fun to me. So hopefully we'll see some more team fights here in a sec.
Hopefully, but I think Task Force Flash has identified that they have the weaker team fight overall, even though they're pretty
they're
far
just
ahead.
avoiding it.
So they're just not going to do it. They're just going to go bully the Gnar a little more and just punish him for leaving his tower.
It's just average bully behavior, doubling down on the shrimpy guy, you know what I mean?
Exactly, and honestly, it's the correct call, because if the Ezreal Lux are doing pretty well in the bot lane versus the Janna Aphelios.
Yeah, so just doubling down on punishing the Gnar and then out-rotating, because as you can see, like you said, Task Force Flash kind of identified that It's GG has a superior team fight, and they've just been yakety sacks out-rotating It's GG. So instead of being anywhere that they're in a position to team fight, they're like at their red, at their blue, they're at Rift Herald, they're anywhere that It's GG is not. Kind of silly stuff here.
On the Aphelios.
Yeah. Penguin, this has been sort of a fiesta, in my opinion. A fiesta is defined by the rules that I just made up now. 7 or more players just going ham, going at it, following each other around the rift and kind of like poking at it. It's kind of how it has been, though. We have, 5, 7-ish players all kind of like in mid, in bot, kind of poking each other, and then we have like the 1v1 in top or the 2v1 in top. So kind of a fun game so far to kick us off as well. And also, it's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be starting at the beginning. Try not to make results-based analysis, but Penguin, do you have any idea of how this game is going to go going forward? Since especially you're a little more familiar with both of these teams.
Well, It's GG is holding out.
I thought you were saying It's GG. That was a very troll way to start your sentence, by the way.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty troll name, so... It's GG. They're holding out a lot longer than they initially were looking at because of those early ganks, or the early red steel, and then the fiddle getting caught out in the enemy jungle. So they're holding in there, and the Ezreal and Lux are getting to the level they need to be at to just pop some of the carries on Task Force Flash. Obviously, we see the top lane deficit, like 60 farm up on the Gnar, but they were focusing getting this Aurelia ahead, and if that was enough to get them the win overall, then they honestly deserve it for correctly getting that, planning for that late game state.
Yeah, I still think the Gnar is probably the superior choice with the late game team fights, and what we've seen from its GG so far, we're making a few assumptions, but I do think that their team fight may still be vastly superior, so that leaves Task Force Flash. It's up to them, I personally think, to yakety sacks, move around the rift, out-push them, and out-take objectives, and so far, they have 2 turrets, and its GG has 1, and so it looks like they're doing exactly what this comp is meant to do, but its GG gets a few more resources if they get, a few more dragons, if they manage to snag a Baron, or they manage to snag, something else coming up here. Even an Elder Drake could do them good, but that's a little cart before the horse. For the moment, it looks like Task Force Flash is doing a great job of out-rotating and avoiding the head-on team fights with its GG and supporting each other. And they also do a great job of, pushing out one particular lane and forcing its GG to go there, and then everybody from Task Force Flash goes to a different space. It's very yakety sacks. I very much like it.
Yes, and honestly, avoiding the team fights may work, but once these objectives come up, they're going to have to do something.
Yeah.
About those. Like, 2 dragons over to its GG.
Soul Point's coming up.
Soul Point is coming up in a little bit.
Poor Ionia, poor Dumpling is just trying to cause a little bit of chaos, keep some members of its GG down on the bot lane to make a little more space for Task Force Flash to decide what their next move is going to be. The next move, it looks like mid. Task Force Flash, by the way, oh, hold on, wait a minute, we're in the middle of a surprise party, don't want to interrupt there. It looks like the surprise party was a bit of a flop, sorry Fiddlesticks. Truffles, next time, maybe send out a few more invitations. I recommend Facebook invitations, even though none of us should be using Facebook in the first place. Moving on. It looks like Task Force Flash is doing an incredible job of depriving its GG of resources. Take a look at its GG's jungle, and you can constantly see them going in pairs of, 2, 3, 4, to make sure that they can clear out that jungle and stop this Fiddlesticks Truffles from getting any resources. He's 0-3 and 2, which is another testament to the fact that Task Force Flash is really micromanaging Truffles, and curious to see if Truffles is like one of the more star players for its GG, whether or not, he's somebody that they prioritized in terms of choking him out and making sure that he couldn't really do anything, if that's on purpose or if that's just a symptom of how bad the top lane has been for Rhinoceros.
And honestly, if you look at the farm diff, Truffles isn't that far behind. He is just behind a bit of gold and items due to just how effective this Vi has been in rotating for ganks and getting kills in his jungle.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive way to just like fully disable the enemy jungler and really make it difficult. But this turret dive coming out of Dumpling, and then we see Rhinoceros finally just like skipping off, was just like, hey dude, please stop.
Gnar has been quite effective in denying this Aurelia her kills. But,
I know.
She's not stopping, so he's going to have to keep it up.
You know what? That's actually a really good point, Penguin, is that, for being 3-5-1, I really think Rhinoceros has actually been doing a lot of like damage control, a lot of damage dampening. Could be 3-10-1, and by all accounts is not.
Yeah, he is definitely keeping this Aurelia at bay as well as he can. Obviously, it's not going to look pretty on the scoreboard, but it could be a lot worse. Yeah,
as somebody, I've played every role except top, surprisingly, Penguin, so we're a very good pair here, to a higher elo, and it's super rough to watch these weak side players, especially top. I mean, top is an island, and it takes a lot of humility, to be completely honest, to just get ganked over and over and, stop from... basically, all you're meant to do is wait until you can make it to the mid to late game to use those Gnar ults. Looks like we won't be seeing any Gnar ults here into the defense of the Baron. Task Force Flash is going to go ahead and take that uncontested. Its GG is going to go for the soul point on the dragon. I think this was a great play. I think that its GG knows that
wasn't necessarily the soul point, but they are almost
yes,
one more.
We're almost to soul point. Gosh, I just
almost
keep hallucinating an extra dragon here because I'm so excited. I just want to see them fight over that soul point so bad. So it's going to be a good one. But you're 100% right that Task Force Flash really doesn't even need to avoid head-on team fights right now. They're just out-rotating its GG and kind of taking the superior objective and forcing its GG to kind of take a pittance, sort of go backwards and take like, oh, okay, you guys can have that pithy Cloud Drake if you want.
And with the Baron, though, it is a timed event, so they have to actually utilize this Baron now. They may have gotten it, but the Dragon's eternal. The Baron is just temporary.
That's how I feel. Yeah, exactly. We have this Baron now. What do we do with it? Handful of Baron. Lanes all pushed in as well. So even though they do have the Baron, they're at the point of a siege. So essentially these minions are just kind of extra padding for them to have a little bit of a longer siege. And, you know, the siege on Task Force Flash is not good. We only have one fairly like two technically ranged champions, but both of them shorter range. Ari was out of competitive play because of her short range for such a long time. So the siege definitely can only be helped by the Baron, but will Task Force Flash actually fumble the siege? Because it is a possibility, even with the Baron, that, you know, they get too close, they get a little too comfortable with the siege, and its GG can take advantage of that. So take a look at how that's going so far. It looks like no real mistakes on the side of Task Force Flash, no very serious aggressive pushes. Looks like they're relatively aware of their poor siege potential and not pushing it too hard, just keeping these lanes pushed in and making it a little bit easier to take any oncoming objectives in the next couple of minutes. So I kind of like this measured approach. What do you think, Penguin?
They are definitely keeping all the lanes equal, trying to like have one person or at least three people, looks like, in each lane getting it pushed up. And it looks like now with the minions reaching the towers, they're getting those kills that they need to take advantage of this Baron.
Yeah, so if we look at the actual kills, there's still a bit of a separation here in terms of turrets, but its GG is still relatively well positioned to take advantage of the fact that Task Force Flash does not have a very good siege. I can't emphasize this enough. This is all part of the scaling potential, but you saw the way that they sort of minimized the damage from that Baron buff, losing only, I believe, one Nexus or one inhibitor turret, and that's it. So not too bad, all things considered, but we did just see Rhinosaurus die.
Getting run down.
I know. Poor Rhinosaurus just gets left there all by himself for as long as humanly possible. Oof, this is, I like how both of us are just like, oh no, oh, what's going on? Like, this siege is really interesting. Yeah. We're seeing the potential for fights here, but I would say overall, not necessarily a wildly successful Baron, considering how many resources you have to put towards Baron, and the fact that its GG now knows exactly where Task Force Flash needs to be when the actual soul point comes out. So its GG is still in a really good position as long as they can get some resources and get themselves together, and then also be in a favorable position during the soul point here to start a fight. So there is a possibility that Task Force Flash could be on the back foot, but I don't. Listen, I think that anybody watching this right now probably plays League of Legends. Don't want to lie to viewers. Just want to say that, you know, Task Force Flash is relatively far ahead here, and that its GG can't really win on their own merit fully, except for at this dragon fight. So depending on how this dragon fight goes, is really going to be an indicator of where its GG is going to be. I guess, you know, they could just give it up to Task Force Flash and then hope for the next dragon that they'll have more resources, but not 100% sure how they're going to want to play this one. It doesn't look like they're actually engaging, and it looks like they're favoring to push out their lanes instead. I think this is a good one. I think Task Force Flash can take on another dragon without really serious consequences to its GG, so maybe not actually a bad idea. Especially
if it's just a Cloud Drake for them. They're really just taking this dragon, if they do, to get it away from Soul Point and minimize the amount of team fighting they're going to have to do, because I mean, with the Baron, you saw the Ahri just sitting top lane pushing that up, and now, well, they're coming out with Aurelia.
Jeez, that's too bad.
And that's sort of what Task Force Flash was looking for. They were all spread out, its GG was, and they were just getting picked off on all sides. And now the collapse on the bot lane with all 5 of them against the Soul Cassiopeia.
Yeah, a solid fake out from Task Force Flash. They didn't even really need the dragon, so they knew that its GG would be hovering, looking for picks, trying to defend their jungle, and Task Force Flash sort of just like, surprise, we're actually all here, we're not getting the dragon at all.
Exactly.
And they may actually be able to end it on this. We'll have to see.
if they don't end it here, it's going to be a much steeper climb to come back from this. All 3 inhibitors are down, so they're getting the double supers in the base. Baron's up in less than a minute. Dragon's already up. It's just Task Force Flash just has to give it a minute and come back when the wave states are a little more favorable.
Yeah, a bit of a bleak situation on the side of It's GG, but this game going on a little bit longer is actually hope for them. So Task Force Flash doesn't manage to push in all the way to the Nexus, but that does mean that It's GG will be getting a massive influx with those double supers in terms of gold. So they have one last shot at redemption with an 8k lead for Task Force Flash. This is not one of the more extreme, like this is not a stomp. This is kind of just your average scaling game for Task Force Flash, but It's GG does once again have the opportunity to come back with one of these Drakes here, because again, Task Force Flash apparently doesn't want to give up even the worst of the Drakes, even a potential Cloud Drake to It's GG, because honestly, those cooldowns can improve their team fight exponentially and maybe give them the open that they need. So Task Force Flash keeping it together and keeping it tight. They're going to go ahead and take this Baron before It's GG is even ready to think about it.
Exactly. Honestly, the easiest part of the game is after they take all 3 inhibitors, because then you have all these super minions coming in giving you all this gold.
Yep.
So, Task Force Flash may be handing it over to It's GG with that play.
Hey, you never know. It could be. Sometimes you should, taking a base is an art. Sometimes you got to show a little self-control and not take an inhibitor. Oh dear. I went quiet there. So I'm a color commentator, so yeah, I go like quiet when there's action naturally, but nothing happened during that party, Penguin.
Yeah, same. I was expecting some spicy stuff to happen. I wanted to watch
I know.
it. So.
We were just gonna let our viewers be free of us for just a brief moment and watch a beautiful fight, but unfortunately it was not meant to be.
The Jen is actually pretty clutch in that sense, because she's got the tornadoes and the ults just keeping the team fights
right?
on the side of Task Force Flash whenever they want to. She dictates when the fights happen.
She's doing such a good job of zoning as well. Like when I was talking about short-range siege potential for Task Force Flash, it's pretty trash, as they would say, outside in the world. But for the most part, that Jen has been doing such a good job of zoning that they don't even care about their siege potential. Speaking of they don't even care about their siege potential, Task Force Flash takes game 1, which makes this the series point. We are already there. Task Force Flash as the winners, coming out as the favored winners for this particular best of 5. They already had their winner point, so they already had point advantage. Now they have this second game that they have technically won, and we are now at game point. So this could be, technically speaking, the last game played in this best of 5 series versus It's GG. But Penguin, I personally saw some very hopeful sparks there during that last game from It's GG, and I think maybe they can eke a game out. What do you think?
I think that they now know how aggressive Task Force Flash is planning to play, and if they're prepared for that, I think they can handle it.
Yeah, I think now they kind of have a sense of how that early game is going to go, and they can probably draft more aggressively to make it through that. I don't even think the lane phase was the decider. It was that mid to late picks that they kind of missed out on.
I think the lane phase helped out Task Force Flash get ahead and punish the top lane and jungler a little more. But definitely, if they can curb that sort of aggression in the next coming games, I think It's GG has a shot.
Yeah, I do too, and I think that that's a good, hopeful note that we're going to leave it on when we run over to break. I would like to thank you, Penguin, for joining me for that game 1. We're going to be swapping you out for my tried and true colorcaster Jolly after the break here, but hey, Kyle, thank you so much for stopping by. That was a lot of fun.
I had a blast, so I'm glad I got a chance to do it. You were awesome.
I'm definitely going to call you Beepia for the next one, for sure.
Well, I'll be passing by, so I'll be watching the games though. And
awesome.
Rooting for the underdog. It's GG.
Yep, it's GG, boys. We will be back in a couple of minutes with the wonderfully esteemed Jolly back in the hot seat, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. Oh, maybe not. Spoke a little early here. A little bit of blood coming out on the side of the Ahri. The surprise party tries to go for the kill on Mike. Oh, poor. They're doing quite well this top lane, however. Kind of running on a cold deficit so far with solid picks, ganks, whatever they can to make it happen. So action over here at the Rift Herald. If it's GG, walk towards bot lane because they aren't experiencing any consequences for any of their plays. So far, a little bit coming back here for It's GG, but nothing super crazy. It did go in the favor of It's GG. They're going to try to make that onto a dragon. And look at this skirmish. What an incredible fight. It looks like It's GG resources clearing out their jungle here can be pretty...
Holding out a lot longer than they...
Baron Task Force Flash is going to go ahead and take that uncontested. It's GG is going to go for the soul point on the dragon. I think this was a great play. Buff losing only, I believe, one next.
Now, well, they're coming out
Gotta
with
pick.
Aurelia.
Jeez, that's too bad.
And that's... Task Force Flash may be handing
For the most part, that Jen has been doing such a good job of zoning that they don't even care about their siege potential. Speaking of, they don't even...
bomb at Beta. Finish off. We're not done yet. Going dark.
Hi, my name is Staff Sergeant Darren Richards, and I'm stationed at Ramstein Air Base, Germany. So with Air Force Gaming, I am an ambassador for Rainbow Six Siege, and the thing that I am trying to do is create a local scene within Europe, and I'm also trying to facilitate international competition with one of my favorite games. In 2020, after COVID kind of took over the world, I was playing Rainbow Six Siege with a bunch of people here in Europe. They decided that they wanted to make a competitive team, and I basically competed throughout the entirety of 2020. It also helped my mental state because, the world was shut down in a way, and it was weird getting used to living in Germany, but also it grew my love for competitive Rainbow Six and esports as a whole. For Rainbow Six Siege, I just hosted a 5v5 tournament last month in January. I'm hoping that through word of mouth and, the network of AFG, we get more and more people interested in it, both in Europe and worldwide. I do want to create an international Rainbow Six Siege scene within Air Force Gaming. This upcoming summer, specifically on June 4th, I will be doing my 3rd annual charity stream. This is going to be a 24-hour charity stream where I raise money for Mermaids, and Mermaids is a UK organization that helps raise money for transgender and gender diverse teenagers and young adults, as well as reach out to their families and loved ones to give them education and proper treatment. Things like Air Force Gaming allows people from different ranks and locations to still have that sense of constant community. That's something that you can't replace. I am Staff Sergeant Darren Richards. Thank you for watching, and please tune in to my 24-hour charity stream on June 4th.
Hello, I am here. I am finally here, Kari. I'm so excited. We're in game number 2.
We made
I gotta
it!
throw it to you. You gotta tell me, okay, what the heck has been going on in my absence?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this actually turned out to be kind of a, I don't use the B word very lightly, but a bit of a game 1 banger. So
All right.
Reigning champions, Task Force Flash, right? They have been together for about a year and a half, which is a lot longer, than most amateur teams. So they're the reigning champions of the Department of Air Force Gaming League, and they're going against these underdogs called It's GG. So the laning phase started out a little bit sus for It's GG and Task Force Flash, but then Jolly, It's GG has an insane team fight. Every member of that team is just bloodthirsty ruffians, our favorite dynamic, the way you and I met, a ragtag group of, A-team specialists getting together to kind of try to make something happen. So it's been fun, but Task Force Flash did get they did get a point for winning their original series, so this might be game point, Jolly.
Here's what this could be. It's a best of 5 series, and hopefully we want to see a few more games come through, especially me. I was at
I know! You deserve this!
Right? Okay, so now that we're looking at the roster real quick for TFF, Task Force Flash, who is the favored one in this, can you kind of go over this roster and tell me just from game number 1 who you saw stand out, who you expect to really show up for the next one?
I got you. Jolly,
All right,
we go
thanks,
way back. I got your back here. So A Dumper, who is their top laner, absolutely dumped on Gnar as Aurelia. Just absolutely like it was a weak side for its GG, but Task Force Flash just was piling the abuse on. But then you're gonna love this. Meals, the jungler, played Vi, your wife.
My wife.
Yeah, so those are the two that had a really good game. Mike HCT also played an incredible roaming Ahri. I can't even talk about the bot lane because you're just gonna have to see it in action, but they did great as well. But that top stack, the mid jungle top laner 3-piece for Task Force Flash is incredible. As far as its GG goes,
I've seen this team. I know I've seen this team before.
Yeah.
I've done some, I've done quite a bit of the stuff with Air Force in particular. Including ForceCon that just happened a couple months ago, an awesome event where we had all kinds of different games. We didn't have League of Legends, unfortunately, but I'm very familiar with, in this one in particular, Shabamoon is definitely someone that I know from the scene, as well as Truffles there in the jungle. Are those two players that you have had an eye out on?
Yeah, the Shabamoon did such an incredible job on Ezreal, Jolly. I want you to know that your boy would have been, like, you would have been so, you would have been so impressed. Unfortunately, jungler, I believe Truffles just got trolled to high. Like, again, that top piece on Task Force Flash was so strong, Jolly, that so not only that, but listen, bravely picked Fiddlesticks into Vi, and I was way excited. I was like, oh my god, if they can protect their jungler, they're gonna have a great team fight. And then Truffles just got stomped, so it was a bummer.
That is very unfortunate. That is not, I mean, you know what? Stomped in general is never something that I want to say on a broadcast about a team in general, about a player, about a lane. It is one of the most unfortunate things to say, but at the end of the day, it's pretty cut and dry in those instances. However, what's not cut and dry is going into the next game and having the opportunity, right, to go through a new ban phase, go through a new pick phase, and maybe kind of work on the composition that they were running in that last one. And it does look like, at least for TFF, there is quite a bit of focus around that jungle for bans. We see the Diana, we see the Kindred, we also see the Ornn taken away from Rhinoceros, who is a really, really strong, at least from my understanding. Again, this is a team that I am kind of familiar with all of the pieces of this, or at least most of the pieces from both the amateur scene, but also Air Force in general for a while. And Rhinoceros is a really stalwart top, right, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. No, you're 100% mistaken. So when I used the word stomped on its GG, it was of no fault of their own. Truffles is obviously like, look, you said they like the jungle bands coming out of TFF towards Truffles, and Rhinoceros and Truffles obviously were identified as like threats to Task Force Flash. So they just went and they, like, no fault of its GG, they wanted to stomp that top lane out to stop them from being a threat, which in my opinion is a bit of a compliment, right, Jolly? Like when you just get absolutely decimated and draft against in a game. So I want to see Truffles and Rhinoceros, perk their heads up now that they know that they're sort of like the targets of TFF. I think they can draft for a little more independence, a little more strength, even if Rhinoceros is playing like, you and I both feel like somebody playing a weak side game at top is like one of the most humble, team-centric things you can do as a top laner. And that's exactly what Rhinoceros did in the last game. They just weren't able to find that edge. So, give it a little bit of time, give it a little bit of independent drafting. You can see they're saving those last two picks, the top and bot picks, for Rhinoceros and Truffles. You got it. You know the score.
It's GG. I love it. I love the Simmer, Senna, and Seraphine. Are you kidding me? So aggressive, so much damage, so much engaged, so much movement speed alone, right? We're talking throw the ultimate from the Simmer on top of an Echo W from the Seraphine, and oh my gosh, you're in good hands, right?
So disgusting.
On the other side, though, it is. I will acknowledge that on the other side for TFF, it's a bit more rounded. It's a little bit. It's more well-rounded. It really is. They've got the engage with the Nautilus, right? They've got really decent range here with the Kai'Sa and the Xerath. They have a good mix of damage as well. Whereas, obviously with its GG, we're gonna have to see this. The Seraphine is going to be running support and how she's going to be building, because in my opinion, even though everything suggests that you're going the AP route with her, I still think that Moonstone Renewer is the best option that you can run on her to get the buffs for the shields and the heals that she's delivering.
Yeah, I think so, and especially like whether you're on the back or front foot, you still should want to buff for that. You should want to maximize the heals and the shields because it's such a powerful part of her kit. Yeah, literally, your job is to provide some support. So good God, you better do it the best that you possibly can. I actually, you know what, Jolly? I'm gonna do you a solid. I'm gonna send you the last game's draft just so you can take a look and kind of compare it, because there's some stuff here like Dude, I just want you to
spoiled.
know, like, no, it's because I'm in love with Jolly. You guys don't tell anybody.
It's the feeling's mutual. Don't worry.
One thing I want to show you about this last draft is that they didn't have any siege potential at all on the side of TFF. They still won, but now you can kind of see they're going, I wouldn't say overboard, but when you said, like, you pointed out the range with the Xerath and all of that, like, they are absolutely going for a draft that corrects the problems the small problems they had in the last game. So like a proud mother, kinda. You can take a look at this here.
Yeah.
I just sent it to you DMs on Discord, but yeah,
Excellent.
you can kind of see they just corrected their, like, any weak points in their draft. They kind of just went over it. So
That's
pretty
great.
scary.
I love that. I like the Mordekaiser pickup. I like these compositions. I'm going to have to, during our quick break, I'm going to have to go back, take a look at the previous draft and compare what we were looking at so I can kind of discuss maybe what I missed out on and maybe make some predictions on how this one's going to go forward. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got some more DAF Gaming League coming up here. Just a moment. All right, let's get right back into this thing, okay? Because I don't want to stall this out for any longer than we have to. I like the fact that both of us are matching with this really bland, completely empty, blank room behind it. Both of us normally have really cool stuff behind us, but yeah. I don't know about you. I moved recently. This is my first broadcast at the new place.
I'm moving tomorrow.
Are you? There we go. You know what? All right. Our lives are somehow on the exact same track, and we don't
so
even realize it until we connect like 3 times a year. All right.
That's
okay.
so
We're getting into the
freaking
game.
funny.
It is game number 2. It is considered now match point here, of course, for Task Force Flash because the seeding for everything, having that 5 point to start out with. This is a best of 5, meaning if Task Force Flash is able to take this game, we are not going to be able to see a game number 3 between these two teams. So fingers crossed. This is where I root for the underdogs, right? This is where I am. I'm completely biased, where I say it's GG. You better win this one, so we get more games out of the series.
Generally, your bias is like, who is putting on the best show for me to like play by play? But this time, it's like, please God, Task Force Flash, I don't know what you need to do, like break a hand, cut off a finger. We just need one, like even 2 games would be glorious for us. We can't end on this 1 game note, but if Task Force Flash does clutch it, Jolly, that's pretty impressive. You know, it's pretty impressive.
Oh, still hats off, tipping the hats, you know, all of that kind of thing towards the team. To be able to, any sweep in general is always satisfying, right?
Agreed.
Even if you're like, it's a shorter day than we anticipated, maybe they didn't get as good of a show as they wanted out of the opposition, but hey, that's not our fault. We were just too good, right? And that's right now kind of where I'm sure TFF is sitting at the moment. And I really do like their composition. Now that we can see everything rounded out, right? Now that we don't just have the first picks and we can see how everything is actually fitting into the comp here, I do really like the fact that we've got this Trundle and this Olaf picked up, because the initiations that TFF is going to be able to have for its GG is going to get really scary as the game goes through. Another reason that I really like this Mordekaiser pick, actually, I think it's going to be very helpful for its GG getting into the latter half of the game, and right there we can already see how much damage he's able to do. Did burn both summoners there for Rhino, but it was a Ghost as well burned on the other side by Dumpling. And nothing too crazy happening so far. I do like to see this Sivir in the mid lane. I don't know about you here, Kari. Kari. All right. I don't have Kari. That's okay. I can talk to myself just as easily as I can talk to Kari.
I'm back.
She's back.
I'm back.
She's back. I was just gonna go on like a monologue. You saved the viewers from a devastating experience right there.
Which Witcher quests do you have the dialogue memorized for, Jolly? Because now is the time. We have a crazy fight in bot lane for you. Finally, Jolly. Let that play-by-play out.
Look at the range as well. Coming through Shaman, totally willing to just be in here and poke down as much as possible on Breeze. Meanwhile, the top lane, in comes the horse. Hecarim is going to be able to retaliate on this. That was first blood picked up by Dumpling, though. The burn on that flash. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. That first blood gold did go to TFF, though.
All right, hell yeah, let's get it. Dumpling still working under pressure really well, manages to clinch the first blood before he himself can become it. But now we're in the bot lane, Jolly. What is going on here?
Hey, this is the retaliation, right? This is what happens when you know the Hecarim is in the top lane. You send the Trundle down to the bottom lane. Look at Breezy, though, so incredibly low, just trying to get out alive. Libyan Prince gonna be able to at least pick that one up. Completely out of mana. Does have the echoed ability, so if that W might come up here any second, at least before the depth charge coming out of Nautilus, and they were able to make it out alive. So it keeps being these trades that we're getting now, Kari.
Yeah, and they're really like the aggression is really good, but to me it's like the reflexes. Like we saw Dumpling just clinch that first blood very quickly, and then we saw in the bot lane and the Seraphine Libyan Prince just walking out of there as quickly as possible. Jake.
Wait a second. Hold on. In comes the Hecarim. I'm gonna sidetrack myself right here. King of Clubs is gonna be able to at least throw off some damage. The flash and the ghost utilized once again here. Also, take note, I am a big fan of the number of ghosts that we have currently in this game. I think it is one of the most underrated, underutilized summoner spell in general. Rhino has got the Ignite Ghost, right? We've got Ghost on King of Clubs, of course, as well. Ooh, and in the meantime, a little spicy play here by its GG does not turn out well for them. They are in between 3 members here of TFF. A nice little route to come from the passive from Jake. That's going to spread over to Shabamu, who's able to get the Q off. But it's a pickup by Jake on that 1 kill. The rest of its GG have shown up to at least push away Task Force Flash, but I do believe this is going to be the end of the fight.
Yeah, looks like its GG was maybe looking to be a little bit competitive or at least stop Task Force Flash from getting that dragon, but they did manage to give up Shabamoon. Big unfortunate stuff. Rhinosaurus actually misclicks and uses a skill shot the wrong way and falls over to Dumpling. That could have been a 1-for-1 trade in my opinion, but the best laid plans, it happens.
It happens, and TFF is feeling confident about these happenings.
So confident.
Honestly,
it's actually kind of nutty.
It really is, and at this point too, this is where GG needs to kind of take a step back and say, all right, that was a misplay from us, right? We were way too far into the enemy jungle. You can stop the dragon without a situation like that, right? Instead of waiting for a buff. Now Shabamoon is kind of following Truffles around, just trying to pick up these passive orbs, leaving Seraphine alone in the bottom lane, which is totally fine, right? This is a starved Senna. This is the classic way that you're going to be playing Senna, but now because they've had to split themselves around, it's actually dividing up this experience, and it is definitely not an ideal situation for the starved Senna with the Seraphine combo.
Absolutely, getting behind on that back foot. You can kind of see Jake is level 3, but Shaba's level 3, but you still, with a starved Senna, you're starving her of farm. You don't want to starve her of XP, so perfectly illustrated, Jolly. Like, you really want to get her good and fed in the XP situation. So we'll have to see how that one develops, because it's not ideal, but you and I both love this combination. Like, the scaling's going to be amazing, but an amazing something or other. That ghost that you had pointed out earlier as well, Jolly, is coming in clutch for Dumpling, just denying the ever-loving crap out of Rhinosaurus, who once again had to play weak side last game and is again on weak side duty.
Yep, on weak side and running that Ghost tune. Actually ran the Ghost Ignite on this. The pullback, it's just too much damage coming out of Dumpling. That is not a fight that you're going to be able to take sitting at 1 and 2. Now that is 1 and 3 for Rhinosaurus. Truffle's sure able to do a lot of damage, but is it enough to actually tear through this dense Olaf in the top lane? Lots of slows coming out. Truffle should be able to make it out alive, but this is a situation where even in a 2v1, you're not going to be able to come out ahead. Meals on the run. It was not a great move from Truffle's, actually avoiding going directly under the tower, going down and around, allowing the blast cone to be utilized to stay alive there. And oh my gosh, when we're talking about confidence for TFF, I see why.
Yeah, I definitely, the confidence, like just throwing themselves over and over at that top with Rhinosaurus and Truffles both falling down. Like I said, they're kind of the victims of this game. They have been targeted so heavily in the last 2 games. This one now especially. Damn.
That was
Walks
a good
away.
pickup. That was a good pickup. I will say, it was a good attempt there by Rhino as well. But man, how unfortunate is it sitting at 18 creep compared to 57? And I have to interrupt myself because there is an initiation of the killer instinct utilized here by Breezy. They're going to try to focus on Shabamoon in the meantime. You have Jake focusing down for the support here just to send them away and allow the damage to be dealt. Jake applying the passive there at the last second. He's going to go in with the Q. They're going to allow for the kill to be picked up by the roam from Mike. And oh my gosh, it feels good, but there's a responding kill at least. It turns into a 1-for-1 for the support.
Jolly, that was such a, like, again, I don't know if we're gonna get that next game, but that was so devastating for its GG. What a bummer. Yeah. It's, you know, we both, like, I don't feel that bad nor anxious about the future of this particular game, because we do know that the Senna Seraphine bot lane does have, like, almost godlike scaling. If you add on that Sivir as well, and then the engage coming out of the Hecarim, I think that maybe we still have a bit of a future here. It's pretty rough for at 8 minutes to have almost a 2k gold lead on your enemy team side, but I still think there's a lot of hope for comeback here. The scaling, again, really great on Task Force Flash, on the side of It's GG, but Task Force Flash, like, all they needed was a little aggression, just a little bit of a pad to get going, and they can just continue on this way. They have to make some very serious mistakes for It's GG to actually find a foothold. What do you think, Jolly?
Absolutely. At this point, look at poor Shabamoon. It is 0-3-0. These are not 3 kills coming out of Breezy. It is 1 across the board from roams moving down. So the amount of roam that we've had into the bottom lane, the amount of pressure that Shaba and Libyan Prince have had to deal with here has been kind of unsustainable. And the other side of it is on the top side of the map now. Rhino has been shut down just so hard, and it hasn't even been due to Meals constantly being in that lane, right? Truffles has shown up in the top side so many times, but Olaf is a little too far out. They can't really keep putting focus and pressure into that top side. They need to get to the point of a team fight stage. That is really what I'm seeing. Yes. Their only potential here, and there we go. This is a great one. We see that Seraphine ultimate come out. They're going to be able to take out Jake, and that's a kill going over to Truffles. King of Clubs in the meantime, getting so many hits off, and that means that the first dragon here is going to be a nice, easy pickup for It's GG.
Nice, It's GG trying to just claw back some of those resources, kind of get a hold of it. One of the bright spots I do want to point out is that both Truffles and King of Clubs now have positive score lines. So, a little bit of extra farm, a positive score line. It goes a lot in the way of morale, knowing that every single lane, every single player has not started on the back foot. So we do have something workable coming out of the jungle mid, and we're gonna have to see if It's GG can utilize what is essentially a blank slate in mid and jungle to be able to utilize the power of the scaling of that bot lane as well. So it's just a matter of time. Hopefully we'll see something competitive here. Oh no.
No, Libyan Prince, you're not gonna be able to get out of that one alive for real. That's just the situation that is happening here. And it's a perfect initiation combo with the Kais and the Nautilus. You get the hook in, you're able to kill her instinct on top of it. And we still have Shaba sitting here at level 5, hasn't even been able to pick up the ultimate to use down in response to. So while it looked like a good fight, while Libyan Prince was able to at least, help out and pick something up, we're still sitting at Shaba Moon 0-3-1. And not the kind of starved that we want to see for the set, right?
Wrong kind of. It's just like, oh man, it's just like me when all I want to eat is cottage cheese. I just get this weird mood and I just want to eat cottage, and I just end up looking like sick and like, I don't know, disease. It's real sad. Anyway, speaking of sick and disease, this Seraphine, I want to see Libyan Prince pop off, Jolly. I know that's a beloved champ of yours, but
yeah, I love me some Seraphine. That's usually where my bias comes in. A flash to come through from Breezy. It's Seraphine and it's Vex now too. Vex is my other love.
Oh my god, my hot topic, Jolly.
Lines. Yeah,
I can't handle this. Like, we were the same weird little boy.
Lines. It's true. I know. But you know
weird
what?
Middle school boy.
I'm okay with having some of that bias, especially in a situation like this. And we can see just really good awareness, I gotta say, coming out of King of Clubs on this one, especially with Dumpling being so far ahead. That's a 550 gold bounty. You gotta be really careful, but only one level down and behind. So this is where the struggle comes through. The flash forward, it's a flash in response. Dumpling is going to be able to pick up yet another kill, and it's the first death for King of Clubs. Meantime, in the bottom lane, it's yet another big Q on Libyan Prince. Down comes Trundle, a beautiful pillar. The ultimate coming out of Libyan Prince to buy a little bit of time here for Shabamoon. Will it be enough to keep him alive? The flash forward from Trundle does not go down to the tower shot. Not even the mid laner here in Mike, but Truffles. This is a nice, easy cleanup. They're going to be able to pick up the one. Mike needs to get the heck out of dodge. He has no mana. He has no capacity to keep Truffles out of his face, but they have a little bit of time to stay alive. Still a 5k gold lead in favor of TFF.
All right, you know what? I still think It's GG performed as admirably as humanly possible in that situation. Glad to see Treats going in and sweeping meals out there, but let's talk about how incredible Dumpling has been. At the exact correct moment is taking his lead and using it to help his teammates, but now getting chased down by King of Clubs, Jolly.
They can't do anything about this. Sorry, it's an Olaf. Sorry. They need Truffles there. Truffles is in the wings. Perfect. I was gonna say they need him to be here. Not then. They needed him there a moment or two prior.
Just a moment ago.
Yep, you can't go in when the rest of the team has decided that it's just a little bit too far. A dangerous situation there. Truffles goes down, and that was Truffles' first death. So this lasting player that has been doing a pretty good job on its GG, at least racking up a few kills, has in fact fallen.
Such a bummer to see that happen. We both were so excited to see Truffles enter the ring, but couldn't quite make it there in time to be able to cash in. So now let's just take a look at where we are at. We are once again starving the enemy team of their jungle farm for Task Force Flash. They're doing such a good job of just like, once they get that lead going, holding on to it for dear life, making sure that they choke out their enemies, see if they can't, take these blue buffs, take all this other stuff out of their jungle. And again, that vision ward is just such a BM over the wall. It's like, hey, we see you're getting your blue. You can have that, I guess. We're going to come for you next, though. And once again, getting chased out of your jungle and choked out like this is so devastating.
Yeah, and with the gold differential too, it's less than 15 minutes here, and we're looking at about a 7k difference, right? That's not insurmountable by any means, Kari, but it is getting really scary. 15 minutes, 7k, that you're looking at like a 50%, gold lead basically over that, right? Double the lead that they should be making in each minute that we have here, and we can see how that's working out now. Task Force Flash, they're just moving as a unit. They're invading the enemy jungle, but they have themselves split here between top and bottom, and that's forcing GG to kind of wander around. GG doesn't really know where they want to be. No way with that hook. Barely making that one. The ultimate's going to be able to come out on the backside. Breezy gets charmed, though. It's a huge ultimate from Libby and Prince. Shabamoon goes down, but it's a big pickup. But in the meantime, there's enough damage coming here out of King of Clubs. They should be able to get the following pickup. A nice E there by Mike to try to get out alive. Are they going to continue the fight? Yes, King of Clubs is able to do so. The channel to come through with the teleport. They will be able to make it. It's a shutdown. Huge from King of Clubs.
Jolly, that was a throw. That was insane by King of Clubs being able to get that bounty out of Meals as well. What an incredible performance. But let's, Jolly, you and I both know where that whole play started. Libby and Prince's gorgeous Seraphine ult. Holy crap, that was incredible.
Let's see if they can do something similar here. Libby and Prince just trying to get out alive. The Ragnarok does come through, so it's not going to be a slowdown. Can the damage come out? It's another kill. Libby and Prince sitting at 5, 3, and 4. The chase is just too much from Task Force Flash, and this is what we've been looking for, Kari. This is literally the comeback that we've been wanting out of its GG.
Hey, we're calling it a comeback because they did go away, but now they're back, baby, and they are in it to win it. This is some gorgeous play coming through for its GG.
It was a big pull. Is there enough damage that they have? Yes, they've actually split up the team enough. Jake on the backside has broken away. It's not going to be enough damage. In comes the Xerath. Rhino goes in really hard on this fight and a little too far forward before the rest of the team can make a move. The burn should be enough to pick up the kill here. The Leandries now stacking on each other. Of course, there's only one on this team, but that was brutal. And I don't, there was a little bit too much confidence coming out of Rhinosaurus, I got to say, on that page.
Yeah, definitely. If he had been able to seal the deal and actually get at least one kill, probably could have 2v3'd in that situation, but, or sorry, 1v3'd in that situation, but just a little overconfidence, like you said, overextending on there, and then eventually falling to that burn. That was very funny, by the way. Like, the burn was totally enough to take it, but Mike was like, I just need one more hit, buddy. I just need one more hit.
I need it.
So, good calls overall. Really impressed, by the way, with Libby and Prince. I can't help it. Listen, I feel like you made me a Seraphine 1 trick at this point. Like, it's just so relaxing to play her in every lane. And really glad to see Libby and Prince doing her kit justice because it is extremely diverse and it's kind of the clincher for this team right now.
Yeah, it really has been. That on top of allowing King of Clubs to get in there. And that's literally the exact combo I was talking about at the very start of this game, right? I said the Sivir ultimate, and then I said Libby and Prince's W, as well as being able to get the Encore down, right? And yeah, the Echo W, and then the Encore on top of it, right? So these things that work out really, really well in the long run are coming into clutch. And this is, you know, it could have been a really scary situation because of all champions, Sivir is really hard to come back on. This is not something where they need to come back on Sivir because she never fell behind here. King of Clubs has been doing a really good job of sustaining themselves, even considering Mike had roamed down to the bot so many times and gotten pretty fed early on.
Yeah. It was so crazy how much benefit Mike got from roaming and then just roamed 2 times too many and just got absolutely devastated. But Meals here is back on track with the Trundle and is chasing down King of Clubs on the Sivir. Can he make it away? Fancy footwork? Nah.
It was a good try. In the meantime, down on the bottom side, we got to get the ultimate coming through. The depth charge from Jake. But will it be enough damage? The Ragnarok does come out. The survivability of this Olaf almost breaks through Rhinosaurus as well. In the meantime, though, we got Shelly or Kelly. I think that's Kelly. You know,
looks like
different
a Kelly.
names for her. Look, there's different names. I like to call her Kelly, not Shirley. But that's going to be an inhib down. That Super Minion's now coming from the top side. A big win for TFF, and it was a big distraction by Dumpling.
Yeah, absolutely. If Rhinosaurus can get back on the map before Dumpling respawns in the next 18 seconds, can literally 1v1 anybody that he wants. We'll see if he is able to cash in on any of that. It looks like Dumpling's probably going to be back up before he can cash in on that Mordekaiser passive. So everybody's going back for TFF to go ahead and reset. Dragon is down as well and got picked up during that skirmish. This is wild, Jolly. I actually am seeing some pretty insanely good recovery from its GG. We both kind of got a little sad there, a little low, like trying to be respectful because we're at a funeral, and now it looks like there's no funeral here. The body's tap dancing, and we may see some very serious recovery. Jolly, if its GG does clutch this one out, you know how I always feel about like giving people edible arrangements? I may have to send one to them because I just want that second game for us. You know, I want to see this second game because this has been really fun and dynamic. And the fact that you filled in some of the background on a lot of the players, especially the underdogs on its GG, I really want to see Shabamoon pop off because he almost did last game. Almost.
Yeah, and you can't say the same for this game. It has been a real struggle for Shabamoon.
Ross, dude.
This entire game has just been tough. And a big part of that, is the fact that Meal's focused towards the bottom side of the map, right? And not just focused on it, but was responding really well. The number of times we saw Truffles in the top, and then immediately Meal's is like, all right, perfect. I know where Truffles is. This is my opportunity to make this
delicious.
And easy.
I love Truffles.
For my bottom lane, exactly. Yeah, Truffles, Meals, it works out really well, right? Meals, seriously, Truffles is becoming a meal here for Meals. And we're gonna have to see if they can turn this one around. The Killer Instinct to come out the Q ends up hitting Libyan Prince, though, not the target of Shabamoon right there. They're gonna be able to move down together.
Nice, okay.
Meeting up with Truffles. That's the end. Oh, no, it's not the end of the fight because out comes right of the arcane. And not just right of the arcane, out comes the Olaf. There is Ragnarok. He's going to 4v1 everyone. Throws another Q out. There's the E, a double kill. Ragnarok still going. No immunities to be had here. The triple kill. It is a 5v1. The quadra kill. Come on. You can give us the pentakill here. Dumpling taking on the entire team. In the meantime, the rest of his squad taking down the Baron, but he has broken into the base in means of the mid lane here, along with Mike. That Baron not even necessary for the end of the game here to be held, as only one member of its GG is left alive. More super minions to come through in the mid lane, and this right here could be the end of the game, Kari.
This could be the end of the game, Jolly, at the end of us casting this game. What a shame. But we do see Shabamoon and Libyan Prince giving it their best effort, trying to stop them from being able to clinch this one. It's GG, still has some life left in them. Jolly, what is going to happen with the end of this game?
Oh, big pickup. Out goes Rhinosaurus. That's a lot of damage. Jake is the next target. There's a double kill picked up for that top laner. Now sitting at 4-6-1, feeling much better. And that will at least prevent the end of this game. It's only been 21 and a half minutes. Come on, we need more than that. It's GG is giving it to us.
It's GG has decided, not today, Satan. We're going to try to keep it together for a little bit longer. Give these people the entertainment they are looking for. Beautiful call, by the way, Jolly. I really felt it in my goddamn bones there. This was a beautiful play from both Task Force Flash and It's GG. And now we're onto this Drake here, and It's GG's going for it.
They're going for it, but Task Force Flash might still be able to pick this one up. Mike has to use that stasis. He's not going to focus on it. It's a big shutdown, and it went over to King of Clubs. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to continue on the fight. The Killer Instinct used to get on the King of Clubs on the backside. It's just a sliver of health, but it's going to be Breezy who manages to escape with that on the backside. Dumpling going to slow down Truffles. Breezy still able to actually have an influence on this fight.
Amazing.
Truffles able to escape from that one with their life, but they did pick up the dragon.
That was beautiful, actually. Truffles acting as, like, again, yakety saxing through the jungle. Looks like the members of It's GG, most of them are trying to keep the base under wraps here. Task Force Flash holding on to their lead and continuing to push these lanes out, even though there's no objectives on the map. Pushing these lanes out is the most devastating thing you can do to close this one out, is put that pressure on. So now we've got a siege in the bot lane, Jolly. How is this one going to turn out?
Oh, I was not expecting the flash over the wall there by Jake.
That was wild.
He uses his ultimate. He's going to go into stasis, but then he's immediately going to die to King of Clubs. That's another nice pickup. Separating out the team, they have to swap over to the mid lane. I like the initiation. I like the attempt there. Just a few too many members from It's GG able to stay alive. Right,
looks like It's GG. Yeah, it's like the sixth player on Task Force Flash right now is Minions. They are definitely putting in the work here, keeping It's GG stuck in their base. By the way, Jolly, I think for the first time ever, I thought I heard you use your mom voice there to express your disappointment for Jake. You're like, oh, the best lane. No! Like, it was very... Oh, here we go. Speaking of mom voice, let's go for it here with Truffles, trying to keep Dumpling under wraps.
What a well-timed Zonia's right there coming out of Rhinosaurus to stay alive. But in the meantime, Shabamoon, the ultimate tries to come out. The Encore does on the bottom side. It's just too much damage coming out of this Kaisa here. A double kill, though, being picked up by King of Clubs. This might be the opportunity for the triple kill. Meal switches targets over to Rhino, who's going to be able to pick that one up. Is there the chance for the swap there? The Trundle Pillar to come out. The attack speed is fast from King of Clubs, but probably not fast enough to take out a Kaisa. The minions are putting so much pressure on. It's all up to King of Clubs right here, right now. And he does it. He outplays the Kaisa. That's 4 members down, and he keeps the game alive once again.
King of Clubs, one of the most beautiful kiting things I've ever seen, drawing that Kaisa out, using his minions to be able to supplement that extra, plus using that vamp to keep himself alive. That was one of the most beautiful. Hey, Jolly, you are an incredible Xayah player who loves to kite. What did you think about that performance? That must have been like a very proud moment for you to watch.
Yes. That was beautiful. That is one of those situations where, as a Sivir, if you get anywhere close to this Kaisa, you are losing, right?
You're done,
so
yeah.
She absolutely saw that. The Ghost was able to be used because she'd already used her ultimate there, so she couldn't get that own innate speed up. And it's really scary, too, in a situation like that, because you have to hope that you hold onto your spell shield long enough to be able to use it properly. King of Clubs just set up the Q perfectly, set up the positioning perfectly, and was able to get the damage down while taking none. Yes, absolutely. As a Xayah, as a kiter, yes, my favorites are kiting champions, and
literally
Kaisa is absolutely one of those kiting champions that just got out kited right there by King of Clubs.
Yeah, hell yeah. I've seen you pull off some fancy footwork just like that, and I felt like a proud mom watching that one. Gorgeous play out of King of Clubs. Regardless of how this one turns out, It's GG is putting up kind of one of the most insane final stands I've ever seen in any game. Honestly, you and I have casted so many, like hundreds of games at this point, and that was something else for King of Clubs. Put that on your resume, you know what I mean?
For real, yeah. Like that is a highlight reel worthy, kind of play. If you are King of Clubs, if you're looking for some plays to show yourself off as, I mean, just a player who's able to hold things down, right? Hold down the fort. As a Sivir to hold down the fort. Come on, Rhino's gonna get jumped on though. It's a huge encore coming out of that Seraphine, but it's not gonna be enough damage. Down goes one, down goes two. Every single member except for Shabamoon and Libyan Prince have been taking down King of Clubs, losing his life very early on, and this is absolutely it. Now the end of the game, whether or not these paths are statted with the additional takedown of Shabamoon here, is up to Task Force Flash. They're not focusing on the Nexus. They're not focusing on taking down the inhibitors to allow their minions to make it through to this Nexus. No, they want the kill. They're gonna allow Mike to finish this one out, and unfortunately for us watching, there's not going to be another game because Task Force Flash managed to close it out in just the two.
What started out as remarkably hopeful for It's GG, then a little bit dark, then a little bit hopeful, dark again, and then we got the King of Clubs. Incredible kiting. It was a rough game to watch. It was a rough loss, but there was some pretty insane moments there, and I feel pretty satisfied.
Honestly, I thought the game was over at 20 minutes, not gonna lie. And maybe that was a decision there by TFF to say, yeah, sure, we don't need everybody at the Nexus, right? We can take down the Baron. We can focus on, pressuring the lane and see if you guys can just close it out here. And it wasn't just Task Force Flash there's the
that was so mean.
It was honestly just stood there, just took that one. But it's not just about Task Force Flash, not closing it out, right? It's about It's GG doing such a good job of pushing out this game. And like we've been talking about for the last couple of minutes, Kari, big tip to King of Clubs for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Big ups to King of Clubs for keeping the hope alive, keeping that light burning. But at the end of the day, I think you and I both know that Dumpling, the team all came together at Task Force Flash to make Dumpling the main character. It was kind of insane, that endgame boss where, somebody gets so powerful that y'all get together and you just sort of go against this endgame boss. Everybody's trying to kite Dumpling. Everybody's trying to stop Dumpling. And even though the best laid plans here for It's GG, it really looked like we had some hopeful moments. In the face of that Olaf with that Ragnarok, they just did not stand a chance.
Yep. I was really early feeding too, and really early roaming coming out of Dumpling, but also Mike. The roam coming out of Mike was really good. It helped shut down Shabamoon and Libyan Prince, as well as they ended up playing towards the end. Really, those encores coming out of Libyan Prince were something to behold. As good as those were, when you have an Olaf who has already been fed and is able to break into the backline like we saw towards the end of this game, there's very little that can be done. But, big props again to all of It's GG for showing us a great game, pushing things out as many times as they possibly could. And GG's, of course, to Task Force Flash for, just sweeping things out. No matter what, that is always a satisfying result if you are the team that gets to end the day a little bit early just because of how well they performed.
Yeah, you know what? Send everybody home early because you are an efficient god. So, pretty incredible stuff here. I genuinely just want to say though, like, It's GG has some really good parts, and maybe, you know, given a year of good practice to be able to kind of stand up to Task Force Flash's incredible macro. I mean, this team has been together, Task Force Flash, for about a year and a half now, and nobody can really compete with their sense of macro. They're doing, like, even though It's GG has an insane team fight and they have really, really good idea of how to execute those team fights, they don't necessarily have the same experience that Task Force Flash does and the comfort when it comes to playing a really solid macro game. So I think given a little more time to just sort of like stew, and It's GG is going to be a competitor worth giving Task Force Flash a run for their money.
Absolutely. You got to consider too, like, I really like the point that you brought up, that they've been together for such a long time.
So long.
And there is something that you get from playing with the same people for a long time that is impossible to get, no matter how good you are in solo queue, no matter how good you are as a teammate of playing towards others. I think a big part of it has to do with the confidence, right? The confidence in the calls that are made, the confidence in following up on your teammates, and the confidence in also being able to make those calls yourself, because you know that the people behind you are going to follow you and listen to you, and, you know, or maybe even have some feedback, some say of, now's not the time, right? It actually is kind of difficult for groups of people who are not super familiar with each other, who have only been playing together for, you know, a few weeks, few months, no matter what it is, to gain that sort of familiarity and that confidence and that comfortability to be able to make calls, follow through on them, but also say, hey, I don't know if that's the best idea. And you could tell that there was some of that back and forth coming through from TFF, right? There were some misplayed calls where I know the person on the other end is like, yeah, okay, I messed that one up. And everyone's like, yeah, we know you messed that one up. At least you acknowledged it, right? We can move forward, we can move on. But that's the hope, right? For us, is that these other teams, especially with the fact that there's a big boss level that they can reach, right? In taking down this team of TFF, hopefully these other teams are going to really put their nose to the grindstone to say, hey, we deserve to dethrone them. We deserve to be the usurpers, right? And be in their position. And that's what I love to see, is honestly this mainstay name eventually at some point being taken down.
That's what it's all about. It's like this anime villain storyline, you know? Like, you see this team with humble beginnings, and now they have grown into this, well, force, for lack of a better word. They have done an incredible job of becoming the endgame boss to aspire to. For the Air Force Gaming, this is just going to be such a fun rivalry to revisit time and time again, and I'm excited to see the ways that the other teams handle it.
All right, well, we are going to have an interview here. We're going to keep it a surprise as to who we're going to be talking to. We are going to take a quick break just to get them all set up and locked in the room. So don't go anywhere. Just give us a minute or two, and we will be right back with the winner's interview here for the AFG Gaming League.
Maybe just a little bit to get me by. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. You shut down, had enough. I'm just looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with my buzz. Locking eyes, we just touch. Feel our bodies drifting up. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. Dance. But you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else. I don't know how to be around you. I'm just trying to lose myself. I know that I just can't trust you, but you know me like no one else. You know me like no one else.
and just like I promised, we do have an interviewee. And yes, they are from the winning team, but no, it is not one of the players that you probably would have requested because you forgot it's not just about the players. Didn't you forget that? You all forgot that, didn't you? It's about the coaches too, all right? It's behind the scenes, all right? So we have with us Calzone, Calzone here. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you today?
Good. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Doing well.
Good. All right. Well, I guess I'll start. We're just going to bounce back and forth, me and Kari, and asking you questions and stuff. So first one, we kind of know, obviously, the history of this team, but can you give us a quick rundown of, how long you guys have been together and how coaching has been as an experience for you?
Yeah. So we've been a roster for almost 3 years. So I joined a little over 2 years ago. I'm actually the AD carry main, got picked up to play top lane for our team, played for about the last 2 years, and we've been pursuing like some lands and stuff outside of the Air Force, and something that we felt like we were kind of missing as a roster was like just someone to be kind of on the admin side and like head coach, kind of run draft and set up practices and stuff. And so we sat down as a team and talked about like our potential moving forward just before the Air Force tournament, and decided to take a step back as a player and take on this coaching role like full time. Definitely very, very grateful for our players who are new to our roster. We have 3 new players, so definitely really big for them to step up and come into a roster that already has such big personalities, kind of already knows how they want to play the game, stuff like that. So it's definitely been a fun, challenging transition, but it's been good stuff.
I've heard a very serious rumor that your name is a reference to Parks and Recreation Zero Calzone Zone. Is that correct?
No, it is not. So
Damn it.
So my real name's Carlo, but I go by Cal. So I'm also Italian, so had to get the calzones in there.
It works.
All right. Well, so you are going to register the business name Zero Calzone Zone, correct?
I apparently need to. I need to hop on that before someone else does.
Yes. Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, we were talking about that, but it is, I mean, hey, you know what? Anytime you can mix your name into, making just a fun word out of your name, right? Especially if it follows with your heritage. I'm Italian too, so I'm more than okay with that. If I could turn, oh my God, I was just going to say if I could turn Lisa into pizza, but that actually kind of works. So we're not going to talk about that, okay? Anyway, so you were kind of talking about here, Cal, how you guys are looking to do things outside of just Air Force. So what have you guys been involved in? What are you looking to kind of break into? Is there anything exciting that you guys have coming up maybe to look forward to?
Yeah. So, well, a little bit about the past. So we played in Unified's UAL League. So that did not go as well as we hoped it did. We left our group stage first seed, and then we got into playoffs, and we got O2'd basically in 2 different series. So that kind of sucks. But we went to a Unified land in Lawton, Oklahoma, probably about 4 months ago now, and we actually got 3rd place. So we did win some money, and that was a lot of fun. Also, getting to meet a lot of these guys that you've been playing with for almost 3 years in person for the first time is definitely a great experience, considering we spend 6 hours a week probably just like talking to each other, playing games, just being friends.
Yeah, speaking of which, the energy at those lands is so, it's palpable. So did you guys have that sort of, power of friendship and anime, uniting? Was that your first time meeting there at that land?
Some of them had met before, but I actually deployed last year, so I was unable to participate in the last in-person event that they went to last year. So for me, it was the first time meeting a lot of those guys. Some of them had already met each other, so definitely always fun. And yeah, definitely the experience of being on LAN is amazing. Also playing against some really good talent. We probably were the underdogs for making top 3, but it was definitely a great experience.
That's awesome. I love to hear it. Well, hopefully we'll see you at more events, and fingers crossed, I was just at ForceCon. There was no League of Legends at ForceCon, and, I think they could really do with some good league teams. So hopefully we'll see you at some more events, even Air Force related in the future. Before we close you out, is there anybody that you wanted to call out, give some shout outs to, or just mention here?
Yeah, honestly, anyone that participated in the Air Force tournament, big shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to the GGs for making it to the finals. Shout out to my boys for bringing home the dub. Definitely lots of work has gone into this over the last 4 months, so big dub today for sure.
Yes, big dub. That's what it was. Thank you so much for joining us, Calzone. Of course, that's Cal, the coach here of TFF. Seriously, congratulations, guys. I guess thanks for giving us a nice, easy broadcast.
Yeah, thank you guys, and thank you to the production team as well. We appreciate what y'all do behind the scenes.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? Just like I was saying, it's not just the players, right? I was saying, hey, you thought we were gonna be interviewing a player. Nah, it's the coach. Same with us. You guys get to see us and hear us, but behind the scenes, that's where all the hard work is going down.
There you go. I agree.
Appreciate you, Cal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right. What a cool guy. What a nice guy. He was like very, very genuine. They just I don't want to say they like swept the floor with their opposition there, but a lot of humility, right? Amongst what is kind of come to be known as in the Air Force circle, this number one team that's been around for quite a while here. So really good to see. I love it when you've got down to earth people behind the scenes too there, Kari.
Yeah, me too. And again, like production has been insane, but it's crazy to think that, behind the scenes, this team that is so accomplished has such a humble captain, very Ted Lasso of them. And I hope that they stick with this dynamic because it's working for them. It is working so well. Obviously having like the chill, nice guy coach in the background doing all the scrims and stuff. And then you've got this just horrifically aggressive team that just wipes the floor with their enemies in the most horrifyingly beautiful way. I'm a big fan.
For real. And you know what? I gotta say, I can see maybe where some of the humility also comes from because he said he played top for this team. And it said he played top, and Dumpling is the replacement. So you know what? You might as well just go with that because Dumpling absolutely outperformed here.
Murdered.
We do have more stuff going on too for DAF. Yesterday was Apex Legends. Today was League of Legends. We don't have Legends tomorrow, but we do have a little bit of a spin up there. TFT. The event will be going down. Kari, you're going to be here for that, right? Can you give us a little bit more details on that one?
Sort of. I'm gonna be casting TFT in about I think an hour and a half here. So stick around, come and hang out, come and watch me cast TFT for the first time. I've been studying like a maniac, and I'm really excited to watch this one happen. The level of play is actually just as high as the last TFT championships for this set. So you're looking at a collective like MMR ELO spread of like actual professional TFT players. So it's a little bit intimidating. It's gonna be a good time, I promise. But if you liked what you saw with the current reigning champions for League of Legends, you will be extremely happy for Teamfight Tactics. So come and stop by today.
Absolutely. Yeah, not much more time, so keep an eye on that. Of course, the Twitter page is, just follow Air Force Gaming because the number of events that go on is incredible here, and they're always very wholesome, very, very fun, and very supportive of our armed forces. So thank you, everyone who joined us here today. Thank you, Kari, for casting, and also helping cover for me. Same thing with Penguin God that was in here a little bit earlier to actually literally cover for me earlier today. And of course, big thank you to production for being behind the scenes, getting this all together. Final thank you to you out there watching. Thank you so much for participating in chat and supporting all of these players as well as this broadcast. We'll see you a little bit later today with TFT. Take care.
Toodles. Go for the kill on Mike. They're doing quite well this top lane, however, kind of running on a cold deficit so far. And it did go in the favor of its GG. They're going to try to make that onto a dragon. And look at this skirmish. What an incredible fight. It looks like, and it did go in the favor of its GG. They're going to try to make that onto a dragon. And look at this skirmish. What an incredible fight. It looks like its GG resources clearing out their jungle here can be pretty buff. Losing only, I believe, one next.
Now, well, they're coming out of Aurelia.
Jeez, that's too bad.
And that's...
For the most part, that Jen has been doing such a good job of zoning that they don't even care about their siege potential. Speaking of...
Totally willing to just be in here and poke down as much as possible on Breeze. Meanwhile, the top lane, in comes
the bot lane, and the Seraphine Libyan Prince just walking out of there as quickly as possible.
3 members here of TFF. A nice little route to come from the passive from Jake. That's going to spread over to Shop Dragon.
But they did manage to give up Shovelin. Big unfortunate stuff.
And actually ran the Ghost Ignite on this. The pullback is just too much focus on Shavamoon. In the meantime, you have down and behind. So this is where the struggle comes through. The flash forward, it's a flash and response. Dumpling is going to continue the fight. Yes, King of Clubs is able to do so. The channel to come through with the teleport. They will be able to make it. It's a shutdown. Huge from King of Clubs.
See footwork? No.
It was a good try. In the meantime, down on the bottom side, we got to get ultimate coming through. The depth charge from Jake. But will it be enough damage? The Ragnarok does come out. The survival
still has some life left in them. Jolly, what is going to happen with the end of this game?
Oh, big pickup. Out goes goes Rhinosaurus. That's a lot of damage. Jake is the next target. There's a double kill picked up. Still be able to pick this one up. Mike has to use that stasis. He's not going to focus on it. It's a big shutdown, and it went over to King of Clubs. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to continue on the fight. The killer instinct. Is there the chance for the swap there? The Trundle Pillar to come out. The attack speed is fast from King. Hold things down, right? Hold down the fort. As a Sivir to hold down the fort. Come on. Rhino's going to get jump members except for Shaba Moon and Libyan Prince have been taking down King of Clubs, losing his light inhibitors to allow their minions to make it through to this Nexus. No, they want the kill. They're going to allow Mike to finish this one out. And unfortunately for us watching,
Oh! Yo! That was cool. Finally, Pandaby does something cool after 10 years.
Minus B, clean B. Captain B.
I got shot from right side street.
Minus 3, minus 3. Lower right. 2F.
Look at us. No
Right here.
eyes.
He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging.
I'm about to be one of them.
Bye. We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
That, oh my god.
the bomb at Beta. Great job. We're not done yet. Going down.
Back my walk, 2 back my walk. They're pushing. 8 from Jets.
One enemy remaining.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember, either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people, a lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. We just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there. You're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch 'em all.
I'm Major Chris Walsh, stationed at Pope Army Airfield in conjunction with Fort Bragg in North Carolina. We have a sim racing community in the Air Force Gaming Discord. We kind of get together and do races. We have some leagues that we participate in now. It's not as official as a formal competitive team anymore, but the guys all, pretty close knit, and we still race together. Once you get into the more serious racing games that are really trying to replicate what real world racing is like, that's when you kind of get into games like Assetto Corsa, iRacing, which is on PC, real world race car drivers that are professionals all the way up to Formula One. You can meet these same guys online. That's the cool thing about it is, I've raced against Max Verstappen a few times and Lando Norris, who are Formula One drivers. I used to race motorcycles, was kind of where my real world racing experience started. During the pandemic, I got involved in sim racing because I had an ex-teammate who was a skeleton athlete who works for iRacing, and this was just a snowball effect. I literally went from the sim to a real car kind of within a year. I went into professional racing, so I've actually raced at a professional level and took third place in my first weekend in a car I've never driven, and that was partly all the preparation I did in the simulator beforehand. And I think the cool thing about gaming in general is just kind of how it creates a community that you kind of access all the time, no matter where you are. That was something that this nonprofit called Operation Motorsport decided to utilize, and they have a sim racing league that they do, and their focus is to support, disabled veterans in the US and Canada who are transitioning to civilian life and helping them find a new sense of purpose and community. And motorsports for these individuals is that thing that helps them, and so all the guys from Air Force Gaming on the sim racing side are involved in as well. It's a pretty cool opportunity to just stay in touch with people and help them through tough times and give them that thing they look forward to every week. Air Force Gaming has done a great job staying linked in with them and being there and present at their race events online and engaging with that community. My name is Major Chris Walsh, and you can catch me racing online at my Twitch, Walsh USA.
Hi, I'm Cadet First Class Christopher Chua, and I'm at the United States Air Force Academy. So I'm a program manager for the Air Force Gaming Academy, which is a startup sub-brand of AFG at the United States Air Force Academy. We kind of manage our own little bubble at the Air Force Academy to host tournaments, create a community, and manage that. At USAFA, we're going to create kind of a community that's mirrored after AFG. It's just like a community for people to get together who all share a passion for gaming through tournaments, competitions, or just hanging out with each other. We hope to incorporate AFG Academy into AFG to give cadets exposure to and allow them to connect to active duty Air Force members and Space Force members for either mentorship or just to get to know people. Being a part of the Air Force gaming community has allowed me to connect with people I really thought I'd never meet. F-22 maintainers, chiefs, generals, people that you'd never really interact with as a cadet, and it's allowed me to grow and receive a lot of mentorship. I hope that through developing Air Force Gaming Academy and being a part of Air Force Gaming, to just practice my leadership and really connect with people all across our Air Force. Because there's so many of us, but through our passion for gaming, it really allows you to meet people and get to know them on a closer level. I hope the Air Force gaming community continues to grow and attract new people from all over. It's really about the community aspect, and since we're all a part of the Air Force, everyone can take advantage of the resources that are a part of the community. This was Cadet First Class Christopher Chua. Let's go Falcons.
Hi, my name is Staff Sergeant Darren Richards, and I'm stationed at Ramstein Air Base, Germany. So with Air Force Gaming, I am an ambassador for Rainbow Six Siege, and the thing that I am trying to do is create a local scene within Europe, and I'm also trying to facilitate international competition with one of my favorite games. In 2020, after COVID kind of took over the world, I was playing Rainbow Six Siege with a bunch of people here in Europe. They decided that they wanted to make a competitive team, and I basically competed throughout the entirety of 2020. It also helped my mental state because, you know, the world was shut down in a way, and it was weird getting used to like living in Germany, but also it grew my love for competitive Rainbow Six and esports as a whole. For Rainbow Six Siege, I just hosted a 5v5 tournament last month in January. I'm hoping that through word of mouth and, you know, the network of AFG, we get more and more people interested in it, both in Europe and worldwide. I do want to create an international Rainbow Six Siege scene within Air Force Gaming. This upcoming summer, specifically on June 4th, I will be doing my 3rd annual charity stream. This is going to be a 24-hour charity stream where I raise money for Mermaids, and Mermaids is a UK organization that helps raise money for transgender and gender diverse teenagers and young adults, as well as reach out to their families and loved ones to give them education and proper treatment. Things like Air Force Gaming allows people from different ranks and like locations to still have that sense of constant community. That's something that you can't replace. I am Staff Sergeant Darren Richards. Thank you for watching, and please tune in to my 24-hour charity stream on June 4th.
I am Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and I am currently stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. I started gaming when I was young, starting out on the Super Nintendo, and then I got into N64, so I was a console gaming until I met my husband, and then he introduced me to PC gaming, and I haven't gone back. He got me into an MMO called Mabinogi, and we actually played that for several years, and that was my first introduction into MMORPGs. I am the Elder Scrolls Online Gaming Ambassador, and I'm also on the innovation team because it ties into what I do for the Air Force now. The innovation team is a group of individuals that are working together to build a network for anybody who has innovative ideas for the Air Force or Space Force, and be able to easily support them in any of their endeavors. The MMO Ambassador team is a group of individuals representing a variety of different MMO games. It's a smaller community because we're not highly competitive. Now, each game does have some of their own kind of competitiveness within them, and so we work together to support each other's games and grow that community just as a place to go and enjoy a game, not necessarily be competing for anything. When I first came into Air Force Gaming, I thought it was nothing but competition, so I was ecstatic to find that there was actually an MMO community within it, and I think it's something that we should share a lot more, that we aren't just competitive. We do have simple events related to the MMO games where you can just come and play and hang out with each other and support a team through a raid. This has been Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and this one says she games, this one did not say she games well.
I am Staff Sergeant Howard Lestrong, and I'm stationed at Hill Air Force Base, Utah. So I am the current game manager for the Air Force Overwatch team. I initially was a player, which I really enjoyed my time being a support main for the team. A bigger calling was calling my name, so I was like, you know what, let's just see how this goes. I think being a manager is more than just dealing with the work side of things. You really got to know that these are people just like you and I. Like, these are people doing a job. They have feelings, they have mental health that you need to take care of. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to take care of them and make sure that they have what they need. I think kind of stepping up and stepping back into the back lines of things and being a manager, being able to take care of people has been even more rewarding in itself. It's so rewarding when you get like those messages like later on saying like, hey, thank you for being the manager, thank you for setting this up, like thank you for giving me time off, thanks for talking. It takes the cake when it comes to being in the spotlight or playing in the game or anything. That just means the world to me. I think the biggest way esports has affected me positively in the military is because it got rid of that stereotype. You have that one guy in your shop or in your work section, he's the gamer, they're always labeled as like the nerd. But I tell you what, ever since AFG became a thing, my cool level just shot up. It's amazing how it broke that stereotype for gamers all over the military, you know, not just for me. Other gamers in like my work sections, seeing me as a professional Air Force gamer, it gives them a bit of confidence now to like be proud in what they love and having people around them love them for what they love too. Once again, I'm Staff Sergeant Howard Lestrong, aka Astra. Thanks for watching, and remember to always be yourself unapologetically, no matter what you do or what you love.
I am Master Sergeant Jet Nestle, United States Air Force. I got into gaming when I moved to America in 1995. My uncle bought me a Super Nintendo and I haven't stopped since. I'm currently the Air Force Gaming Rainbow Six Siege team manager. I compete as well, and specifically I usually set up the team scrims, apply applications for leagues, as well as find competitors to help build the team foundation. Over the past year, the Rainbow Six Siege team has competed in 4 different leagues, winning 2 of them. We also competed in 2 tournaments. We won both those tournaments. We are currently competing in a T3 league right now as we speak. Being a part of AFG and being a part of AFG R6 has been a huge opportunity for me. It helps me inspire new airmen, connects me with a huge digital world out there of competitors that are in the military branch, and as a Master Sergeant, it really helps me connect with the younger folks and hopefully inspire future leaders in our force. Gaming is an amazing asset in my life. It's helped me connect and stay connected with friends, family, and it continues to grow, especially being in the military where you're moving every 2 to 3 years. So I'm always able to reach back and find a platform to stay connected with the people I hold very near and dear to me. So gaming is a huge aspect of my life. I am Master Sergeant Jet Nestle, also known as Jeans. Hope to see you guys all online.
Hey guys, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams, stationed at Luke Air Force Base, and I'm currently active duty Air Force. With Air Force Gaming, I'm the Destiny Ambassador. What that essentially means is I plan events. For the player versus environment aspect, I teach people how to do new activities inside the game, where they typically wouldn't have a community to create and join. At least once a quarter, we do our PvP tournaments to facilitate more community growth. Some enjoy PvP, some enjoy PvE, some enjoy a mix. So my biggest goal is to get them to all be on the same playing field and to all be able to enjoy the game. I actually had a couple airmen hit me up at work who were like, hey, I need to do some raids, and I heard you're something of a Destiny guy around here. And I brought him into Air Force Gaming. These guys were shy as all can be. They weren't the type that you would typically expect to find a community so that they can play with them. And I was able to get these guys in on their first raid event that they'd ever done. And just being able to be a part of that journey was awe-inspiring. What's special to me about the Destiny community, it's quite literally a community I've had to build from the ground up. From starting with 15 people, we've now reached over 300 members. For me personally, it's seeing the Destiny Discord chat just blow up. Anytime I wake up and I see that Destiny chat just going at it with people just talking strats or just having a good time in general, that makes it worth it to me. Well, again, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams. You can catch my Twitch handle right here. Pick Me, where you see all the Destiny community action at its finest. Make sure to hit us out on the Air Force Gaming Tournament website as well. Hit me up in the Discord at P1CKM3-6826.
Technical Sergeant Matthew Smith, aka Jester Suave, United States Air Force. Ark Survival Evolved was the first survival game I played. I was absolutely hooked from the get-go. And I really enjoyed the camaraderie there was to find other people, get together with them in an online environment, and start planning and start trying to take care of these objectives. So right now for Air Force Gaming, I'm building those hosting capabilities for these open world and survival games. I've been running a gaming community now for about 5 years, so it just seemed natural once Air Force Gaming launched for me to come in and provide those skills for this community as well. We've launched everything from Ark Survival Evolved, Conan Exiles, Valheim, Minecraft, Java editions, and Bedrock editions. We have modded servers. Everything that can be hosted, we're trying to put out so that Air Force Gaming can take advantage of it. And there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that people, I guess, don't realize when you run things like this. It takes a lot of logistical planning, finance, basically building something that everybody wants. You can't build it by yourself. You have to get together with your community, understand what they're looking for, and then put something out that hopefully everybody is happy with. It takes all of those leadership capabilities that we've been learning and makes them directly applicable to something that you're doing right now. I love these games, so I love being able to take some feedback from the community and build around that for something that they will also enjoy. And so it becomes very meaningful to you when you're able to take part in that same thing and just share that love with other people. This is Technical Sergeant Matthew Smith. We got a bunch of hostable options for you guys to take a part of, so come out, jump on, play with us, give us some feedback, and these servers are tweaked 100% for you guys. So we hope to see you out there. Fly game win.
I'm Master Sergeant Mike Sullivan, United States Space Force. So I wasn't always a gamer, didn't have a lot of money growing up, didn't have the next-gen console, but thankfully lived in a neighborhood where I could just run over to a friend's house real quick. Right around Halo Combat Evolved was when I was really starting to get that itch of, you know what, school's over, I need to play video games. My video game adventure really started right when I joined the military, and what do you know, when you join the military and they give you a cyber operations job where you're just surrounded by a bunch of gaming nerds, you start to make friends, and with those friends you want to kind of do what they're doing. The community aspect of gaming is paramount. It's the only reason why I continue to play video games to this day. It's always been about people and hanging out with friends, playing video games online with friends. I don't need to be sitting in a room with them. Unfortunately, when you make friends in the military and you all move to different parts of the world, it's really not an option. So being able to stay up late, chatting with your buddies, and just continuing life with them, now that you get to maintain that community and those relationships, you get to grow old together. So, some folks would, maybe go get coffee with friends to catch up. We're, playing a couple matches of Halo and keeping up with the news that way.
I am Senior Airman Tyler Duchar from Davis Mountain Air Force Base. Growing up, I was very creative. I love to build, create, and destroy. I stumbled upon Minecraft through one of my friends and have been playing it ever since. I have built massive worlds of replicas of cities to just open world RPGs. It is just a blast. I love it. Every single time I get on, I love to work on large projects. So I manage server integration, cybersecurity updates, overall updates and management of the Minecraft servers that Air Force Gaming has. I have servers spread out through North America, Europe, and I'm working on one for Japan. It brings me a ton of joy doing all of this. I get to help people just relax, connect, and have a great time on the servers. Regardless of where they are, they can find a place of peace and enjoyment in our servers. For the servers and the community, I hope to see all of it available for almost every base. I want to cover the globe with the servers. I want the ability to provide that entertainment and access to the thousands of airmen who are currently serving our country. I am Senior Airman Tyler Ducharme, and I hope you have a wonderful Air Force Day.
I'm Senior Airman Tyler Petrie. I'm in the Air Force and I'm stationed at Barksdale Air Force Base. I got into gaming when I was younger. My mom got me an Xbox 360 and my first real game was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and then that was it. I put thousands of hours, 200 game days into that game alone, and it just took off. Pokemon, you name it, I was playing it. For AFG, I am the Department of Air Force Rocket League team captain. I am the Rocket League team manager, and then I'm on the Air Force Gaming Rocket League team. So most recently, I helped in the process of creating the Air Force Gaming Rivals Twitch event. The Air Force Gaming Rivals event is pretty much a Twitch rival spinoff. It's not like an official, who's the best Rocket League player, but it's just it's kind of had the most fun. And we're gonna just play random game modes all day, and it's gonna be streamed on the Air Force Gaming's Twitch. The Rocket League community, it's just a bunch of people who really just enjoy the game of Rocket League. Especially in the Air Force Gaming and other military branches. We're actually all extremely close, we're all friends. And then we brought that back to the Air Force Gaming community, and we're trying to bring way more people into it who are on the outskirts, because it's fun. Rocket League's the best game ever. It's a tier 1 esport. It's just the best overall community game. You don't have to be good to have fun. That's one of the perks. It's one of those games that once you start playing, that's it. I am Senior Airman Tyler Petrie, signing off. Fly game win.
This man is not very...
Oh! Yo! That was cool. Finally, Panvi does something cool after 10 years.
Passing B.
I got shot from right side street.
-3. Lower red. 2F.
No
Right here. He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging. I'm about to be one of them.
Why? We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
That, oh my god.
the bomb and bait 'em. Nice job. We're not done yet. Going shot.
Back my wall, full back my wall. They're pushing. 800.
One enemy remaining.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember, either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people, a lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. But we just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there. You're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch 'em all.
Gamer tag is Say Less. I'm an A1C stationed in Gulfport at the Gulfport CRTC. I got into Rocket League whenever it first went free to play on PlayStation back in 2015, and I've been playing it on and off just when I can. The thing I like most about Rocket League is how difficult it is to master. I still don't think there's people who have reached the skill ceiling of it. My experience with AFG so far is that they've been extremely accommodating to everybody, trying to get as much community involved as they can. Yeah, my current team and our first tournament was the qualifier for this upcoming event. I would say my role on the team is more of like the second man waiting on a pass. I think the future of esports in the military is constantly growing. More and more people are getting involved, including myself. I think it's going to be a good thing for the community.
My full name is Christopher Calloway McCluskey. My gamer tag is MCC War Eagle. My base is Ellsworth, South Dakota. You're hardly ever going to play the same game twice. You queue one game of competitive and you lose 5-1, and then you just go up against a completely different team with different play style. And this is actually my first season, or my first time ever doing esports for Air Force. My other players are awesome. My teammates awesome. I feel like I fit very well as a goaltender, but I can definitely make some plays with some teammates. So the future of military esports is looking pretty good. From what I can tell, this is still very early. I can only see it growing. I absolutely love the competitive aspect of Rocket League, and just this being a thing absolutely aids in that competitive feel.
Hi, I'm Andrew Graspi, also go by Noosh in game. For the team, I believe my position is more of like a disruptor or playmaker. I like to target a lot of demos, and also I feel like I'm pretty reliable on the back line, being a solid like defender for the team. I think it's truly the closest to a real sport, just the style of the game itself. I feel like the future for military esports is really growing. I've seen it across a year. We've gotten opportunities of like playing against other nations and their branches, and it's really cool to see the camaraderie across not only just the branches and being able to play against Army and Marines, Coast Guard, Navy, and also just being able to play with other countries and just other people. It's just fun to meet other military members playing at the same skill level as you. That's also a hard thing to find.
I am Devin Hoyme, also known as LC Spirit. I'm a staff sergeant now, and I am at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The first game I remember getting was Call of Duty 4 in 2007. And not a very child-friendly game, but we got it and just kept going from there. Grew up in a military family, so it was just right there, and knew what I was gonna do when I grew up. I wanted to get involved with the Air Force team for Rocket League. Found Air Force Gaming and haven't looked back since. I'm trying to fill whatever roles needed at the time. I've typically been a third man or support role for most of the games I've played, trying to move away from that and do something different. So trying to be more of a first or second. Esports in the military is going to go places. As long as it continues to be a thing, people will want to do it.
I'm Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus, H3 being an in-game gamer tag. I'm stationed up at Whiteman Air Force Base. My whole gaming history starts when I was 5, 6 years old. Just nonstop, always gaming. A buddy of mine was like, hey, there's this cool soccer game where you're a rocket car and you can fly in the air and stuff. Immediately fell in love with it. I definitely feel like I'm more of a striker by personality. However, on this team, I definitely want to take a new role to it. I would definitely want to be a support player. I have 2 absolutely nutty teammates, and when those 2 click on themselves and I just kind of let them shine, they do wonders. So future military esports is limitless. I think it's only going up from here. I mean, esports in general is something that hasn't capped out, and I don't think is going to cap out for another couple decades at least, especially with new games keep on evolving. So military sports, if we latch onto that, it's gonna skyrocket.
My name is Trent Wilson, AKA Janky Jiggles. Back in the day, playing with my brother and we're trash talking with these teams. One of their clan tags was CSJJ. The JJ, Janky Jiggles came out of it, and I was like, I like that name. So then when I created an actual profile, I had to choose something, and Janky Jiggles has been in my head since 2015, so I had to go with it. One day, my cousin said, hey, there's this game, let's all get into it, so we all started playing it together. I started to push forward with it when I was the first one out of my group that learned how to jump and then use the boost. And I was, freaking out. Everybody else was freaking out, although it was the dumbest thing ever. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of funny guys you play with, they just say some of the most off-the-wall things that can literally render you useless for like 10 seconds in a game because you're laughing so hard. But it's been good. There's no shade being thrown, nothing like that. It's been a friendly competition.
My name's Alex Tuttle. My in-game name is Tut, and I am an A1C, and I am stationed at Grand Forks Air Force Base. My brother actually bought me Rocket League for Christmas one year, also for the Xbox. The same year my dad bought me the Xbox One. Between both of them, providing the console and the game, my brother's like, hey, try Rocket League. I've been playing it for the past year on PC, so I gave it a shot, and here I am. It's not an easy game. There's no game similar to it, so the skill gap was a very large margin, especially when I first started playing, and it still is today. But the fact that my brother was better than me was enough competition, like, all right, I'm gonna grind and get better than him. I try to do my best to give Ethan the ball. I feel like he does a pretty good job at scoring, but whenever he can't, Plum is always there. So I feel like I'm a first man that tries to pass a lot, because I can't score to save my life. The future of military esports is only going up. I feel like it's been climbing, and it's only gonna keep climbing. There's only up from here.
I'm Ethan DeFrance. My in-game name is Ethan. My rank, I'm a Specialist 4, and I'm from Buckley Space Force Base. So our team dynamic, I feel like I'm kind of the glue, and I kind of just let them do what they want, and then I try and fill whatever spaces they leave, so try to be the middle guy. I think it's been really cool, and I feel like I'm really lucky that I get to go on military orders and then go play video games. Not a lot of people get to do that. It's fun, so can't complain. When I first joined AFG, it was a lot smaller, and now it feels like a lot more people are knowing each other and playing with each other. My favorite part is probably going to the actual competitions, and then hopefully if you beat people, you get to talk a little bit of smack to the other branches after, so that's probably the most fun part.
I'm Senior Airman Hayden Kelsey. My gamer tag is Plum, and I'm stationed at Joint Base Langley Usus. Rocket League is the only game I care about, okay? This is it. We are 100% winning this tournament. My brother wanted to get it, and he's like, hey, can you buy me this game? And I'm like, no, it looks stupid. And then he bought it with my credit card. And then here we are. My favorite gaming memory was winning Force Calling with Ethan. I just basically drive around and hit the ball. They make the good plays, and I'm just being annoying. It's been really cool. I think probably the coolest part about going to Force Calling and going to San Antonio was meeting all these players that I had talked to previously and I've played against online, and meeting them and just hanging out. From when I joined a couple years ago, there's been a lot more opportunity to do cool stuff, and there's been a lot more people that have been joining, so I think the future is bright.
I'm Senior Airman Joseph Simpson. I'm stationed over at Camp Darby in Italy, and my in-game name is J Doubles. When Rocket League came out in 2015, I was at a frat house with one of my buddies. They had a PlayStation, and they were playing it, and it just looked like something I would love, because I used to play FIFA, and I used to play racing games, so it was just the perfect mix of those two. And so I really have a hard time understanding why Cameron Kitten said he's a defender. He's definitely the striker, and I'm certainly the defender. Kitten's a phenomenal striker. Got to give him credit, he's humble, but I would say I'm the defender typically. I'm a little more sitting back. I say, you go, and I send them forward, they do their thing, and I just kind of trail as third man, I would say. I think it's amazing. So many people when they PCS, when they change bases, they don't have any friends aside from their hometown friends. So it gives them that bond that they don't immediately have at a new base, and I think people are finally waking up and seeing how big of an effect gaming has on all the airmen across the Air Force and just the armed forces. So I think it's going in the right direction. It's really amazing.
I'm Edward Urick. I'm a staff sergeant stationed at Ramstein Air Base. I go by in-game name as Quispy. Started playing really young. Me and my brother growing up had an N64. Started gaming on the Game Boy really heavy, playing Pokemon, always driving around my mom's minivan. I remember sitting in the back, having hold my thing out the window so I could get a light to see the screen. And when MW2 came out, Modern Warfare 2, oh, that was over for me. That was when the grind really started. I was introduced to Rocket League in 2015 by my friend in college. I just woke up at his house one morning and saw him playing it, and I was like, man, what game is that? I was like, that kind of looks dumb. That's not my kind of game, because I was still only a Call of Duty fiend. And then I eventually started playing it with him just for funsies, split screen, and then came out on Xbox, and that was kind of all she wrote, man. I put all my time into that game from then on. The future of military esports is 1000% going in the right direction. It started off as just people just gaming for fun, and to see that it's actually getting taken seriously, the fact that they're reaching out and getting support for a new generation of people is amazing. Being at the forefront of it as someone like myself, it's weird to have to explain to people that that's what you're going TDY for. And they've just been so supportive of it. It's been really cool to finally see it going in that right direction.
My name is Cameron Jones. Online I go by Kitten. I'm a staff sergeant at Aviano Air Force Base. I was the only person in my family to go through the military. It was kind of a new thing. I spent a lot of my childhood playing video games. The first game I ever played, I'm pretty sure, was Pokemon Fire Red. And then I really moved onto Xbox when I started playing Halo 3. And from there it just kept progressing until eventually I was introduced to Rocket League. I never really played a game competitively until I picked up Rocket League. I don't know what it is, I just enjoy playing it. I've met a lot of people through the Air Force gaming. A lot of people from my base play, and even if they're not super competitive like I am, we still have a pretty good time in custom games and stuff like that. I think the future of military esports is going where it needs to go. I think it's getting bigger, it's getting more publicity. I think it's doing pretty good.
My name is Nicholas Panicone, A1C, gamer tag is Excalibur. I played Brawl, that was my first Smash game, so Smash Brawl. I was also playing Game & Watch in that. I like to play with a few different characters, but Game & Watch was always my favorite character to play in Brawl as well. So many options, there's no matchup where I feel like I can't win. In the Pokemon Trainer matchup, Game & Watch is a favorite. Even if they try to get out of a combo by switching characters, I have a lot of juggling tools that will keep them in disadvantage. I think esports and military has a bright future. I think a lot of people are starting to see its potential, and in this day and age, it influences a lot of people in the military, especially outside of work. So I see it going up and up from here.
My name is Jason King. I'm an E2 airman, and I'm from Mount Air Force Base. For the most part, spend most of my days at the gym, either playing volleyball or working out. I come from a family of 5 brothers and 2 sisters. The benefit of having so many brothers is we're all competitive, and we all love Smash Bros. We would just play all night, every night, playing each other. It was a lot of fun. It's kind of how much you put into it. Very intense, very competitive.
My name is Brandon Wolverton. My gamer tag is Say Less. I'm an A1C stationed in Gulfport at the Gulfport CRTC. I got into Rocket League whenever it first went free to play on PlayStation back in 2015, and I've been playing it on and off just when I can. The thing I like most about Rocket League is how difficult it is to master. I still don't think there's people who have reached the skill ceiling of it. My experience with AFG so far is that they've been extremely accommodating to everybody, trying to get as much community involved as they can. Yeah, my current team and our first tournament was the qualifier for this upcoming event. I would say my role on the team is more of like the second man waiting on a pass. I think the future of esports in the military is constantly growing. More and more people are getting involved, including myself. I think it's going to be a good thing for the community.
My full name is Christopher Calloway McCluskey. My gamer tag is MCC War Eagle. My base is Ellsworth, South Dakota. You're hardly ever going to play the same game twice. You queue one game of competitive and you lose 5-1, and then you just go up against a completely different team with different play style. And this is actually my first season, or my first time ever doing esports for Air Force. My other players are awesome. My teammates awesome. I feel like I fit very well as a goaltender, but I can definitely make some plays with some teammates. So the future of military esports is looking pretty good. From what I can tell, this is still very, very early. I can only see it growing. I absolutely love the competitive aspect of Rocket League, and just this being a thing absolutely aids in that competitive feel.
Hi, I'm Andrew Graspi, also go by Noosh in game. For the team, I believe my position is more of like a disruptor or playmaker. I like to target a lot of demos, and also I feel like I'm pretty reliable on the back line, being a solid like defender for the team. I think it's truly the closest to a real sport, just the style of the game itself. I feel like the future for military esports is really growing. I've seen it across a year. We've gotten opportunities of like playing against other nations and their branches, and it's really cool to see the camaraderie across not only just the branches and being able to play against Army and Marines, Coast Guard, Navy, and also just being able to play with other countries and just other people. It's just fun to meet other military members playing at the same skill level as you. That's also a hard thing to find.
I am Devin Hoym, also known as LC Spirit. I'm a staff sergeant now, and I am at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The first game I remember getting was Call of Duty 4 in 2007. And not a very child-friendly game, but we got it and just kept going from there. Grew up in a military family, so it was just right there, and knew what I was gonna do when I grew up. I wanted to get involved with the Air Force team for Rocket League. Found Air Force Gaming and haven't looked back since. I'm trying to fill whatever roles needed at the time. I've typically been a third man or support role for most of the games I've played, trying to move away from that and do something different. So trying to be more of a first or second. Esports in the military is going to go places. As long as it continues to be a thing, people will want to do it.
I'm Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus, H3 being an in-game gamer tag. I'm stationed up at Whiteman Air Force Base. My whole gaming history starts when I was 5, 6 years old, just nonstop, always gaming. A buddy of mine was like, hey, there's this cool soccer game where you're a rocket car and you can fly in the air and stuff. Immediately fell in love with it. I definitely feel like I'm more of a striker by personality. However, on this team, I definitely want to take a new role to it. I would definitely want to be a support player. I have two absolutely nutty teammates, and when those two click on themselves and I like just kind of let them shine, they do wonders. So future military esports is limitless. I think it's only going up from here. I mean, esports in general is something that hasn't capped out, and I don't think is going to cap out for another couple decades at least, especially with new games keep on evolving. So military sports, if we latch onto that, it's gonna skyrocket.
My name is Trent Wilson, AKA Janky Jiggles. Back in the day, playing with my brother, and we're trash talking with these teams. One of their clan tags was CSJJ. The JJ, Janky Jiggles came out of it, and I was like, I like that name. So then when I created an actual profile, I had to choose something, and Janky Jiggles has been in my head since 2015, so I had to go with it. One day, my cousin said, hey, there's this game, let's all get into it. So we all started playing it together. I started to push forward with it when I was the first one out of my group that learned how to jump and then use the boost. And I was, freaking out. Everybody else was freaking out, although it was the dumbest thing ever. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of funny guys you play with, they just say some of the most off the wall things that can literally render you useless for like 10 seconds in a game because you're laughing so hard. But it's been good. There's no shade being thrown, nothing like that. It's been a friendly competition.
My name's Alex Tuttle. My in-game name is Tut, and I am an A1C, and I am stationed at Grand Forks Air Force Base. My brother actually bought me Rocket League for Christmas one year, also for the Xbox. The same year my dad bought me the Xbox One. Between both of them, you know, providing the console and the game, my brother's like, hey, try Rocket League. I've been playing it for the past year on PC, so I gave it a shot, and here I am. It's not an easy game. There's no game similar to it, so the skill gap was a very large margin, especially when I first started playing, and it still is today. But the fact that my brother was better than me was enough competition, like, all right, I'm gonna grind and get better than him. I try to do my best to give Ethan the ball. I feel like he does a pretty good job at scoring, but whenever he can't, Plum is always there. So I feel like I'm a first man that tries to pass a lot, because I can't score to save my life. The future of military esports is only going up. I feel like it's been climbing, and it's only gonna keep climbing. There's only up from here.
I'm Ethan DeFrance. My in-game name is Ethan. My rank, I'm a Specialist 4, and I'm from Buckley Space Force Base. So our team dynamic, I feel like I'm kind of the glue, and I kind of just let them do what they want, and then I try and fill whatever spaces they leave, so try to be the middle guy. I think it's been really cool, and I feel like I'm really lucky that I get to go on like military orders and then go play video games. Not a lot of people get to do that. It's fun, so can't complain. When I first joined AFG, it was a lot smaller, and now it feels like a lot more people are knowing each other and playing with each other. My favorite part is probably like going to the actual competitions, and then hopefully if you beat people, you get to talk a little bit of smack to the other branches after, so that's probably the most fun part.
I'm Senior Airman Hayden Kelsey. My gamer tag is Plum, and I'm stationed at Joint Base Langley Uses. Rocket League is the only game I care about, okay? This is it. We are 100% winning this tournament. My brother wanted to get it, and he's like, hey, can you buy me this game? And I'm like, no, it looks stupid. And then he bought it with my credit card. And then here we are. My favorite gaming memory was winning Force Calling with Ethan. I just basically drive around and hit the ball. They make the good plays, and I'm just being annoying. It's been really cool. I think probably the coolest part about going to Force Calling and going to San Antonio was like meeting all these players that I had talked to previously and have played against online, and meeting them and just hanging out. From when I joined a couple years ago, there's been a lot more opportunity to do cool stuff, and there's been a lot more people that have been joining, so I think the future is bright.
I'm Senior Airman Joseph Simpson. I'm stationed over at Camp Darby in Italy, and my in-game name is J Doubles. When Rocket League came out in 2015, I was at a frat house with one of my buddies. They had a PlayStation, and they were playing it, and it just looked like something I would love, because I used to play FIFA, and I used to play racing games, so it was just the perfect mix of those two. And so I really have a hard time understanding why Cameron Kitten said he's a defender. He's definitely the striker, and I'm certainly the defender. Kitten's a phenomenal striker. Gotta give him credit, he's humble, but I would say I'm the defender typically. I'm a little more sitting back. I say, you go, you go, you go, and I send them forward, they do their thing, and I just kind of trail as third man, I would say. I think it's amazing. So many people, when they PCS, when they change bases, they don't have any friends aside from their hometown friends. So it gives them that bond that they don't immediately have at a new base, and I think people are finally waking up and seeing how big of an effect gaming has on all the airmen across the Air Force and just the armed forces. So I think it's going in the right direction. It's really amazing.
I'm Edward Urick. I'm a staff sergeant stationed at Ramstein Air Base. I go by in-game name as Quispy. Started playing really young. Me and my brother growing up had an N64. Started gaming on the Game Boy really heavy, playing Pokemon, always driving around my mom's minivan. I remember sitting in the back, having hold my thing out the window so I could get a light to see the screen. And when MW2 came out, Modern Warfare 2, oh, that was over for me. That was when the grind really started. I was introduced to Rocket League in 2015 by my friend in college. I just woke up at his house one morning and saw him playing it, and I was like, man, what game is that? I was like, that kind of looks dumb. That's not my kind of game, because I was still only a Call of Duty fiend. And then I eventually started playing it with him just for funsies, split screen, and then came out on Xbox, and that was kind of all she wrote, man. I put all my time into that game from then on. The future of military esports is 1000% going in the right direction. It started off as just people just gaming for fun, and to see that it's actually getting taken seriously, the fact that they're reaching out and getting support for a new generation of people is amazing. Being at the forefront of it as someone like myself, it's weird to have to explain to people that that's what you're going TDY for. And they've just been so supportive of it. It's been really cool to finally see it going in that right direction.
My name is Cameron Jones. Online I go by Kitten. I'm a staff sergeant at Aviano Air Force Base.
I was the only person in my family to go through the military. It was kind of a new thing. I spent a lot of my childhood playing video games. The first game I ever played, I'm pretty sure, was Pokemon Fire Red. And then I really moved onto Xbox when I started playing Halo 3. And I mean, from there, it just kept progressing until eventually I was introduced to Rocket League. I never really played a game competitively until I picked up Rocket League. I don't know what it is, I just enjoy playing it. I've met a lot of people through the Air Force gaming. A lot of people from my base play, and even if they're not super competitive like I am, we still have a pretty good time in like custom games and stuff like that. I think the future of military esports is going where it needs to go. I think it's getting bigger, it's getting more publicity. I think it's doing pretty good.
My name is Nicholas Panicombe, A1C, gamer tag is Excalibur. I played Brawl, that was my first Smash game, so Smash Brawl. I was also playing Game & Watch in that. I like to play with a few different characters, but Game & Watch was always my favorite character to play in Brawl as well. So many options, there's no matchup where I feel like I can't win. In the Pokemon trainer matchup, Game & Watch is a favorite. Even if they try to get out of a combo by switching characters, I have a lot of juggling tools that will keep them in disadvantage. I think esports and military has a bright future. I think a lot of people are starting to see its potential, and in this day and age, it influences a lot of people in the military, especially outside of work. So I see it going up and up from here.
My name is Jason King. I'm an E2 airman, and I'm from Malmstrom Air Force Base. For the most part, spend most of my days at the gym, either playing volleyball or working out. I come from a family of 5 brothers and then 2 sisters. The benefit of having so many brothers is we're all competitive, and we all love Smash Bros. We would just play all night, every night, playing each other. It was a lot of fun. It's kind of how much you put into it. Very intense, very competitive.
He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging. I'm about to be one of them.
Why? We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
That, oh my god.
done yet. Going shot.
Back my wall, two back my wall. They're pushing. 800.
One enemy remaining.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people. with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember, either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people, a lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. We just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there. You're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch 'em all.
I'm Major Chris Walsh, stationed at Pope Army Airfield in conjunction with Fort Bragg in North Carolina. We have a sim racing community in the Air Force Gaming Discord. We kind of get together and do races. We have some leagues that we participate in now. It's not as official as a formal competitive team anymore, but the guys all, are pretty close-knit, and we still race together. Once you get into the more serious racing games that are really trying to replicate what real-world racing is like, that's when you kind of get into games like Assetto Corsa, iRacing, which is on PC, real-world race car drivers that are professionals all the way up to Formula One. You can meet these same guys online. That's the cool thing about it is, I've raced against Max Verstappen a few times and Lando Norris, who are Formula One drivers. I used to race motorcycles, was kind of where my real-world racing experience started. During the pandemic, I got involved in sim racing because I had an ex-teammate who was a skeleton athlete who works for iRacing, and this was just a snowball effect. I literally went from the sim to a real car kind of within a year. I went into professional racing, so I've actually raced at a professional level and took third place in my first weekend in a car I've never driven, and that was partly all the preparation I did in the simulator beforehand. And I think the cool thing about gaming in general is just kind of how it creates a community that you kind of access all the time, no matter where you are. That was something that this nonprofit called Operation Motorsport decided to utilize, and they have a sim racing league that they do, and their focus is to support disabled veterans in the US and Canada who are transitioning to civilian life and helping them find a new sense of purpose and community. And motorsports for these individuals is that thing that helps them, and so all the guys from Air Force Gaming on the sim racing side are involved in as well. It's a pretty cool opportunity to just stay in touch with people and help them through tough times and give them that thing they look forward to every week. Air Force Gaming has done a great job staying linked in with them and being there and present at their race events online and engaging with that community. My name is Major Chris Walsh, and you can catch me racing online at my Twitch, Walsh USA.
Hi, I'm Cadet First Class Christopher Chua, and I'm at the United States Air Force Academy. So I'm a program manager for the Air Force Gaming Academy, which is a startup sub-brand of AFG at the United States Air Force Academy. We kind of manage our own little bubble at the Air Force Academy to host tournaments, create a community, and manage that. At USAFA, we're going to create kind of a community that's mirrored after AFG. It's just like a community for people to get together who all share a passion for gaming through tournaments, competitions, or just hanging out with each other. We hope to incorporate AFG Academy into AFG to give cadets exposure to and allow them to connect to active duty Air Force members and Space Force members for either mentorship or just to get to know people. Being a part of the Air Force gaming community has allowed me to connect with people I really thought I'd never meet. F-22 maintainers, chiefs, generals, people that you'd never really interact with as a cadet, and it's allowed me to grow and receive a lot of mentorship. I hope that through developing Air Force Gaming Academy and being a part of Air Force Gaming, to just practice my leadership and really connect with people all across of our Air Force. Because there's so many of us, but through our passion for gaming, it really allows you to meet people and get to know them on a closer level. I hope the Air Force gaming community continues to grow and attract new people from all over. It's really about the community aspect, and since we're all a part of the Air Force, everyone can take advantage of the resources that are a part of the community. This was Cadet First Class Christopher Chua. Let's go Falcons.
Hi, my name is Staff Sergeant Darren Richards, and I'm stationed at Ramstein Air Base, Germany. So with Air Force Gaming, I am an ambassador for Rainbow Six Siege, and the thing that I am trying to do is create a local scene within Europe, and I'm also trying to facilitate international competition with one of my favorite games. In 2020, after COVID kind of took over the world, I was playing Rainbow Six Siege with a bunch of people here in Europe. They decided that they wanted to make a competitive team, and I basically competed throughout the entirety of 2020. It also helped my mental state because, the world was shut down in a way, and it was weird getting used to living in Germany, but also it grew my love for competitive Rainbow Six and esports as a whole. For Rainbow Six Siege, I just hosted a 5v5 tournament last month in January. I'm hoping that through word of mouth and, the network of AFG, we get more and more people interested in it, both in Europe and worldwide. I do want to create an international Rainbow Six Siege scene within Air Force Gaming. This upcoming summer, specifically on June 4th, I will be doing my 3rd annual charity stream. This is going to be a 24-hour charity stream where I raise money for Mermaids, and Mermaids is a UK organization that helps raise money for transgender and gender diverse teenagers and young adults, as well as reach out to their families and loved ones to give them education and proper treatment. Things like Air Force Gaming allows people from different ranks and locations to still have that sense of constant community. That's something that you can't replace. I am Staff Sergeant Darren Richards. Thank you for watching, and please tune in to my 24-hour charity stream on June 4th.
I am Master Sergeant Helena Cox, and I am currently stationed at Cannon Air Force Base. I started gaming when I was young, starting out on the Super Nintendo, and then I got into N64, so I was a console gaming until I met my husband, and then he introduced me to PC gaming, and I haven't gone back. He got me into an MMO called Mabinogi, and we actually played that for several years, and that was my first introduction into MMORPGs. I am the Elder Scrolls Online Gaming Ambassador, and I'm also on the innovation team because it ties into what I do for the Air Force now. The innovation team is a group of individuals that are working together to build a network for anybody who has innovative ideas for the Air Force or Space Force, and be able to easily support them in any of their endeavors. The MMO Ambassador team is a group of individuals representing a variety of different MMO games. It's a smaller community because we're not highly competitive. Now each game does have some of their own kind of competitiveness within them, and so we work together to support each other's games and grow that community just as a place to go and enjoy a game, not necessarily be competing for anything. When I first came into Air Force Gaming, I thought it was nothing but competition, so I was ecstatic to find that there was actually an MMO community within it, and I think it's something that we should share a lot more, that we aren't just competitive. We do have simple events related to the MMO games where you can just come and play and hang out with each other and support a team through a raid. This has been Master Sergeant Helena Cox. And this one says she games. This one did not say she games well.
Hi, I'm Staff Sergeant Howard Lestrong, and I'm stationed at Hill Air Force Base, Utah. So I am the current game manager for the Air Force Overwatch team. I initially was a player, which I really enjoyed my time being a support main for the team. A bigger calling was calling my name, so I was like, you know what, let's just see how this goes. I think being a manager is more than just dealing with the work side of things. You really got to know that these are people just like you and I. Like, these are people doing a job. They have feelings, they have mental health that you need to take care of. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to take care of them and make sure that they have what they need. I think kind of stepping up and stepping back into the back lines of things and being a manager, being able to take care of people has been even more rewarding in itself. It's so rewarding when you get like those messages like later on saying like, hey, thank you for being the manager. Thank you for setting this up. Like, thank you for giving me time off. Thanks for talking. It takes the cake when it comes to being in the spotlight or playing in the game or anything. That just means the world to me. I think the biggest way esports has affected me positively in the military is because it got rid of that stereotype. You have that one guy in your shop or in your work section, he's the gamer, they're always labeled as like the nerd. But I tell you what, ever since AFG became a thing, my cool level just shot up. It's amazing how it broke that stereotype for gamers all over the military, you know, not just for me. Other gamers in like my work sections, seeing me as a professional Air Force gamer, it gives them a bit of confidence now to like be proud in what they love and having people around them love them for what they love too. Once again, I'm Staff Sergeant Howard Lestrong, aka Astra. Thanks for watching, and remember to always be yourself unapologetically, no matter what you do or what you love.
I am Master Sergeant Jet Nestle, United States Air Force. I got into gaming when I moved to America in 1995. My uncle bought me Super Nintendo, and I haven't stopped since. I'm currently the Air Force Gaming Rainbow Six Siege team manager. I compete as well, and specifically I usually set up the team scrims, apply applications for leagues, as well as find competitors to help build the team foundation. Over the past year, the Rainbow Six Siege team has competed in 4 different leagues, winning 2 of them. We also competed in 2 tournaments. We won both those tournaments. We are currently competing in a T3 league right now as we speak. Being a part of AFG and being a part of AFG R6 has been a huge opportunity for me. It helps me inspire new airmen, connects me with a huge digital world out there of competitors that are in the military branch, and as a Master Sergeant it really helps me connect with the younger folks and hopefully inspire future leaders in our force. Gaming is an amazing asset in my life. It's helped me connect and stay connected with friends, family, and it continues to grow, especially being in the military where you're moving every 2 to 3 years. So I'm always able to reach back and find a platform to stay connected with the people I hold very near and dear to me. So yeah, gaming is a huge aspect of my life. I am Master Sergeant Jet Nestle, also known as Jeans. Hope to see you guys all online.
Hey guys, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams, stationed at Luke Air Force Base, and I'm currently active duty Air Force. With Air Force Gaming, I'm the Destiny Ambassador. What that essentially means is I plan events For the player versus environment aspect, I teach people how to do new activities inside the game where they typically wouldn't have a community to create and join. At least once a quarter we do our PvP tournaments to facilitate more community growth. Some enjoy PvP, some enjoy PvE, some enjoy a mix. So my biggest goal is to get them to all be on the same playing field and to all be able to enjoy the game. I actually had a couple airmen hit me up at work who were like, hey, I need to do some raids and I heard you're something of a Destiny guy around here. And I brought him into Air Force Gaming. These guys were shy as all can be. They weren't the type that you would typically expect to find a community so that they can play with them. And I was able to get these guys in on their first raid event they'd ever done. And just being able to be a part of that journey was awe-inspiring. What's special to me about the Destiny community, it's quite literally a community I've had to build from the ground up. From starting with 15 people, we've now reached over 300 members. For me personally, it's seeing the Destiny Discord chat just blow up. Anytime I wake up and I see that Destiny chat just going at it with people just talking strats or just having a good time in general, that makes it worth it to me. Well, again, I am Staff Sergeant Jonathan Williams. You can catch my Twitch handle right here. Pick Me, where you see all the Destiny community action at its finest. Make sure to hit us out on the Air Force Gaming Tournament website as well. Hit me up in the Discord at P1CKM3-6826.
Technical Sergeant Matthew Smith, aka Jester Suave, United States Air Force. Ark Survival Evolved was the first survival game I played. I was absolutely hooked from the get-go. And I really enjoyed the camaraderie there was to find other people, get together with them in an online environment, and start planning and start trying to take care of these objectives. So right now for Air Force Gaming, I'm building those hosting capabilities for these open world and survival games. I've been running a gaming community now for about 5 years, so it just seemed natural once Air Force Gaming launched for me to come in and provide those skills for this community as well. We've launched everything from Ark Survival Evolved, Conan Exiles, Valheim, Minecraft, Java editions, and Bedrock editions. We have modded servers. Everything that can be hosted, we're trying to put out so that Air Force Gaming can take advantage of it. And there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that people, I guess, don't realize when you run things like this. It takes a lot of logistical planning, finance, basically building something that everybody wants. You can't build it by yourself. You have to get together with your community, understand what they're looking for, and then put something out that hopefully everybody is happy with. It takes all of those leadership capabilities that we've been learning and makes them directly applicable to something that you're doing right now. I love these games, so I love being able to take some feedback from the community and build around that for something that they will also enjoy. And so it becomes very meaningful to you when you're able to take part in that same thing and just share that love with other people. This is Technical Sergeant Matthew Smith. We got a bunch of hostable options for you guys to take a part of. So come out, jump on, play with us, give us some feedback, and these servers are tweaked 100% for you guys. So we hope to see you out there. Fly game win.
I'm Master Sergeant Mike Sullivan, United States Space Force. So I wasn't always a gamer, didn't have a lot of money growing up, didn't have the next-gen console, but thankfully lived in a neighborhood where I could just run over to a friend's house real quick. Right around Halo Combat Evolved was when I was really starting to get that itch of, you know what, school's over, I need to play video games. My video game adventure really started right when I joined the military, and what do you know, when you join the military and they give you a cyber operations job where you're just surrounded by a bunch of gaming nerds, you start to make friends, and with those friends you want to kind of do what they're doing. The community aspect of gaming is paramount. It's the only reason why I continue to play video games to this day. It's always been about people and hanging out with friends, playing video games online with friends. I don't need to be sitting in a room with them. Unfortunately, when you make friends in the military and you all move to different parts of the world, it's really not an option. So being able to stay up late, chatting with your buddies, and just continuing life with them, now that you get to maintain that community and those relationships, you get to grow old together. So, some folks would, maybe go get coffee with friends to catch up. We're, playing a couple matches of Halo and keeping up with the news that way.
I am Senior Airman Tyler Ducharme from Davis Mountain Air Force Base. Growing up, I was very creative. I loved to build, create, and destroy. I stumbled upon Minecraft through one of my friends and have been playing it ever since. I have built massive worlds of replicas of cities to just open world RPGs. It is just a blast. I love it. Every single time I get on, I love to work on large projects. So I manage server integration, cybersecurity updates, overall updates and management of the Minecraft servers that Air Force Gaming has. I have servers spread out through North America, Europe, and I'm working on one for Japan. It brings me a ton of joy doing all of this. I get to help people just relax, connect, and have a great time on the servers. Regardless of where they are, they can find a place of peace and enjoyment in our servers. For the servers and the community, I hope to see all of it available for almost every base. I want to cover the globe with the servers. I want the ability to provide that entertainment and access to the thousands of airmen who are currently serving our country. I am Senior Airman Tyler Ducharme, and I hope you have a wonderful Air Force Day.
I'm Senior Airman Tyler Petrie. I'm in the Air Force and I'm stationed at Barksdale Air Force Base. I got into gaming when I was younger. My mom got me an Xbox 360 and my first real game was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and then that was it. I put thousands of hours, 200 game days into that game alone, and it just took off. Pokemon, you name it, I was playing it. For AFG, I am the Department of Air Force Rocket League team captain. I am the Rocket League team manager, and then I'm on the Air Force Gaming Rocket League team. So most recently, I helped in the process of creating the Air Force Gaming Rivals Twitch event. The Air Force Gaming Rivals event is pretty much a Twitch rival spinoff. It's not like an official, who's the best Rocket League player, but it's just it's kind of had the most fun. And we're gonna just play random game modes all day, and it's gonna be streamed on the Air Force Gaming's Twitch. The Rocket League community, it's just a bunch of people who really just enjoy the game of Rocket League. Especially in the Air Force Gaming and other military branches. We're actually all extremely close, we're all friends. And then we brought that back to the Air Force Gaming community, and we're trying to bring way more people into it who are on the outskirts, because it's fun. Rocket League's the best game ever. It's a tier 1 esport. It's just the best overall community game. You don't have to be good to have fun. That's one of the perks. It's one of those games that once you start playing, that's it. I am Senior Airman Tyler Petrie, signing off. Fly game win.
this man is not very... This man is not very skilled. Ooh! Oh! Yo! That was cool. Finally, Pandaby does something cool after 10 years.
Game!
Minus B, clean B. Copy me.
I got shot from right side street.
Minus 3, minus 3. Two out.
Okay, no
Right here.
eyes.
He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging. I'm about to be one of them.
Bye. We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
That, oh my god.
disarm the bomb and bait 'em. Stay sharp, we're not done yet. Going dark.
Back my wall, two back my wall. They're pushing. 800.
One enemy remaining.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people, a lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. But we just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there, you're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch them all.
I'm Major Chris Walsh, stationed at Pope Army Airfield in conjunction with Fort Bragg in North Carolina. We have a sim racing community in the Air Force Gaming Discord. We kind of get together and do races. We have some leagues that we participate in now. It's not as official as a formal competitive team anymore, but the guys all, pretty close-knit, and we still race together. Once you get into the more serious racing games that are really trying to replicate what real-world racing is like, that's when you kind of get into games like Assetto Corsa, iRacing, which is on PC, real-world race car drivers that are professionals all the way up to Formula One. You can meet these same guys online. That's the cool thing about it is, I've raced against Max Verstappen a few times and Lando Norris, who are Formula One drivers. I used to race motorcycles, was kind of where my real-world racing experience started. During the pandemic, I got involved in sim racing because I had an ex-teammate who was a skeleton athlete who works for iRacing, and this was just a snowball effect. I literally went from the sim to a real car kind of within a year. I went into professional racing, so I've actually raced at a professional level and took third place in my first weekend in a car I've never driven, and that was partly all the preparation I did in the simulator beforehand. I think the cool thing about gaming in general is just kind of how it creates a community that you kind of access all the time, no matter where you are. That was something that this nonprofit called Operation Motorsport decided to utilize, and they have a sim racing league that they do, and their focus is to support, disabled veterans in the US and Canada who are transitioning to civilian life and helping them find a new sense of purpose and community. And motorsports for these individuals is that thing that helps them, and so all the guys from Air Force Gaming on the sim racing side are involved in as well. It's a pretty cool opportunity to just stay in touch with people and help them through tough times and give them that thing they look forward to every week. Air Force Gaming has done a great job staying linked in with them and being there and present at their race events online and engaging with that community. My name is Major Chris Walsh, and you can catch me racing online at my Twitch, Walsh USA.
Hi, I'm Cadet First Class Christopher Chua, and I'm at the United States Air Force Academy. So I'm a program manager for the Air Force Gaming Academy, which is a startup sub-brand of AFG at the United States Air Force Academy. We kind of manage our own little bubble at the Air Force Academy to host tournaments, create a community, and manage that. At USAFA, we're going to create kind of a community that's mirrored after AFG. It's just like a community for people to get together who all share a passion for gaming, through tournaments, competitions, or just hanging out with each other. We hope to incorporate AFG Academy into AFG to give cadets exposure to and allow them to connect to active duty Air Force members and Space Force members for either mentorship or just to get to know people. Being a part of the Air Force gaming community has allowed me to connect with people I really thought I'd never meet. F-22 maintainers, chiefs, generals, people that you'd never really interact with as a cadet, and it's allowed me to grow and receive a lot of mentorship. I hope that through developing Air Force Gaming Academy and being a part of Air Force Gaming to just practice my leadership and really connect with people all across of our Air Force. Because there's so many of us, but through our passion for gaming, it really allows you to meet people and get to know them on a closer level. I hope the Air Force gaming community continues to grow and attract new people from all over. It's really about the community aspect, and since we're all a part of the Air Force, everyone can take advantage of the resources that are a part of the community. This was Cadet First Class Christopher Chua. Let's go Falcons.
Hi, my name is Staff Sergeant Darren Richards, and I'm stationed at Ramstein Air Base, Germany. So with Air Force Gaming, I am an ambassador for Rainbow Six Siege, and the thing that I am trying to do is create a local scene within Europe, and I'm also trying to facilitate international competition with one of my favorite games. In 2020, after COVID kind of took over the world, I was playing Rainbow Six Siege with a bunch of people here in Europe. They decided that they wanted to make a competitive team, and I basically competed throughout the entirety of 2020. It also helped my mental state because, the world was shut down in a way, and it was weird getting used to living in Germany, but also it grew my love for competitive Rainbow Six and esports as a whole. For Rainbow Six Siege, I just hosted a 5v5 tournament last month in January. I'm hoping that through word of mouth and, the network of AFG, we get more and more people interested in it, both in Europe and worldwide. I do want to create an international Rainbow Six Siege scene within Air Force Gaming. This upcoming summer, specifically on June 4th, I will be doing my 3rd annual charity stream. This is going to be a 24-hour charity stream where I raise money for Mermaids, and Mermaids is a UK organization that helps raise money for transgender and gender diverse teenagers and young adults, as well as reach out to their families and loved ones to give them education and proper treatment. Things like Air Force Gaming allows people from different ranks and locations to still have that sense of constant community. That's something that you can't replace. I am Staff Sergeant Darren Richards. Thank you for watching, and please tune in to my 24-hour charity stream on June 4th.
League whenever it first went through to play on PlayStation back in 2015, and I've been playing it on and off just when I can. The thing I like most about Rocket League is how difficult it is to master. I still don't think there's people who have reached the skill ceiling of it. My experience with AFG so far is that they've been extremely accommodating to everybody, trying to get as much community involved as they can. Yeah, my current team and our first tournament was the qualifier for this upcoming event. I would say my role on the team is more of the second man waiting on a pass. I think the future of esports in the military is constantly growing. More and more people are getting involved, including myself. I think it's going to be a good thing for the community.
My full name is Christopher Calloway McCluskey. My gamer tag is MCC War Eagle. My base is Ellsworth, South Dakota. You're hardly ever going to play the same game twice. You queue one game of competitive and you lose 5-1, and then you just go up against a completely different team with different play style. And this is actually my first season, or my first time ever doing esports for Air Force. My other players are awesome. My teammates awesome. I feel like I fit very well as a goaltender, but I can definitely make some plays with some teammates. So the future of military esports is looking pretty good. From what I can tell, this is still very, very early. I can only see it growing. I absolutely love the competitive aspect of Rocket League and just This being a thing absolutely aids in that competitive feel.
Hi, I'm Andrew Graspi, also go by Noosh in game. For the team, I believe my position is more of like a disruptor or playmaker. I like to target a lot of demos, and also I feel like I'm pretty reliable on the back line, being a solid like defender for the team. I think it's truly the closest to a real sport, just the style of the game itself. I feel like the future for military sports is really growing. I've seen it across a year. We've gotten opportunities of like playing against other nations and their branches, and it's really cool to see the camaraderie across not only just the branches of being able to play against Army and Marines, Coast Guard, Navy, and also just being able to play with other countries and just other people. It's just fun to meet other military members playing at the same skill level as you. That's also a hard thing to find.
I am Devin Hoyme, also known as LC Spirit. I'm a staff sergeant now, and I am at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The first game I remember getting was Call of Duty 4 in 2007. And not a very child-friendly game, but we got it and just kept going from there. Grew up in a military family, so it was just right there and knew what I was gonna do when I grew up. I wanted to get involved with the Air Force team for Rocket League. Found Air Force Gaming and haven't looked back since. I'm trying to fill whatever roles needed at the time. I've typically been a third man or support role for most of the games I've played, trying to move away from that and do something different. So trying to be more of a first or second. Esports in the military is going to go places. As long as it continues to be a thing, people will want to do it.
I'm Staff Sergeant Henry H3 Brutus, H3 being an in-game gamer tag. I'm stationed up at Whiteman Air Force Base. My whole gaming history starts when I was 5, 6 years old, just nonstop, always gaming. A buddy of mine was like, hey, there's this cool soccer game where you're a rocket car and you can fly in the air and stuff. Immediately fell in love with it. I definitely feel like I'm more of a striker by personality. However, on this team, I definitely want to take a new role to it. I would definitely want to be a support player. I have two absolutely nutty teammates, and when those two click on themselves and I just kind of let them shine, they do wonders. So future military esports is limitless. I think it's only going up from here. I mean, esports in general is something that hasn't capped out, and I don't think is going to cap out for another couple decades at least, especially with new games keep on evolving. So military sports, if we latch onto that, it's gonna skyrocket.
My name is Trent Wilson, AKA Janky Jiggles. Back in the day, playing with my brother and we're trash talking with these teams. One of their clan tags was CSJJ. The JJ, Janky Jiggles came out of it, and I was like, I like that name. So then when I created an actual profile, I had to choose something, and Janky Jiggles has been in my head since 2015, so I had to go with it. One day, my cousin said, hey, there's this game, let's all get into it, so we all started playing it together. I started to push forward with it when I was the first one out of my group that learned how to jump and then use the boost. And I was, freaking out. Everybody else was freaking out, although it was the dumbest thing ever. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of funny guys you play with, they just say some of the most off-the-wall things that can literally render you useless for like 10 seconds in a game because you're laughing so hard. But it's been good. There's no shade being thrown, nothing like that. It's been a friendly competition.
My name's Alex Tuttle. My in-game name is Tut, and I am an A1C, and I am stationed at Grand Forks Air Force Base. My brother actually bought me Rocket League for Christmas one year, also for the Xbox. The same year my dad bought me the Xbox One. Between both of them, providing the console and the game, my brother's like, hey, try Rocket League. I've been playing it for the past year on PC, so I gave it a shot, and here I am. It's not an easy game. There's no game similar to it, so the skill gap was a very large margin, especially when I first started playing, and it still is today. But the fact that my brother was better than me was enough competition, like, all right, I'm gonna grind and get better than him. I try to do my best to give Ethan the ball. I feel like he does a pretty good job at scoring, but whenever he can't, Plum is always there. So I feel like I'm a first man that tries to pass a lot, because I can't score to save my life. The future of military esports is only going up. I feel like it's been climbing, and it's only gonna keep climbing. There's only up from here.
I'm Ethan DeFrance. My in-game name is Ethan. My rank, I'm a Specialist 4, and I'm from Buckley Space Force Base. So our team dynamic, I feel like I'm kind of the glue and I kind of just let them do what they want, and then I try and fill whatever spaces they leave. So try to be the middle guy. I think it's been really cool, and I feel like I'm really lucky that I get to go on like military orders and then go play video games. Not a lot of people get to do that. It's fun, so can't complain. When I first joined AFG, it was a lot smaller, and now it feels like a lot more people are knowing each other and playing with each other. My favorite part is probably like going to the actual competitions, and then hopefully if you beat people, you get to talk a little bit of smack to the other branches after, so that's probably the most fun part.
I'm Senior Airman Hayden Kelsey. My gamer tag is Plum, and I'm stationed at Joint Base Langley, Usus. Rocket League is the only game I care about, okay? This is it. We are 100% winning this tournament. My brother wanted to get it, and he's like, hey, can you buy me this game? And I'm like, no, it looks stupid. And then he bought it with my credit card. And then here we are. My favorite gaming memory was winning Force Calling with Ethan. I just basically drive around and hit the ball. They make the good plays, and I'm just being annoying. It's been really cool. I think probably the coolest part about going to Force Calling and going to San Antonio was like meeting all these players that I had talked to previously and have played against online, and meeting them and just hanging out. From when I joined a couple years ago, there's been a lot more opportunity to do cool stuff, and there's been a lot more people that have been joining, so I think the future is bright.
I'm Senior Airman Joseph Simpson. I'm stationed over at Camp Darby in Italy, and my endgame name is J Doubles. When Rocket League came out in 2015, I was at a frat house with one of my buddies. They had a PlayStation, and they were playing it, and it just looked like something I would love, because I used to play FIFA, and I used to play racing games, so it was just the perfect mix of those two. And so I really have a hard time understanding why Cameron Kitten said he's a defender. He's definitely the striker, and I'm certainly the defender. Kitten's a phenomenal striker. Got to give him credit, he's humble, but I would say I'm the defender typically. I'm a little more sitting back. I say, you go, you go, you go, and I send them forward, they do their thing, and I just kind of trail as third man, I would say. I think it's amazing. So many people, when they PCS, when they change bases, they don't have any friends aside from their hometown friends. So it gives them that bond that they don't immediately have at a new base, and I think people are finally waking up and seeing how big of an effect gaming has on all the airmen across the Air Force and just the armed forces. So I think it's going in the right direction. It's really amazing.
I'm Edward Urick. I'm a staff sergeant stationed at Ramstein Air Base. I go by in-game name as Quispy. Started playing really young. Me and my brother growing up had an N64. Started gaming on the Game Boy really heavy, playing Pokemon, always driving around my mom's minivan. I remember sitting in the back, having hold my thing out the window so I could get a light to see the screen. And when MW2 came out, Modern Warfare 2, oh, that was over for me. That was when the grind really started. I was introduced to Rocket League in 2015 by my friend in college. I just woke up at his house one morning and saw him playing it, and I was like, man, what game is that? I was like, that kind of looks dumb. That's not my kind of game, because I was still only a Call of Duty fiend. And then I eventually started playing it with him just for funsies, split screen, and then came out on Xbox, and that was kind of all she wrote, man. I put all my time into that game from then on. The future of military esports is 1000% going in the right direction. It started off as just people just gaming for fun, and to see that it's actually getting taken seriously, the fact that they're reaching out and getting support for a new generation of people is amazing. Being at the forefront of it as someone like myself, it's weird to have to explain to people that that's what you're going TDY for, and they've just been so supportive of it. It's been really cool to finally see it going in that right direction.
My name is Cameron Jones. Online I go by Kitten. I'm a staff sergeant at Aviano Air Force Base. I was the only person in my family to go through the military. It was kind of a new thing. I spent a lot of my childhood playing video games. The first game I ever played, I'm pretty sure, was Pokemon Fire Red. And then I really moved onto Xbox when I started playing Halo 3. And from there it just kept progressing until eventually I was introduced to Rocket League. I never really played a game competitively until I picked up Rocket League. I don't know what it is, I just enjoy playing it. I've met a lot of people through the Air Force gaming. A lot of people from my base play, and even if they're not super competitive like I am, we still have a pretty good time in custom games and stuff like that. I think the future of military esports is going where it needs to go. I think it's getting bigger, it's getting more publicity. I think it's doing pretty good.
My name is Nicholas Panicone, A1C, gamer tag is Excalibur. I played Brawl, that was my first Smash game, so Smash Brawl. I was also playing Game & Watch in that. I like to play with a few different characters, but Game & Watch was always my favorite character to play in Brawl as well. So many options, there's no matchup where I feel like I can't win. In the Pokemon trainer matchup, Game & Watch is the favorite. Even if they try to get out of a combo by switching characters, I have a lot of juggling tools that will keep them in disadvantage. I think esports and military has a bright future. I think a lot of people are starting to see its potential, and in this day and age, it influences a lot of people in the military, especially outside of work. So I see it going up and up from here.
My name is Jason King. I'm an E2 airman, and I'm from Mount Air Force Base. For the most part, spend most of my days at the gym, either playing volleyball or working out. I come from a family of 5 brothers and then 2 sisters. The benefit of having so many brothers is we're all competitive, and we all love Smash Bros. We would just play all night, every night, playing each other. It was a lot of fun. It's kind of how much you put into it. Very intense, very competitive.
I am Senior Airman Tyler Ducharme from Davis Mountain Air Force Base. Growing up, I was very creative. I loved to build, create, and destroy. I stumbled upon Minecraft through one of my friends and have been playing it ever since. I have built massive worlds of replicas of cities to just open world RPGs. It is just a blast. I love it. Every single time I get on, I love to work on large projects. So I manage server integration, cybersecurity updates, overall updates and management of the Minecraft servers that Air Force Gaming has. I have servers spread out through North America, Europe, and I'm working on one for Japan. It brings me a ton of joy doing all of this. I get to help people just relax, connect, and have a great time on the servers. Regardless of where they are, they can find a place of peace and enjoyment in our servers. For the servers and the community, I hope to see all of it available for almost every base. I want to cover the globe with the servers. I want the ability to provide that entertainment and access to the thousands of airmen who are currently serving our country. I am Senior Airman Tyler Ducharme, and I hope you have a wonderful Air Force Day.
I'm Senior Airman Tyler Petrie. I'm in the Air Force and I'm stationed at Barksdale Air Force Base. I got into gaming when I was younger. My mom got me an Xbox 360 and my first real game was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and then that was it. I put thousands of hours, 200 game days into that game alone, and it just took off. Pokemon, you name it, I was playing it. For AFG, I am the Department of Air Force Rocket League team captain. I am the Rocket League team manager, and then I'm on the Air Force Gaming Rocket League team. So most recently, I helped in the process of creating the Air Force Gaming Rivals Twitch event. The Air Force Gaming Rivals event is pretty much a Twitch rival spinoff. It's not like an official, who's the best Rocket League player, but it's just it's kind of had the most fun. And we're gonna just play random game modes all day, and it's gonna be streamed on the Air Force Gaming's Twitch. The Rocket League community, it's just a bunch of people who really just enjoy the game of Rocket League. Especially in the Air Force Gaming and other military branches. We're actually all extremely close, we're all friends. And then we brought that back to the Air Force Gaming community, and we're trying to bring way more people into it who are like on the outskirts because it's fun. Rocket League's the best game ever. It's a tier 1 esport. It's just the best overall community game. You don't have to be good to have fun. That's one of the perks. It's one of those games that once you start playing, that's it. I am Senior Airman Tyler Petrie, signing off. Fly game win.
This man is not very...
Oh! Yo! That was cool. Finally, Pandaby does something cool after 10 years.
Minus B, Queen B. Captain B.
I got shot from right side street.
Minus 3. Lower right. 2 up.
Okay. No eyes.
He's upstairs. Minus. Give me the last one. Where's the last one?
We got people back.
I was ready to start swinging. I'm about to be one of them.
Why? We have the CC they dream of. Oh my god.
That, oh my god.
back my wall, 2 back my wall. They're pushing. 8 from Jets.
One enemy remaining.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Hello, I am Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman. I'm currently deployed right now in Kuwait, but my home station is Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I am a moderator for Air Force Gaming, so what that entails is making sure that obviously people are minding their P's and Q's, and I am basically the gateway for the Air Force Gaming Discord. I work with a bunch of really great people with the moderator team, as well as Air Force Gaming in total. Pokemon's a big part of my life, and I've been playing it since I can't remember, either the card game or watching the show. I also have a Pikachu tattoo. It's a girl Pikachu, so it's supposed to be me holding a little Togepi. When I had my daughter, I thought, oh, she could be Togepi, so it's like super special. Air Force Gaming, I think, was birthed out of COVID. A lot of gamers spent their time in Discord just looking for that sense of community, and Air Force Gaming is really bringing that home for a lot of people, a lot of airmen that are out there that need a bro to play a game with. I've made a lot of friends on Air Force Gaming already. We just play games together, and Dead by Daylight is a game I'm pretty serious about, and I made Iridescent 3, so Staff Sergeant Fialo, you're out there. You're still Iridescent 4, boy. Just gotta step your game up. My name is, again, Staff Sergeant Ashley Hartman, and gotta catch 'em all.
that things aren't going my way, 'cause that would be boring. Spend my last cent on cheese and champagne. What a wonderful morning. Never mind, she declined to the first date. It was only on my birthday. Never mind all the lines on the highway. Give me time to reflect a bit, 'cause I'm just having a good day. Having a good day. Having a real good morning. I'm just having a good day. Having a good day. Having a real good morning. Real good morning. Real good morning. I guess that things can only get better from here, but sometimes I wonder, I might have met the love of my life, but I lost a number. Never mind, she declined to the first date. I went to Vegas with a roommate. Never mind all the lines on the highway. I aim to misbehave, 'cause I'm just having a good day. Having a good day. Having a real good morning. I'm just having a good day. Having a good day. Having a real good morning. I'm just having a good time. Having a bad day, yeah. A real good
Folks, welcome to the Air Force Gaming Minor League's TFT Grand Finals. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Space Ghost, and it's going to be an incredible night of action through Teamfight Tactics. And earlier, we got a little bit of League of Legends. Space Ghost, I know you were on there. How was it?
Gosh, I can't even begin to tell you, like, even though we are only in, like, the season 3 of the Air Force Gaming, like, competition universe, we're in season 3, you know, of the Air Force Gaming competition here. It's sort of when most TV shows start to hit their stride, that season 3 stride, and my God, it is insane. We have a team that's been together for about 2 years now, and they just swept a best of 5. We actually only saw 2 games before they closed it because they also got an extra point for winning. So kind of insane stuff happening here. We already have these crazy rivalries, these crazy sweeps, and I'm way excited to see how TFT goes as a result.
No, it's funny that you say that too, because I was reading that they were back-to-back champions in League of Legends, and earlier in the month I got to see the Rocket League Grand Finals, and we got back-to-back champions in that. So, you know, 3 months in, and definitely a couple teams solidifying themselves as, I guess, the Titans to take down for future seasons. So I'm loving what we're seeing so far, and, you know, we're only going to see the competition blossom even brighter into the future. So I can't wait to see people potentially take them down. But for now, like you said, we got Teamfight Tactics Grand Finals. First time, you know, I'm going to be able to see Teamfight Tactics in a competitive setting, I'd say, as from a caster's point of view. You know, I've been watching it for quite a while, but this one's looking good. And, you know, the format for it, it's looking great as well. I mean, if you haven't really looked into it as a viewer, it's going to be mostly guided by points that you're going to get from placements inside of the game. And you're looking to be the first player to get to 18 points just to reach match point. And once you arrive at match point, all you have to do is win one match, and you're going to be the champion.
That's literally all you need to be able to reach glory is, you know, the solid points here. We did ask, we were concerned about, you know, what happens in the event of a tie. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but we just get to eeny, meeny, miny, mo pick whoever we want to win, whether they started in first or not. No, I'm just kidding. We have a really solid format here, though. It's yeah, right. The maximum amount of games and the minimum amount of games are so close that we're going to get a lot of good content here, I think. And I think our players are going to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, let's take a look at those players to see who we're going to be rocking with throughout the day, Kari, because it's going to be 8 players instead of the match over the course of a maximum of 7 games. We're looking at Aaron Becker, Luke Park, Kevin Costa, Josh Wilson, Nick Gutierrez, Campbell McKay, at Joshua Pauly, and Ethan Provincial. I apologize if I'm butchering any names, but these are going to be our 8 contestants for the day inside of TFT, and only one of them can come out on top. You're talking about tiebreakers. I don't expect to get a tiebreaker for first place, but, you know, for placements all throughout it, you know, you expect, you know, from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, you know, we might be able to see some ties. But that first place team, you know, with what I've seen so far through with the Air Force Gaming Finals, I think that we are going to get, you know, a solidified champion today.
Okay, Seymour, based on the shield design alone, whom are you cheering for here? Because I personally find Ordeal Aaron Becker to have the superior shield design here. The chicken with one giant claw coming out of his butt, truly something of beauty, and I think that that's the kind of team I want to put my fandom behind.
You know, I was thinking, you know, chicken is probably one of the best ones there, but I'm a big flower guy, so I got to go with Jedi. You know, Canon Air Force Base, the shield with the flower on it. You know, it's
Renaissance man.
I just like it.
Yeah.
You caught me. But we're gonna be seeing game number 1 underway. Recently, there was a little bit of a patch that you and I were trying to break down and, you know, look at what we're going to get through. You know, I'm sure we'll be able to pick that apart as we go along the broadcast, Kari, but is there any composition that you'd personally like to see run today?
Oh man, okay, so I am telling you right now, some of the comps that are on the rise right now are a little bit scary, and the thing that I want to see the most is this 6 Rage Wing 4 Shapeshifter combo that is like low pick rate, but massive win rate. It's got a pick rate of about 0.32 and then a massive win rate over 55%. So I'd like to see a little bit of innovation. I'd like to see these players who are keeping up with the meta. We did actually field some, we've basically fielded a survey from these players and took some of their, one of the funnier comments was your favorite MRE was one of them. But one of the players here actually talked about how he said, let's see, when all the lower ranked players force the same comp, everything else is easy and open to hit. And that came from, here, let me just, this was the quote I wanted. This came from Obez Panda, which is Josh Wilson. Obese Panda, actually, it looks like there. Josh Wilson, and he seems to be the one who's the most confident, is the one who's also keeping up with the meta, it sounds like. So that's a player to watch here. Definitely thinks that he isn't going to be forcing comps and maybe actually adhering to potential meta picks. So keep an eye on him, and we'll see what he's got going on here.
He also rides motorcycles apparently too. So he likes to live life on the edge.
The coolest guy?
I guess, yeah, that's what I'm thinking right there. But I like that you're talking about the Rage Wing, composition, because recently Zaya had a small little buff to her. So if you're going to go for that, there's more of a potential for Zaya to be a solo carry for the team, especially when you bring in shapeshifters. You got that Nico with the Shyvana. There's going to be a lot of frontline action in that. So, that's definitely one of the stronger ones that I'm going to be seeing if it does come into fruition, but also one of the harder ones, as you're going to definitely be banking on possibly a Rage Wing augment throughout some of the picks. And, early into this game, if you can put together a set with maybe a Kayn and a Senna, there's carry potential with that Kayn, as Kayn has also got a buff and throughout it. But with the Senna out there, I would like to see players, if you're going to go for that Rage Wing, buff the 6th Rage Wing with the shapeshifters, stack that Senna so that you can switch it out with the Zaya once you get it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do if you were going for that Rage Wing combo in particular. Want to talk about augments a little bit and this first level, what looks the best possible. It looks like Assassins back on the map, kind of hate it. Kind of really hate it, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, so that's kind of the top of the tip top as far as augments go. But we do see a couple of really solid picks coming out of ours. We did see a Portable Forge come out for one of them. We also see the Cultured Mind augment coming out as well. These are both top S tier, in particular augments. So, Meditation is another one. We just saw Production hover over Meditation as an augment, and that's also considered S tier, but kind of on the lower end. Even still, that is one of the trainer metas for the Meditation 2 particular one. It's a composition that kind of transcends this particular patch. One of the only ones that's still consistent as it was before this patch launched. So keep an eye out for some solid Trist builds on that particular side. Augments, man.
Oh, dude, don't get me started on augments. When augments came into TFT, I was like, my brain was completely thrown to the wayside. I'm like, I do not know what I'm looking at. I do not know what to go through. It took a while for me to, adjust to it, but, I'm loving the new changes, the new augments that were brought in. It's definitely shaking things up. But here we get to see, Jedi. I was just about to talk about him. He's going for the trainer build early on, and one thing, that stayed consistent within this meta change, the shift in the patch, is the mage build. And the mage, mixed with the trainers has been something that we've seen constantly. I think, Ordeal is another one that looks to be running and who just went against Jedi, and he's got the Giant Slayer on the Tristanos. There's a lot of potential for, an early game build with that Tristana, as you already have a level 2 Tristana with that Giant Slayer. So this is going to be good. But, you see him running the Mirage with the Yone, who just got nerfed. So if I'm Ordeal, I think this is going to work for the early game. Especially, since you're contesting Jedi and you're actually beating him out right now with that trainer build. But I'd like to see him, tailor away from the Mirage. Because Mirage definitely took a little bit of a hit.
Yeah, it's just like so far it looks like maybe the Yone is like just a good high cost unit to get you through this early phase. Hopefully we'll see him discard it. I'm with you on that we would like to see that not become a main part of the comp, just one of those bridges to get you through the first few rounds here. That way we can watch them build something superior, because it's, you know what would suck more than anything, Seymour, is to watch players adhere to an outdated meta that doesn't necessarily aid them. So keep an eye on that, especially with Jedi. We know that he's better than, we know he's better than adhering to that old trainer comp as well.
See, I don't know what I want to see right now, because, with the shift in the patch, it's like, it's one of those, I guess dragons aren't as viable as they were before. They got, mixed up a little bit just before, I guess the next patch that's on PBE right now comes out. They got, I guess, nerfed so that compositions without dragons can thrive a little bit more. So like there's still the potential to see them. I used to be one to run the Mirage Cavalier with the Deja as well as the super carry, but nowadays I don't think I'm gonna be seeing that. I don't even think I'm gonna be running that as much as I used to, because of those changes. So I'm kind of in that boat. It's like I don't know what I'm gonna be seeing, but early on, I'm definitely seeing a lot more of, I guess, frontline builds for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to also point out here, the screen we're currently looking at, that's actually an emerging Rebel build, and the Rebel builds are actually starting to gain a little bit of traction. We have seen this, guild Revel, sort of situation, but the thing that I really like is the scale score in Revel. The way that scales into the later game actually has a lot of potential and a ton of CC that you wouldn't otherwise have. You add a Sona at the tail end of this Revel scale score and composition, and you have enough staying power to actually do enough damage to come out on top. So that'll be pretty neat, honestly. But I'm with you, so many of the comps that were previously viable, specifically anything involving Deja, was really, really well done. Actually is kind of losing its legs. We also have, again, you and I just touched on trainers. The trainer nerf, it's the Nomsy nerf that came out as well. These were the two big things, were Bruiser and Nomsy nerfs, just to kind of keep these comps that we just keep seeing scaling and forced over and over again with such dominance, to take them out of the meta. So lots of TFT streamers out today too, by the way, Seymour. I've kind of went around, looked at I'm a Cutie Pie, listened to a few things he had to say, and it looks like this is actually causing quite a bit of chaos this patch, which is exciting, because that means this tournament will be forced invasion.
And on top of that, it's one of those things that you're looking at it as not a lot of these top streamers are probably going to be playing the main patch right now, as I'm sure a lot of them are looking at, the PBE to try and get ahead of what comes next. With the amount of chaos that we're seeing right now, I've talked to a couple of them, and they say this we've already moved on. We've moved on from what we're seeing
over
right now. Exactly. It's what's next. Come on, you got to stay ahead of the curve right now and say.
I agree.
I think that it's something to say that the chaos isn't helped by the fact that not a lot of people are trying to figure out, find that the diamond in the coal.
Yeah, it's true. Honestly, looking to particularly professionally competitive TFT streamers, they're already over this particular set even, I would say. So on the dot there for sure. Let's see how everybody is kind of shaping out here. Looks like Soup actually has a pretty solid Revel pick here. We have the Triforce Shrine Augment as well. I personally think that that's on a good level, but Rage Wing composition here as well. What is this? What is the actual player's name here in game?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, my lane is MIA. Is that what it says?
Yeah, my lane is MIA. Anchorage.
Oh, my lane is
Air
MIA.
Force Base, Luke Park. Hasn't been having the best game either on this Rage Wing, but you look at that pickup right there for the Swain. You put the Rage Wing with the Giant Slayer, and that
it's so
is
gross.
Gonna have so much solo carry potential for this mid game section. I'm expecting a resurgence here from my lane as MIA, especially considering now you have the Jade buff right alongside him, so that Swain is going to be healed as long as as it goes on.
Yeah. Yeah, and one thing I do want to say, just a little bit out of left field, is that Luke flexed on us when production was gathering some of this fun trivia and said that he has Pack Sivir on this account, which I think is just incredibly rude. Luke, how dare you have Pack Sivir on your account and I do not? So, a little bit of trivia there. This is one of those old school players, and it's so fun to watch how silly it is, the memeing. My lane is MIA as a name there as well. Already doing quite well considering.
Oh, and then look at this.
Oh no.
That Swain is so dangerous.
With the Rage Blade,
Wing,
Giants,
yeah. It just rips through the front line, and then by the time you get to the back line, it's already too late. I mean, it's
I got you a Rage Blade for your Rage Wing so you could Rage Swing. Like, it's just so much going on that Swain.
Rageful Swain in the back line. You can't do anything because it's getting healed as well. And then now augments again. What do you add? You can go for the reroll, but the first aid kit for that, it just adds to the healing that he's already getting. So that's going to be a really good, I guess, compliment to the Jade trade.
Jade trade. Say that 10 times over.
I can't. It's strong enough when you're looking at, my lane is MIA to go for this, because a lot of people will go to, stack maybe one trait at a time for the early game, but he's got the Dragonmancer with the Jade, with the Shapeshifter, on top of the Rage Wing. So there's a lot on that Swain to allow him to, maybe, I guess, pull back into this mid game. You can see AFG Soup all the way at the top with 130 health. Gets the augment for the buff to go to 130 health and hasn't lost a single game. We look at him. What is he running? Assassin's comp with the scale scoring.
Ew, oh no, that's so gross because you have such a beefy front line too, plus the Assassins. Actually, this level of play is pretty scary in how quickly they're starting to actually get going. We're on 3-2, and things are already kind of scaling out of control for a couple of these folks.
I was talking to Boopsaurus the other day.
I love Boop!
And he was saying, he's like, basically, if you're not running Assassins, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Because you were saying that the scale score, it's great for that extra, AP damage, the magic damage on top of it. And when you have that Diana, who is already, strong to begin with, recently got buffed even more, on top of the Assassins and the scale score, and that is good. It's going to be hard to keep your backline alive, even in situations when you have, a Swain with the Giant Slayer and the Rage Wing. What are you going to do when the Assassins get rid of it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I love an Assassin meta in and out of League of Legends, but on TFT especially, it gets so nasty so quickly, but it's funny how slow it can be to start. So the expectations are a little bit we're tempering your expectations here. Yes. But nothing too crazy. But as they start, as soon as we make it out of 3-3, I think we're gonna see some pretty scary things happening. If not with Assassins, look at this Swain already. Look at him. My lane is MIA has really actually got the tempo plays here.
He does, but here's where the Assassins come in. You have the tanky Diana now.
Oh my god, disgusting.
Swain. Are you gonna be able to really burn through all of this, even with that Giant Slayer, when there's only 4 people to go against? I mean, ooh, he's getting it done. He's got the Omni.
Oh my god, is he gonna 1v4?
No way. So I was gonna say.
You're like, Kari, please, do not invoke that evil here.
I was talking it up, okay, the Swain's gonna drop, it's a 1v4. How much can you really stay alive with the Omnivamp? But almost makes it happen. Brings it down to 2, so at least
we almost cast or cursed them there. That would have been delightfully funny, but glad that reality actually decided to kick in. We can take a look at what everybody is going for here. Looks like Nixterox in 5th place here. What do we have running? We have a little bit of a Revel, we have a little bit of Trainer, a lot of Bruiser. The Bruiser meta is so devastatingly, I don't know. Okay, you know what? Go with me here, Seymour. The Bruiser nerf includes just probably, let's see, let's take a look at the actual
Bruiser's
numbers.
Got buffed.
Did they get buffed? I could have swore. Let's take a look.
They're strong for the late game now. They have more health once you get to, trait 4 and 5.
Oh my god, you're right. There is no nerf. It's a Bruiser boost, which is exactly what we need. I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute, did they nerf Bruisers? Because Bruisers weren't even viable before this. So yeah, we get a Bruiser burst later on A little bit later on, down with some extra health. In fact, 100 extra health at the very end there too, from 700 to 800. That's actually a nasty boost. That can actually change like a late end game bruiser comp pretty quickly.
This is what I like to see out of Jedi, Kari, is going with the mage on top of the trainer, but using the astral to get the Nami up. If you can hyper roll to get maybe a 3-star Nami, and then that, that mystic trait on top of it is going to be a big help against other mage compositions in that. So I'm liking that Jedi is taking this start.
Yeah, it's like differentiating yourself just slightly by adding a little bit more support to add a little bit more padding that sets you apart from the rest of the like potentially forced compositions that are this mage combo. So I think this is actually really like a lovely stable one, and I like to see Jedi staying in middle of the pack so he doesn't make himself a target either. So I think that's a good recipe for success. That's generally how I win my games, is starting mid to low and then late game going much higher towards the end there. So good stuff coming out of Jedi.
I'm one of those, if I'm not at the top throughout it, I'm stressing out.
Easy tilt, huh?
I'm like, what do I do now? What do I do now? It's not working. Something needs to change. And then you change one too many things, and it's like, all right, well, that's it for me.
Too late to the party.
If you go for that mage comp and you maybe rotate out the Skarner for an Ornn, you put the mage emblem on that Ornn, I've seen it absolutely tear away comps like Rage Wing because of that double CC from the Ornn ultimate. So I think if Jedi can, pivot the comp to get that Ornn with the mage emblem on it, that is going to be something deadly.
Yeah. Oh no, okay, so in particular, like this round is sort of our cool off where we can kind of look at everybody's comps and see where we're all at here. So I do want to say the Shimmer Scale situation is pretty dire here and not even remotely viable, but interested to see how Ordeal, who is currently in first place, how he actually intends to employ this particular composition. Do you have any particular insight on how this one is going to work out for him, where he's going with it?
Change it right now. That's my insight. I don't see anything
Get
working.
rid of it.
It's what I was saying at the start. It's just like dragons aren't as strong as they were, last patch for this. It's
almost
definitely
devastatingly so.
And Shimmer Scale is probably one of the bigger hits because not only it was Idus not really one of the stronger dragons to begin with, but they nerfed Shimmer Scale when it comes to like the gold that you gain from it as well. So it's one of those, maybe you're looking to gain that gold as you go on and pivot, which it does seem like he's looking to pivot it throughout this game. But if I'm seeing Ordeal make a resurgence back into the game, it has to get off of this Shimmer Scale, because right now it seems like he's trying to use it to gain gold to buy up, where you finally get the Sona Corki like you were talking about earlier. It's one of those things that it's not going to pay off in the start of the game, which it hasn't, being down to already 56 health.
Yeah, one thing I do want to say is Ordeal, when he did speak to production, they were talking about what some of the, what sort of, helps him be successful in TFT, and he did say sticking to consistent strategies. So maybe what we're looking at is sort of like a funded RNG, like he's trying to build up his econ so that he can have that sort of up in the air RNG combo. It doesn't really fit as far as a consistent strategy goes, but post patch it may be the most reliable strategy, is building your econ pretty high so that you have some flexibility to build out your comp when push comes to shove. I think that's pretty much all you can do with these new patch releases, right? Is just kind of play around with stuff, build a strong econ, and then kind of hope that you'll find the right roles later on.
Okay, so this is going to be a fun one for AFG Soup, because Lee Sin solo carry is definitely very viable with the buff that he recently got. And, there was talk that, there was, a chance that a Lee Sin solo carry could carry you to Challenger last patch. And it was said that if you can't do it now, it's not on the patch, it's on you, because the buff for Lee Sin has been something crazy to look at with the amount of mana it takes for him to get that kick now is lessened. So the fact that he does so much damage when you pair it with, like you see, the Ionic Spark and the Jeweled Gauntlet is going to be crazy late game. If he gets a 3-star Lee Sin, I'm looking at, this comp to be one of the best.
Sometimes most of the most fun TFT games really are running towards that one perfect, beautiful champion that you have this concept that you've theory crafted, you haven't seen it in play yet, and then you build towards it rushedly, and then it actually works out. That's how I felt watching this morning, people trying to pile on that Lee Sin that you're talking about. It's kind of hilarious because it's one of those perfect situations, sort of getting your golden dragon back in the day. Well, I don't want to say back in the day since it was 4 days ago, but even still.
I think my favorite comp to run was Whisper. What was it? It was Whisper. Whisper Bruiser on top with the Siphon. I think Siphon was probably my favorite. When you pair Siphon with the Elise, it was sometimes I was looking at some of the fights that I would win with the Elise, and I was like, "How does this loud?" And, I think Siphon got a little bit of a nerf, but Elise got a buff, so potential to see Elise stay inside of certain compositions, but. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it because the amount of damage the two would do together was it was evil.
It was pure evil. It looks like Obese Panda, and who's in 4th place here, is actually starting to maybe potentially build out the first successful scale score in Revel that we've been looking at, and that seems to be what a lot of the players are actually building towards, is they're setting up that Revel foundation, looking for scale score, and then you really, really, really need 2 solid Cannoneers, which generally just end up being Corki and Jinx. So we have a lot of people building towards Corki, which is, gonna be kind of an explosive issue, especially if we just see a bunch of Revel scale score and comps going against each other. It'll be like watching a dog with no teeth eat an apple. So
that's exactly what Obese Panda didn't want to have happen. When lower ranked players all force the same comps, everything else is open to hit. And right now, he's trying to force a comp where everybody else is going.
Yeah, they're forcing his comp.
And you can see that it hasn't worked out with him being all the way dead last with 29 HP. Obese Panda has to look to turn things around pretty soon, or else you might be seeing him dip out of the competition for game number 1 early on, as Ordeal here has still stuck to the Shimmer scale for now, but level 2 Sona with the Corki, level 1 Quicksilver and Giant Slayer on top of the Corki is, maybe something, but, it's still, I think, missing a little bit. I would have rather him go with the Quicksilver Rage Blade on top of maybe an Arcane or an Arc Staff.
Ooh, yes. To be able to outlast here. Oh no, that Sona ult comes in so clutch during the most messed up moments when you're actually watching how these comps play out. Too bad to watch our guy Ordeal finally fall here. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I was like, no, Sona solo, please God, no.
That was Soup. That was the number 1 player too. They almost took down. There's just small little things missing from this composition, and I think it's damage mostly. That Corki goes down too early without putting out enough damage. So, if Ordeal wants to turn things around, I think maybe a change is an option for that Corki. Take off the Shimmer scale. Add in maybe a Rage Blade just to get more attacks off over time and put that Giant Slayer to use to tear away the front line early, but we're gonna have to see if that is going to change. Now into 4-6 for the stage.
Well, 4-6 scary.
Oh, Jade, the Shio Yu. Didn't expect to see that one today alongside the Shyvana, so this is gonna be interesting. In fact, Mylena's MIA opting to go with multiple dragons on the board with that dragon trait. So that is going to be a hard one to take down.
I hate when that happens, when you pick up what you think is going to be a brilliant double dragon, and then you're like, oh wait, I've made a huge mistake. I've made a massive mistake. Not a mistake for Mylena's MIA. Oh no, I'm trying to figure out exactly what he is doing with his comp here. Again, we're revisiting the Swain here. The Rage Wing combo looking okay, but not exactly ideal. Meanwhile, it's your boy Jedi, Seymour, and things aren't looking terrible, but it looks like we are getting that sort of outdated mage. It's not being forced, actually. This seemed like it went relatively naturally and was the best thing for his economy at the moment, but maybe time to start panic fire selling some units here and building something a little more competent, because mage is really, like, unless you can get the 6 astral, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, or unless you can, get that Ornn, like I was saying, to have a little bit extra.
Oh, the Ornn. Yes.
It's, that's another thing, but it looks like you're going to stick with the Astral. Now, Astral hasn't been very viable since the beginning of Dragonlands. After the patch number 1, I think, you started to see Astral on a downward decline. So Jedi, hey, 8 HP in a dream. I'm not saying it's all over for you, bud, but, it's not going to be easy to come back. It's not going to be easy to come back from where you are right now, Jedi. I'm open, to, seeing you turn things around, but, rapid fire cannon still on deck. Don't know who you're going to put that one on. You have a bow. Don't know who you're going to put that on either. It's really just banking on getting a little bit extra frontline, and I don't think this Alawi is going to be enough.
Yeah, I really don't think it's going to be enough padding. It just wasn't necessarily a mature combo considering the meta changes that have been happening. 8 HP in a dream. That's like the most damning thing, yeah.
Look at this. Corki switches up from the Shimmer Scale item, puts the Rage Wing on, and that was a very dominant stage for Ordeal against Jedi, who's going to be their first to drop out of game number 1. First game of the day, first loss of the day is going to be Jedi. And Ordeal makes the change, and I'm already seeing it pay off, Kari.
Yeah, we're already seeing it pay off. Again, I'm sad to see him get knocked out, but a lot of the innovation happening here is definitely at the top of the ladder. Seymour, you really cannot, once again, can't really AFK any comps right now, considering these changes have really, really shook up the landscape. It's truly, honestly, the most adept and agile person's tournament to win today. Oh no.
Oh, it's the next one. Oh,
this round makes me so nervous.
This is going to be a hectic one indeed. Look at the Aoshin's got the Spear of Sojin along with the Giant Slayer. That's going to be dangerous. You got the Zoe. So much CC right now for Obese Panda. And this is the turnaround now for those late game compositions to start to come into fruition when you start to realize that your Revel comp, might not be paying off, that other people are contesting for it. You see the turnaround, you see the pivots, and it's paying off for people like Obese Panda. Ordeal was showing a favor in the last one. Didn't look well in that past stage. He's going to be down to 6 HP now, and I guess a late game for a couple of them. AFG Soup still on top, but, it's something to highlight that, yes, AFG Soup is in first place, but remember, Kari, you got that 130 health at the start.
Yeah, and it's true, and solid strategic, but it was also a bit of RNG that brought him that good fortune. I do want to say the full Tempest situation that we're seeing coming out of their I believe that we saw the 4 Tempest combo coming out of, oh my gosh, you guys, having trouble grabbing this player's name really quick here. Coming out of Obese Panda, I think is the one that will probably, in my opinion, I would put my bottom dollar on it, but we'll see how this particular round goes to see if my theory actually holds true here. Ordeal, holy crap.
I was, you took the words right out of my mouth right there. Ordeal barely stayed alive in a couple of those. The Corki lived to the very end. Here's your Xayah solo carry in the back with the Bloodthirster and IE, along with the Shimmer Scale run for Jumbo Food. So a couple of players wanting that Shimmer Scale still to get the extra gold throughout it and sticking to it for the end. I'm surprised on that, but you know what? That's why they're competing, and I'm here just watching them play. But we're seeing definitely the turnaround from that pay off for Ordeal now on 6 HP, trying to stay alive, holding onto a thread. Wins that last game, but will he be able to hold on for the later ends? And into this next stage, we start to get full item pickups.
Oh, so scary.
Well, you got a Rage Wing on one. I saw a couple Spear Sojins, and I guess Redemption going right on the Itis for Ordeal. So that's going to be strong, especially keeping your backline healed up. You're going to be looking at like the lowest ones to be healed up off that Redemption. So if Itis can stay alive throughout the whole stage or throughout the whole play, potentially looking to keep alive that backline.
Yep. Ordeal is actually on the verge of almost fully completing the Tempest Mage. We're just looking for an AO Shin, essentially, is basically the only thing to like fully complete this combination here. But AFG Soup and Ordeal are actually kind of building towards the same potential end, so that's a little bit scary.
It is gonna be scary for sure. I am seeing that this Corki, man. This Corki is exactly what I was hoping it would be. You put the Rage Blade on it, and it's getting so much better.
It's kind of fun to watch, actually. It's like a little bit of a celebration because there's fireworks included as well. So you're like, oh man, that's my boy, my Cannoneer Corki, going ahead and looking pretty strong here. Let's take a look at Nixterox. I think a humble 5th place here for our boy. Let's take a look at his composition. He is also kind of trying to trend towards that like Sona, Cannoneer, Revel. You know, we're all kind of going for the same top 4 combinations for these players who are, again, adept, agile, people who are looking towards the Revel, who are looking towards using the Cannoneers and then using a trainer frontline, just to be a little bit more innovative. And that, you know, it's funny because you and I are both self-professed middle of the pack mediocre TFT players, so it's actually really fun for us to kind of like learn and watch these players who have already adapted in a 4 days in a patch.
Not a lot of time for sure, just 4 days, and you know, I haven't, you know, had the opportunity to play on this recent patch yet in the last 4 days. You know, I've been you know, out. Not able to play for this one, but yeah, definitely middle of the pack. I'd say like I'm sitting around gold 2, trying to break through into plat, but
I believe.
You know, we're getting there, and you know, watching these players and the way that they're utilizing a lot of these comps just to build on their own, especially, you know, the shimmer skill feeding into, you know, a lot of these late game compositions. It's definitely something to learn from for sure. And you see Merlinomicon getting picked up here from my lane as MIA, which is something that is going to be especially strong considering you already have the Merlinomicon on the Shyvana. If you put one onto the Bard, indeed, it's just as extra burn coming through for this composition. You are getting a little bit of a shriek from the Lonely Biscuit in first place, but now down to 5 players, Kari. One is going to bring us, dropping out is going to bring us into the top 4. Obese Panda looking to, you know, sneak into getting that the extra points, as you know, starting in 4th place, you get 5 points. 3rd place gets 6 points. 2nd place, 7 points. 1st place, 8 points. And you got to remember, folks at home who are just tuning in, you're looking to get to 18 points within 7 games. And once you get onto 18 points, it's going to put you on match point, where you have to win an additional game to be crowned champion of AFG.
Oof. It's going to be, the road is going to be long and it's going to be hazardous. What we're looking at right now is there is genuinely a ton of RNG. If we're going for the shimmer scale, you know, oh my god!
The Siphon just ruined that. He just one-shot half the board.
Oh my god! Just absolutely the Whisper combo, the Trainer Whisper combo actually coming in clutch here. This is scary! 4 Whispers, 3 Trainers, and then you have the Zoe plus the Sona on for a little bit of CC, and baby, you got a stew going. You got something fancy going on here.
You really do. Right now, Nixterox, I feel so bad right now for him because he is... You buy that Yasuo, you have a level 2 Yasuo, but you don't have enough gold for the Yasuo. So when you sell the Corki, you only get 4 gold for that. What do you do? Nick right now, and down to, or still sticking in with the top 4 as Obese Panda is still holding on. AFG Soup has dropped down to 6 HP. Lonely Biscuit still on a shriek, now facing off against Nixterox, so has to stay alive. You want to see that Yasuo maybe hit potential level 2, but Lonely Biscuit, what is he running right now? He's got that Orin, early CC, Siphon, not able to get the major damage off, and this is the Assassin's build. The Pike ultimate completely ruining the board one by one, and that is going to be another elimination. Nixterox is going to be dropping out in 5th place.
That was really interesting, the way the Lonely Biscuits comp, it was slow to start, and we were both a little bit nervous, like, what is this guy doing? What is the, how is it going to crest? And then all of a sudden, just absolutely destroyed Nixterox, who really was trying to play it by the book here. Wow, I'm actually really sad that we didn't get to see Nixterox actually get rid of that Yasuo and pick up something that was a little more useful. We had talked about, I think at the very beginning of the round, where we were like, oh, that's probably not good to hold on to. Hold on to it for a little too long. So the Lonely Biscuit looks to be the favored winner of this one so far.
I mean, if he's not winning, it's got to be a monumental comeback for Obese Panda, who is sitting in last place, if you remember.
5 points.
Game, so 5 HP, looking to hold on to the end. You see the Assassin's build trying to rip away. Ornn Ultimate's going to interrupt the Pyke, and now things stabilize for a moment. Pyke for AFG.
It happens so fast, Seymour!
And just look at the damage, but even still, this is what I was talking about for Soup, is he's got that Lee Sin carry still holding on. Soraka's going to heal up the team, and that's an ultimate clutch for AFG Soup to hold on tight to this game number 1.
Nice. You love to see it. We are finally on the 6-4 round, and it's time for everybody except Lonely Biscuit to get what they want.
Oh, what's wrong? Do you have like a vendetta against Lonely Biscuit now?
I know. It's just because he's been so consistent so far in this whole thing that we've hardly even mentioned him. It's because it's been more fun to sort of speculate on what other players are doing. But AFG Soup here, if he's going to be the hero of this story, he's going to have to do something about these assassins. And so far, he did win that last round against Lonely Biscuit. But the question is, how long is it going to take Obese Panda to get knocked out of this one?
He gets the staff on the Zoe too to switch out, so an extra item to work with. Banshee Claw on the Soraka, so you get the magic resistance for your backline for the Zoe.
The Lee Sin looks so cool. They look so cool.
It really does. It really does. And 3-star Lee Sin for that solo carry, now going up against Obese Panda. One of these two players are going to have to drop out of game number 1. After this stage, you can see the Tempest comes in for the early damage. Ornn Ultimate knocks out the Lee Sin. Answer back though with one of its own. Aoshin's not going to be able to get that off just yet. Lee Sin trying to hold on with the blood finisher, but now here comes the ultimate from Aoshin, and it's just lights out for Soup. But he's still in. He's still in.
He still has his one last round. He's got a limp round going on here too. Can he make any changes at all? To be able to, it looks like, look, we see a lot of randomizing, trying to find anything here to complete his comp. This is too, okay, all right, we're moving the configurations around. We're trying to get a little bit less of Lee Sin soaking and a little more mobility and ability to actually get in there, do some damage. The Zoe move is good too because that gives them access to their back line. Let's see if they can pull it off. I'm really excited. AFG Soup. Let's see if shuffling the units around worked, eh?
He's not even playing against anybody right now, so this is a ghost fight right now, so you don't want to lose to a ghost if you are Soup. Ornn Ultimate's traded on both sides. Lee Sin still nice and healthy. Nico healthy as well. The Frozen Heart's doing excellent job.
It's a good practice round.
Slowing down the Ornn as well. Pyke.
Okay.
Big hit onto Lee Sin. Actually going to get rid of that champion, but 3v2 now on the inside. Diana still with that Ionic Spark, the Frozen Heart, and the Sunfire Cape trying to stay alive.
Disgusting.
The Nico ultimate's going to destroy it, and AFG Soup actually living to play against Obese Panda one more time. And as a matter of fact, Lonely Biscuit is going to drop out in 3rd place.
What is going on? What is going on, Seymour? This is actually so fun. Rift Herald. Man, do you have a particular name for Rift Herald that you prefer? Shelly, Kelly, Sheila?
Oh, but I think I'm going to have to go, think up a few names.
Yeah.
Summer's Rift. I never thought about naming the Rift Herald until
It's sort of like naming your food out of respect. You know, you got to give it a name and send it off into the world. But Rift Herald goes down relatively easily. I like Shelly. I thought Shelly's cute. She's like an 80s girl, you know what I mean? She's got an eyeball on her back, but people still like her.
a little mutated, but you know what? She still vibes.
You know, I live next to a giant hill where they buried a bunch of nuclear waste, so I just kind of identify with that naturally. sort of a Leela from Futurama vibe coming out of here. All right, we've got the beefy, Futurama type build. Love it. Love a woman who's built like a mutant. We see the shuffling of the units. That's sort of like, the last minute hope to kind of like get something over your enemy here. But it looks like AFG Soup is actually positioned more ideally here, protecting that backline, protecting that Swain. Let's see if it manages to pay off here.
Oh, Tempest is going to come in. That's big damage.
That's disgusting. No, that's disgusting.
And look at the AO Shin is just free right now with the front line. Silas tanking damage. The AO Shin can do whatever he wants. So Obese Panda goes from 0 to hero in game number 1 and an 8 points collected for that first place. What a way to turn things around, Kari. I mean, it wasn't looking good for a couple of these teams at the start. And Obese Panda was one of the ones that I was like, okay, we're going to have to see a pivot if you want to make that resurgence. And it works out completely in their favor. You get the AO Shin, and as soon as that AO Shin is stacked, nobody was touching him with that Silas front line.
It was so gross. And like, we had kind of talked about Obese Panda very early on about, that quote that was like, with the lower ranked players all forcing the same comp, everything else is open hit. And it turns out that Obese Panda, that confidence that he displayed in that open quote that we asked for from production, it turns out that he actually is, like you said, went 0 to hero so quickly in these rounds. So it looks like we're back on to the next round here as well. Oh no, this is a replay. My bad.
A replay from game number 1 to look at, and
I got so scared. I was like, "We're already in game 2."
I was a little bit worried. I'm like, "Wow, that was fast to get everybody lobbied up." You don't normally see that in esports, but we're going to be watching over that first game. And in fact, Obese Panda started off with the Ocean. That was a little bit of an oversight from myself. I didn't see that, pick up early on, but it wasn't really working until you did see the Tempest actually come in with the Ornn alongside I think the Lee Sin for them as well. So once that Tempest buff came in for Obese Panda, that was really huge early game damage for that AO Shin to just clean up with the ultimate that we saw win. In the end, AFG Soup tried his best to hold on. You just couldn't touch that AO Shin even if you wanted to.
Even if you wanted to, you couldn't touch that AO Shin. I am really glad to see that, the most effective composition so far really does have an emphasis on that Tempest meta. So we'll see if we see more of that coming out from the rest of the team after Obese Panda kind of set the example for it.
Was there anything, that you were looking for in that game number 1 that you may have seen falter a little bit that you're surprised about? Is there anything that surprised you throughout that first game, Kari?
Nothing super crazy, but I think one of the things that did surprise me, it surprised us both, you and I, is the Shimmer scale, basically using it as like a dragon wallet. It's sort of like you're building up that econ so that you have a little bit of extra room for that RNG, for those random rolls to try to get those last cost units that you want, and also keep people off your back as far as your strat goes. It kind of helps obfuscate the strategy going forward, and that's a really great way to play this game when everybody's not super familiar with the patches. So you have a bunch of money you saved up from the Shimmer scale, and you have a little bit of extra room to be able to swap out units. And that's kind of what we saw from Obese Panda, who was just trying to pull one over the rest of the team there. And I think lived on 8 health for like 6 rounds.
It was something like that,
yeah.
I was
very adaptable.
Obese Panda there. Yeah, exactly. I think we put it perfectly. 0 to hero for Obese Panda.
0 to hero.
First place so far after game number 1 with 8 points.
Disgusting.
And you have to think with the rule set and the format that you have, if Obese Panda gets back-to-back wins, you're at 16 points, and you're like 1 game away from getting to that 18-game match points. So that's a good start there for Obese Panda, who could have been sitting where Jedi is with 1 point. Where we look through it, it's going to be first place Obese Panda, second AFG Soup, third The Lonely Biscuit, fourth Nixterox, fifth My Lane is MIA, 6 Jumbo Foods, 7 Ordeal, 8 Jedi. That's going to be our top 8 right now after game number 1 in order. And honestly, a little bit surprised that we don't see a Lonely Biscuit in first place.
I know, that was so crazy to see. to see like the Lonely Biscuit and I would even say Ordeal kind of at the top of the ladder for so long, and then poor Ordeal just gets dropped like a hot rock into 7th. I know, it was just like, rip buddy, like we got you, I'm so sorry, but I think of all of the defeats so far, you're 100% right. We saw the Lonely Biscuit with 40 HP left and his other combatants at like 4 and 8, and then just got absolutely decimated by what I would say is probably a superior econ management coming out of the Obese Panda. So,
and that's where we're going to be sitting, you know, after that one for the 8 players. It's definitely hurtful to see players just drop from top to bottom so fast, but that's just the way the TFT goes sometimes, Gary. So, you know, you got to look now that the longevity of today's tournament, at least you get the buffer of a maximum 7 games. If you want to turn things around, you have that chance, you have the opportunity. And in game number 2, a couple of teams might be looking to make that happen. Folks, if you're just tuning in, this is the Air Force Gaming Minor League TFT Grand Finals. Winner of this one going to be crowned the champion of TFT in Air Force Gaming. That was game number 1. That was our standings after it. And going into game number 2, it looks like we're going to hop on board with Obese Panda, see what he's going to be picking up from that first place momentum. He's going to grab the Tarek with a teardrop.
Tarek with the teardrop. Say that 10 times fast and see how you do. Let's go ahead and take a look at this level 1. I'm excited to go a little bit more over augments this round now that you and I got our, what was essentially our warm-up game out of this one, so that we can be a little more cognizant of how folks want to build going forward here. Hey, that a tier and a needlessly large, that's kind of goofy and gross. Plus the 2 Leonas here. Kind of see how that one goes. I think the Mirage, you had mentioned before that you had favored Mirage comps before in the past. They're not super viable now, would you say, with this current patch, or are we not quite sure? We got to kind of see how it plays out.
We didn't really get a nerf to Mirage in general. It's kind of the compliments to Mirage that got a nerf. The Yone was nerfed.
Right.
Yeah, and the Cavalier was trait was nerfed as well, which you would, you know, normally look at Yone and Nunu to carry the early game and mid game, and with the nerf onto Yone, I don't see that, you know, possible right now, especially considering you're kind of banking on that, you know, Bloodthirster early game mixed with Yone to kind of hold on through it and kind of scrape away at a few rounds to make sure you're staying at the top. If you're not staying at the top with the Mirage Cavalier composition, it gets hard because it's an expensive composition. You're going to need a lot of time to put things together, so it's just why I wouldn't favor it nowadays.
Absolutely, yeah, I can see why. I mean, you've explained it perfectly. Again, it's a good bridge unit, but nothing permanent to keep around. And we saw that not really quite being kept around to great success. Any other unit would have done in a lot of those comps instead of having that Yone. So we're gonna go Celestial Blessing 2 for our first augment on Obese Panda, who is the current reigning champion of this short-lived tournament so far.
I'd like to see the trait that you have right now for Mirage, or that we have in this game, because if people who are just tuning in don't really know how the traits work, normally, every trait is static, doesn't change, it stays the same game to game, but Mirage is different in that. It is just like what we had in Mutants last set, is Mirage this one, is every single game you get a different trait of Mirage. So, sometimes you might be getting more attack damage per kill, and some games you might be getting extra gold after a round win. It changes from game to game. So I'm curious to see what we have right now, because Obese Panda, you get a really good roll early on, you get the Cavaliers, and in fact, even having a Lilia to put in is going to be strong in place of the Nunu for the start.
Oh man, this is the part of the game, especially watching how people actually manage their resources during this early portion of the game. It belies a certain type of confidence, and it looks like Obese Panda really not stressed when it comes to like him hemorrhaging resources early on in these. He doesn't really care as long as he can set up a solid situation where he can at least get out of it. Hemorrhaging those points doesn't particularly matter. So I wonder, is he uncomfortable here at the top of the ladder? Because he spent the entire game at the bottom of it last time, being subtle, not being a target. and then very quickly finish first place. It had to be an easy first game, but now you have a target on your back. Everybody's looking at your board. Everybody's trying to analyze what you're doing, and people are trying to take units from you. I think that's a huge problem with finishing first place in the way that Obese Panda does, because once again, it just makes you a target. People will literally just take units from you just to have.
Such a weird statement to make. Is like, are you uncomfortable being at the top? It's like suffering from success.
Suffering from success. That's literally exactly right. Because it seemed like he was very much in his element, very comfortable just playing at bottom of the pack and then coming up Millhouse. But Ordeal, once again, was like the reigning top, was in top 4 the entire time, and then unsummarily, after one knockout, also got knocked out in seventh place. So how these things turn out is kind of interesting to me, especially as a middle of the pack player. Watching this level of play, I'm learning a lot.
So far, that's 3 different boards that I've seen running the Mirage Cavalier trades. So, and in that one, you had a little bit of I guess a subclass of putting in the Jade with it, or the Karma with a blue buff to just have that backline damage, have your backline dealing consistent damage. And it pays off for a deal right there. But again, I'm sure that nothing's set in stone for a lot of these compositions. It's just going to be tough, as the game goes on, because again, we're facing a situation where a lot of people are contesting each other for this. So at some point, it's going to become RNG on who's going to, pull away at the top with the majority of units for that trait, for that setup for comp, and then eventually people will have to be straying away from that.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the set of games where we're going to see who really does have that quiet confidence and they can overcome the new patch RNG and actually come out sort of level-headed and ahead. And Obese Panda already quite confident that he can just take out whoever he wants. So far, not super worried. My lane is MIA. I really wanted that guy to succeed, by the way. I love the meme names, and that's all I want. So good, solid. Knock a few points off of his opponents. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're in another pick round. These games go so quickly. This is so fun. This is my first time casting TFT, and so a lot of it is just me. Where do I look at the map? How do we go through it? And I'm learning a ton about, how people are managing their own boards as well. And it does seem like some of the most proactive folks aren't particularly concerned about, once again, shedding. You have to lose some health in order to gain some tempo in a lot of situations in these. A lot of RNG comes into play as well during the early stages. So this Mirage, like you said, the Mirage Cavalier combo seems pretty popular, at least among 2 of our more competent players.
Just sometimes the way the board goes is the way it rolls in your favor, and however
the dice rolls.
Yes, but here on screen we're seeing Bruiser Warrior, which is another composition that I haven't seen since the start of Dragonlance too. And it comes out and you notice, how strong, it is when you have both Olaf and Shen rocking the same traits. You add the Aatrox with the Bloodthirster like you see now, and AFG Soup, might be able to, make some magic happen with this as well. But it does fall off into the late game, so it's going to be hard to see. It is something that you can definitely, transition into a Rage Wing composition, so potential for that to, come out. But at the same time, it's just, how long are you going to hold on for this? It looks like it's going to work because, the Aatrox with the Rage Blade along with the Bloodthirster is definitely going to be keeping that damage consistent. The Shen alongside him with the extra, guild buff from the Sejuani to give you more HP. That Aatrox is going to be beefy.
Yeah, I really, I think for AFG in particular, the Bruiser Warrior comp actually fills in rather seamlessly to Assassins. So you can do that Bruiser Assassin comp that's kind of on the rise here. Yeah, which I think would be a solid pivot. Too early to tell, but great identification on the Bruiser Warrior comp just to kind of see how viable it is to go through. It seems a little bit strict in the way that you either kind of have to go with the Rage Wing or you kind of have to go with the Assassin if that's how you're going to commit. But, commitment's not a huge deal here too, because all these players, once again, it seems like it's almost a band-aid. They can turn to Shimmer Scale to just get the extra gold that they need to try to fill out their comps. Not as effectively as they used to be, though.
No, it's not. We're looking at Lonely Biscuit versus AFG Soup to see if that, the Bruiser composition can triumph over
Bruiser Assassin
early
Warrior.
Assassin's build. And You see the Olaf with the IE and the assassin emblem on top of him. That is going to be something that also
So gross.
well inside of this
Disgusting.
assassin trait, but
It didn't work.
Early
It didn't
game.
work.
This is what I'm saying. When you have that Guild Sejuani trait alongside an Aatrox with
Gross.
the Warrior Bruiser, it's going to be strong early on. The only thing is, you have to watch out for it to fall off late game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where the fall off, you have to basically scoop up a bunch of assassins to keep yourself from falling off damage-wise. You can survive all you want, but if you don't have the damage to outpace your enemy, then you just end up sitting there looking kind of dumb. So hopefully we'll see some assassin pickups there. The Mirage, I really appreciate, by the way, you explaining this Mirage composition and how it actually figures in. It does definitely seem like you, with the Mirage comp, you are sort of like leaving it to chance if you decide to start investing in it towards, like, I mean, we're at 2-7 now, you start to invest in it as the game gets later and later, and how reliable it can be depending on the state of the game at that moment. So it's interesting to see how that one's going to play out. I feel like Obese Panda's just obfuscating whatever his actual end game composition. I'm trying to figure out which of his units he intends to like invest in very seriously going forward, but I don't see him keeping any of these. Do you see him keeping any of these particular units?
Well, I see a Shio Yu lurking on the deck, so I don't know if you're going to be sticking with the Mirage Cavalier trait as well, especially considering you have now 4 Guardians on your board. I could definitely see, the swap to having, Guardian Jade with maybe mixing in a couple Whispers to it. Now that you have the Thresh on the board, you put in the
Just a handful of Whispers.
Mostly your damage carry for Obese Panda. So you're definitely seeing Obese Panda in, I guess, the mid-game transitional state, and now using that the 4 Guardians to just hold that front line for the Yone and the staff to pick away at units across the board. The only thing is that Yone only is 1 star, and
he sucks.
Now you're playing against the Lonely Biscuit, who has the assassins. I mean, it's paying off because you have those Guardians to just hold strong in the front line, but it won't pay off for too long now that you've gotten rid of most of your Mirage Cavalier.
All right, let's see what kind of augments we're gonna go for. Mylena's MIA. He already refreshed, and now he's got the worst choice to make. You can see how frustrated he is here.
Go for the Thieves Gloves. Go for the Thieves Gloves at this point. I mean,
yeah, get yourself something nice to wear.
It's one of those. It's too much to ask for. Well, it's too much to ask for. Going for like a certain composition. You can get the Guild emblem, which is good because it gives you actually Omnivamp as a trait.
Yeah.
That's the emblem trait of Guild. It gives you Omnivamp for your team. So you're gonna put that in alongside, I guess, the Giant Slayer, which is strong. But I mean, what a lot of people don't realize is that if you grab those Thieves Gloves, then you have 2 Thieves Gloves that can be placed on 2 units who don't only use items. Come on.
Yeah. It's a full outfit. It's like buying a jumpsuit. You have an entire outfit fit into one guy, one thing. I hate jumpsuits, by the way. I don't know. It's not really relevant for the situation, but at any rate, the Lonely Biscuit. Here, I just want to say very quickly, I think the Lonely Biscuit, as these the Lonely Biscuit started building an identifiable competitive composition really, really early on by putting that Assassin's emblem on Olaf. So kind of telegraphed a little too, I think, heavy-handed about what his plan is, which makes him a little bit easier to sabotage in that regard. And so I think it's really important to remember that even though the 4 Bruiser, 4 Assassin, Whisper Warrior combo is really good and viable, you are telling your other competitors, like, this is exactly what I am trying to build here. And so you may have a slow start as a result of the other players, trying to sabotage you, trying to hold your units, trying to build against it, because now they have an idea of what your roadmap is. So that's another part of just trying to keep your cards close to your chest, try to build something really subtle and then take people by surprise. And the Lonely Biscuit hasn't really had that option here.
No, yeah, he hasn't at all. But the only thing I can say to counteract that point is that is just a very strong comp to begin with. So
it really is. It starts to scale out of control really quickly.
And it's one of those things is that Olaf with IE, as soon as he gets into the back line, he takes away your main damage a lot of the time. So I mean, you could see another Olaf in composition with AFG Soup still running the Warrior Bruiser comp, but now tailoring away to scale scoring on top of it. Is going to just buff that Olaf even more. So I can see that a couple identities are starting to show for these, like you say. But I'm liking the assassin builds coming out, because I think if you're looking at anything to really counteract some of the Revel comps or Mage comps, assassin builds are them.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though there have been, we've seen patch over patch to try to get anything involving AO Shin off the board. Like, it's been sort of this like ever-looming problem for this set, is like, just get that guy off the board. That I think that you're right. That's the most effective counter to that composition, because it feels very overpowered in a lot of ways, but going for this overpowered Olaf might actually end up with some good stuff here. AFG, unfortunately, kind of chasing the Lonely Biscuits composition with his own Bruiser comp, but not quite there with a perfectly outfitted Olaf. An Assassin's Emblem would be really good for AFG Soup's late game scaling, but the Lonely Biscuit already has that emblem, already has everything set up on the Olaf, other than some sort of attack speed item like the Rapid Fire Cannon would look amazing on the Lonely Biscuits Olaf. So we'll just have to see how that one goes.
Oh, well, looking again at Lonely Biscuits, the Olaf still completely decimating his competition. Ordeal now looking to face it, but can the Nunu here with Redemption maybe hold on? Edge of Night did dissuade a couple players from looking at this Nunu, and gets the eat off of the first, but IE now for the Olaf, this is going to be quite damaging. The Redemption looking to keep alive. Here comes the ultimate for the Nunu, and he eats him up. Nom, nom, nom.
Nom, nom, nom.
Wins it again.
Yeah, I like that. It's good to see a villain like Olaf too, especially we understand that as far as that unit goes, it will be essentially the crowning jewel of the Bruiser Assassin combination. So to be able to see it just so quickly taken out by a single Nunu with Edge of Night, pretty satisfying, to be honest. Ordeal may be the hero to Lonely Biscuit's anti-hero that we need for the moment.
As Nunu should be.
Yes, honestly, Nunu's the hero in my story. I don't know why everybody else is not getting with the program here.
And now look, the Nunu's going to have a little bit of a
battle of the Nunus
alongside the Shen. The Edge of Night's definitely going to be a great pair for the
That's
Nunu,
so gross. Oh my god.
You want that Nunu to stay alive as long as they can, and you can see that the opposing Nunu just looks away as soon as yours gets to half health. Now the Corki allowing that backline damage. The Nunu tearing away at the front line. The Jinx will not be able to get the CC onto it, as Nunu will be able to take care of that, and you can see that Ordeal just getting better and better as the game goes on. Still at 94 HP on top of the leaderboard for game number 2. Obese Panda not in the same boat as we once saw, now down to 59 HP, all the way down in 6th place.
You know, in some ways it is exactly where Obese Panda was before, where we saw him drop very quickly during these mid-levels here. So he's kind of trying to stay just a little bit head above water. AFG Soup in 2nd place, going for it. You know, one thing I like about AFG Soup is actually like remarkably consistent, but also very good at keeping their comp plans kind of close to their chest, trying really hard not to project anything in particular about what they're doing, and they're kind of building like the strongest pieces of multiple comps for a later date, so when they can actually start selling off those units. Bard fits so well into so many comps right now. The Tempest comp, the Jade comps that we're seeing. And so I think that that's a solid, like, there's the Guild comp as well. Like, Bard has so many good, solid moving pieces. I think that's such a good unit to have.
And
the
roll all
Olaf.
the way up to level 8. Spending all your cash if you're AFG Soup just to put that Ornn in for the extra CCs.
So gross.
Soup
On
definitely
4-1.
going to be in yeah, great hands on stage 4 already.
4-1 to 4-2.
Mirage composition with the Deja. Won't be able to get the Ornn ultimate off. No CC for the front line, so the Deja is now going to be doing so much damage as soon as you're hitting those ultimates. The Rage Blade providing so much attack speed, and here it comes. Deja's going to be ripping through the board. Olaf still healthy.
Disgusting.
Alongside
Disgusting.
Tom Kench, but Can the Deja take him down? You can see that Olaf, as soon as the Deja hits 40 on the Rage Blade, I mean, there is nothing you can do with the Giant Slayer active.
That's disgusting. Obese Panda actually taking advantage of how this mid-game Deja is really, really strong, kind of just employing it to be able to get over this 4-1-4-2 phase. Folks who are already getting into level 7, level 8, 4-1-4-2 are generally going to end up in our top 4. So take a look at where we're at for Obese Panda. He's literally got this perfectly scaling tempo. He's middle of the pack, so he doesn't seem like a huge threat. And then we have Ordeal as well at level 8. Everybody's kind of actually doing really, really well. Jedi even, I'd like to take a look at his board in a second just to see where he's at, because we're about to say goodbye to him as well if he ends up going out first place. So Ordeal in first place. Oh, sorry, Ordeal 7th place right now in the entire competition. Oh no.
He did not have a good game number 1, but
yeah,
game number 2,
he's doing good.
stocks are climbing for Ordeal, as now the Zaya with the Giant Slayer on top of everything. With
Why?
On the Twitch, you can definitely see that Nunu has a lot more health when it comes to damage, and Nixerox with that Corki, just not enough to burn away from that front line. And the Guild Emblem too, so that Nunu and the Zaya and the Twitch,
no,
they all have Omnivamp, so it's hard to take them down when they're just healing themselves.
Yeah, and the Omnivamp is such a good counter to Olaf too. It's so nasty because you basically just end up feeding people HP. So this is actually super funny. This is actually a really, really solid competitive showing from Ordeal. Like you had said before, had a really, really rough first game, but is actually showing these really awesome signs of innovation and agility and pivoting, and not really adhering to any of the comps that you and I are both kind of at least semi-familiar with on these patches. So that's pretty neat, actually. I'm kind of a fan of that.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news for Jedi fans, but Jedi is once again going to drop out at 8th place now in game number 2, netting 2 points throughout the 2 games. So that's our first elimination from game number 2. Jumbo Foods in 7th place, all the way up with 33 HP. So won't be looking at a 7th place finish anytime soon. Looking to hold on. Looking at my lane as MIA going up against Soup. Soup's going to be able to get the Ornn ultimate off. Zaya not able to get that Rage Wing speed going, as the Olaf is going to be the main target for the Zaya, but not enough damage to take him down just yet. The Feathers Fly is going to rip back, take down the Olaf. Ornn's going to drop as well, so no ultimate to CC. Feathers Fly once more. Sejuani's going to CC. Zaya looking to stay alive, and the Bard just can't make it happen, and that is another swift shot Zaya to keep things strong for another board.
Soup almost became the supervillain of the story here. My lane as MIA did manage to take that out there with a little bit of patience, a little bit of discipline, and a lot of cannoneers. Let's see what kind of picks we get out here. So we only have one person knocked out right now. That's Jedi. Jumbo Foods still actually on the straight and narrow, not doing a terrible job, but I think probably the best positioned person at this exact moment, Ordeal and AFG both seem to have a good, solid grip on how they want to pull this one out and clutch the game and end it. So I expect to see the two of them, Ordeal and Soup, in the top 4 here. We're starting to get down to the wire. Once again, everybody should be at least level 7, level 8 right now, or else they are out for the count. It should be a dead end for anybody who's not fully level 8 here or 7.
Yeah,
7's kind of unacceptable.
It's where your economy just comes into fruition for TFT. You don't want to be that player that doesn't have 8 players on the board when it happens, because when you see level 8 come through, it's when you know that a lot of compositions are going to be starting to finish. So
take off, yeah.
Yeah, when you see Nixerox is going for the Zeeks on the Yone to give Deja early attack speed, and the Rage Blade, I'm surprised doesn't go on the Deja to follow up with that attack speed. It's going to stick with the Yone to hopefully level out that nerf that came through in the last patch, and it looks to be paying off. Zaya is going to be doing a lot of damage to your front line, but not enough to get to that Deja anytime soon. The CC from the Yasuo going to keep the Zaya a little bit low when it does come to that speed, and by the time they reach that Zaya, it's just 4v1, and you know how that story goes.
I know how that story goes. It's a little bit heartbreaking. It's a little bit rough. It's funny seeing a composition that a lot of folks would kind of just turn their nose up at right now, making it really, really rough during this mid to late game transition. I kind of like it though. I kind of like that Deja's probably, well, I mean, I don't want to speak to anything that I don't particularly know, but I don't think the Deja is going to get you across the finish line when it comes to the changes that have been made over the last little bit here. So I think we're gonna have to see something a little bit different. Looks like they are holding on to an AO Shin for Obese Panda, so maybe that is going to be a potential option here.
See,
Let's see what they've got it laid out.
The one thing for Deja that you need is a strong front line.
Yeah, oh right, you got the Nunu.
When you see Obese Panda right now, you got the Lilia with the Locket and the Zerat, and that is just going to provide extra stall for the Deja to get that speed up for the Rage Blade. And, you know, will it be enough to hold on against another Mirage comp here when you're going up against a Yasuo for Nixterox? Well, it doesn't seem like it's going to be helping too much, but the Zerat, the stall is going to come through. Deja versus Deja, Giant Slayer versus Jeweled Gauntlet. You just don't have the damage to sustain if you're Nixterox, and that Rage Blade, the Staff, and the Giant Slayer mixed with a Deja is going to be a nasty trio of items.
It's funny because, you know, Nixterox is doing his best to, you know, come up with that, you know, Deja v Deja combo, but Obese Panda was already on the Deja train well before Nixterox, so it makes sense that his is a little bit more put together, a little bit more effective. And Ordeal, how does it feel to be the Lonely King at the very top of the ladder? Is a question that, yeah, it's gotta feel good, right? Like you're nigh untouchable in that spot. So much so that our observers are like, we don't care about that guy. He's got 94 health. Like we do not want to even look at like we want to know what's going on.
What
Oh, hey, it sounds like somebody heard you.
That's triple Thieves Gloves, though. Come on, like that is disgusting. There for a pickup from my lame is MIA. But, you know, when TFT already has enough RNG, you just add more to your own board when you do go for those Thieves Gloves. So I don't know if that's going to be sustainable throughout that late game, but it's definitely going to be something to give a little bit of an edge for now. Where you're looking at, you know, somebody like Ordeal, who's only lost one, probably going to be finishing off a lot of items for the other champions that haven't been buffed out on the board. But 94 in first place, Ordeal definitely looking good. We're looking at now Obese Panda versus AFG Soup, where the Deja is definitely going to be looking to reach the backline. The Zoe enough CC to keep the Rage Blade pretty low for that Deja. The front line sustaining for now. Zoe still continuing to do as much as she can, but it's not going to be enough when you can't get through the Lilia and the Nunu.
No. All right. You've held my, not only have you held my hand through the making of these compositions, but I think that the thing that you had hyped the most, at least that stands out in my mind, is just this very, very strong front line that kind of holds, like battens down the hatches, holds it all together. Not AFG Soups.
No.
Ordeal. Batten down the hatches with Ordeal and that Nunu. At Edge of Night, we're selling some of our units here to go for something a little bit stronger. I know, did you see that?
Yeah, you've opted to put the Edge of Night onto the Talon.
Okay.
Which is smart because now you have level 3 guild, which is going to give you extra attack speed from the Talon along with the extra Omnivamp and the Twitch's attack speed. I'm pretty sure that is. The Talon, when Edge of Night's going to come through, a lot of units are going to stop paying attention to that Talon, and his ultimate is so good at finishing low HP units. So you can see the Talon skips over, finishes it off in the front line. It looked like the Nidalee was trying to do its best to get to that Deja, but again, triumphing on top is going to be the Lilia and Nunu and the Mirage Cavalier composition. I'd like to see what the Mirage trait is, because I don't know what the Mirage trait for this game actually is, Kari. So it's a mystery, but it seems like it's something that everybody wants a piece of.
Yeah, it seems like it's something potentially kind of tanky too. Maybe with some Omnivamp. I can't quite tell what exactly is the Mirage trait. Maybe we can get a hover from one of the players going out here. However, my lane is MIA looking for that final unit. Obese Panda is disgusting, by the way, in the best way, in a compliment,
yes,
in the most
yeah.
complimentary way. This,
Look at this.
it's so gross.
You get Banshee Claw on the Nunu and the Leona. You get Locket on all 4 players in your backline, and you get the Zeeks on both the Deja and the Nunu. So it's just, you get extra stacks to start off for a lot of these players, and just see how fast they rip through the...
I didn't even see the Zeke's Herald. I did not even see the Zeke's Herald. Plus, oh, it's because it's the Thief's Glove. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's Thief's Glove.
Oh, but it's like, even the slightest amount of RNG, like itemization is relatively important, but when you get something perfect like that on the board that really helps clinch it out, it's kind of disgusting. That was really something else here. You see the Banshee's Claw for Jumbo there, Jumbo Foods. Looks like a Hex Tech Blade for AFG Soup. Locket of the Iron Solari. Locket of the Iron Solari for Nick. And I am exhausted by how well specifically Ordeal and Soup have played these out so far, but Obese Panda is literally just lurking, waiting for his revenge, starting his climb just like he did in the last game. So Nixterox here in 4th place. We're looking at the Mirage trait right now. Oh, I saw the hover. Did you get it, Seymour?
I didn't get it. I didn't.
Darn it all. Sorry so much.
You know,
Thanks, Nick.
it's something to be thinking about that, you know, Mirage.
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, there it is. 600 health and 60
ability power. Yeah.
But it's going to be after winning any combat, gain bonus health and ability power, increases by 10% per win. So, you know, big shout out to Nick for letting us see that.
Yeah.
What the trade is going to be. So yeah, so getting that extra AP for Mirage is so good for your Deja late game. And now when you have Hex Tech Gunblade on it as well, just able to, you know, heal up your teammates, well, your units as you go on, it's just going to be allowing that Yasuo free reign to, you know, keep on CCing the front of the board.
Deja's so gross. This is getting some flashbacks here, but still, it wasn't enough to make it. Jumbo Foods actually comes out on top there with the last hit out on that Deja. Now Nixterox is going to have to strategically figure out exactly what kind of changes he needs to make to be able to get that edge over Obese Panda, over AFG. And Jumbo now apparently has decided at 10 HP that he is now going to pop the hell off.
Well, Obese Panda, first place with 8 points, looking to do it again now.
Oh, he's going to do it again. I can feel it.
I mean, you got to go against Ordeal.
Look at the Hecarim. Look at that Hecarim. Look at that gross boy.
Both of those two, but the Hecarim for the early CC is definitely going to be good. You get the talent into the back line with that Bloodthirster. Not able to get a finisher on anybody, but Yasuo now CCing in. Can't get through that Lilia, can't get through the Nunu. Now the Deja is going to be ever so fast when it does come to that speed. Another stun coming out from the Hecarim. Deja now getting quite lethal, and another ultimate coming through to clean up the backline.
My god, the Onslaught of Shadows does so much work in Obese Panda's comp. This is so disgusting. I didn't even necessarily think that would be the clincher, but we're looking at something that is just like the Thief's Glove also allows you to empower that unit to just become a huge problem. That extra that extra fear, like the sort of almost, it can be up to 2 seconds. Like, it's kind of disgusting that Hecarim actually has that sort of late game prowess and power. I didn't actually necessarily see that coming. So Obese Panda out here trying to make everybody's lives hell. The Lonely Biscuit hitting this blue buff. This is a blue buff. Do you know what a blue buff is in the video game League of Legends, Seymour? Have you gotten that far yet?
To be honest,
it's okay.
to be honest, no, I don't play jungle, so I never pay attention to it.
No, who even cares about buffs? That's what that big beefy guy is here. It's funny that it's like we're at 6-1 and the blue buff, which is something that is like pretty negligible in League of Legends, is like one of the bosses. Kind of silly, but
yeah.
What can you do?
Well, a couple people can do quite a lot with it. You see,
look at this.
Get a Morellonomicon.
Gross.
To put it onto the Twitch for extra burn onto the ultimate that you're going to be seeing. But Jumbo Foods is who's going to be going up against, and we just saw Jumbo Foods clutch up against a Mirage a composition. Can you get through the Cavaliers of the front line? And it is. Where you're seeing that Mage composition with the Rise getting double the ultimates off because of that. It's going to be danger with the staff and the jeweled gauntlets. 3 ultimates have been knocked off. The Yasuo is still alive and kicking in the front line. Edge of Night's going to keep him topped off, but Talon's going to go down. Yasuo is going to go down, and Rise still healthy as ever at the end. A very successful composition for Jumbo Foods now climbing the ranks. 10 HP on a win streak. Lonely Biscuit drops down 2 HP, almost out of the runnings for game number 2. We're going to talk about a little bit of the players who have dropped out, though. AFG Soup, gone. My Lane of MIA, gone. And Jedi, also gone in 8th place. So 8th, 7th, and 6th, all going to be going to those 3 players.
Our beloved Jedi, gone but not forgotten. He is our pet favorite. We just want to see our guy succeed, you know? Even if he gets knocked out early, we just want to see him happy. So I hope he's happy.
I want to see everybody happy in this game, but we can only have one champion. We can only have one winner at the end of the day.
That's true. That is true. We saw the Onslaught of Shadows actually miss on the Hecarim here for the side of Obese Panda. Not a great outcome, actually, to have that go off on the edge, but it doesn't really matter, to be completely honest. Yeah.
I was going to say, but redemption on Nunu.
Yeah, maybe took him like an extra 4 seconds to kill him because of that, but other than that, he's actually still just fine. I don't think I need to worry about Obese Panda going forward. I'm not gonna worry about him going forward. We are now at the top 3. We've finally seen Jumbo get knocked out here. Obese Panda. Obese Panda, Ordeal, and Nick, who has essentially been our production assistant now, where we ask him to do something for us and he does it twice. So big shout outs to Nick. You're the winner of our hearts, at bare minimum.
You know, I want to give a big shout out to Nick because I've seen him compete in AFG in multiple different titles. I mean, he's competed in, pretty sure, Rocket League, now TFT, Warzone, and one other that I just cannot think of. But Nixrox has been everywhere for AFG and killing it too now in TFT. Top 3 this game, top 4 last game. 5 points in 4th place. Looking to see if he can slip farther into the standings now inside game number 2. However, going up against, I don't know who this is. It seems like a ghost on the board for now. Nixrox is going to have a buffer game just to stabilize and walk out on top. For the rest of it, it was Obese Panda still on a win streak in 1st place now.
Oh man, you know what? I don't want to say that I identified this guy as like the confident one, but after reading everybody's quotes, I mean, for example, Nixerox, an understated, humble man who said that, you know, his edge, the way that he helps get success is through the understanding of the meta, which I think is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. But once again, Obese Panda was like, these noobs are gonna let me win and take this from them, essentially. I mean, that's not verbatim. What he actually said was, when the lower ranked players all force the same comp, everything else is open to hit, which is true. And I think that that's, you know, just belies a lot of confidence coming out of Obese Panda, is that he's willing to pivot wildly just to annul the comps of anybody else who is playing, anybody else who dares come against him. And he's also willing to drop a lot of health at the beginning to set up these comps that are really agile and have a lot of flexibility within them.
And I think that's a secret skill in TFT that it's hard to come by when it comes to being able to pivot late game. It definitely shows the amount of macro that comes into, you know, players' thought process throughout it. But here we see Nixrox now against Ordeal. It looks like Ordeal on his last leg is about to be seeing the end of game number 2, as Nixrox just needs to clean up one last remaining Yasuo, and we're going to be seeing see you later, Alligator, to Ordeal as he drops out at 3rd place. And that's going to boost Nick now into 2nd place for game number 2. Obese Panda looking to go back to back, as we're going to be seeing these two now go head to head against each other.
The Dr. Obese Panda disrespect, the back-to-back two-time 93-94 Blockbuster Game Awards champion. I don't know. Is this Obese Panda, or is this the man himself, Dr. Disrespect in disguise? I mean, who goes back-to-back 1st place in TFT? I think we might be seeing something. Not me. It's certainly not us. Okay, Seymour, certainly not us.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Not us.
No, not a chance. But you get the early Zephyrs onto the Deja. might allow Nixrox to get a little bit of an edge early game, and you haven't been able to really get any damage here if you are Obese Panda, so this could be a little bit scary throughout the end of it. Nixrox is definitely going to be doing good when it does come to that damage from the Deja, but the Hecarim is going to get the ultimate off of CC from the other side. Obese Panda weathers the storm, and the turnaround here inside of the game for the 1v1. Nixrox won't be able to get it done just yet. He stays alive, but just barely on 3 HP.
All right, we've got one last cliffhanger round, and what will actually differentiate the winners from the losers in this 1v1? Fight me in front of the Baron Pit, or in this case, the Rift Herald Pit, and see what you can make happen. It does look like Nixrox does have that Hecarim to compete with Obese Pandas, but will it be enough to be able to push him over the edge? Only time is going to tell here. This is actually... I'm trying to figure out what is actually going to be the clincher here if Nick is going to find himself a win before he actually gets knocked out.
Well, it's just the items that you're going to be getting out of this. If you're Obese Panda, you get a Hextech Gunblade, and I'm pretty sure Nixrox got an Infinity Edge, so...
Okay.
That it's going to be hard to, I think, get
Level
that
9.
Infinity Edge to work out if you are Nixrox, but this Hextech Gunblade, if you place that onto your Soraka, it's just going to be extra health or extra healing onto your units as you go through the level, but haven't seen him place it on any units. Level 2 Zoe on the board, but you're going to opt for the level 2 Soraka just for that extra healing if you are Obese Panda into it. Now getting into potentially the last game here for game number 2. You see the Hecarim ults are going to trade out. Deja is trying to get the speed going with that Rage Blade. Here you see the Hextech Gunblade does get popped up onto that Soraka. Extra healing now for Obese Panda just to stay alive and weather through the damage that Deja is going to be providing. The units are going to be falling onto the front line too for Nixrox, so this isn't looking good for the game. The Yasuo gets decimated by the Deja ultimate, and all of a sudden, it's going to be last alive for Nixrox. Cleaned up. Obese Panda, he's going back to back.
All right, the back-to-back two-time champion, Obese Panda, looking slick. It was big words. He was talking big smack in the quotes that we asked for from these players, and it looks like it was all completely real. He was not just puffing himself up there. It's no ego. Obese Panda, sort of a humble king here, to be completely honest, and a very intuitive player, but Nick close on his heels here for somebody who, once again, it's that agility. It's that ability to pivot and be able to adapt your combinations to who you know is going to be your endgame boss. So funny to see a silly mirror match coming out there, but that just is a testament to these two players' ability to predict each other's, who's going to be standing next to who at the end of the day here. So
I think that's the biggest question, when we're looking at the board, because we've seen very different games when we look.
Who am I taking with me to the top?
When we're looking at game number 1 to game number 2, we've seen completely two different outcomes to it. I think Ordeal definitely makes that resurgence into top 3. You're going to be seeing a lot more points for himself, but Obese Panda now going back to back. What does that mean? It's something that I was talking about after game number 1. It means that you're one game away from being potentially on match point. All you technically need to do is get a 7th place finish, and you're going to be on match point right now if you are Obese Panda. And in that case, this championship, forget about 7 games maximum. It could be over in 4 games with the way Obese Panda is playing.
Again, it's season 3 of AFG, so we're starting to see just like the wheat separating from the chaff, and we're starting to see these scary dynasties to emerge here. So as far as the results go, this was game 2. Obese Panda ended first. Nixrox close on his heels. Ordeal, who had managed to stay first place for nearly the entire time, manages to be rewarded with a 3rd place finish. Jumbo Foods in 4th. Lonely Biscuit, who is one of our favorites, I would say, Seymour. Lonely Biscuit showing off here, but only to finish 5th place. AFG Soup in 6th. My lane is MIA 7th. And Jedi, buddy, we love you. We're right there. We would be in 8th place too. You know what I mean? Seymour and I are comfortable. I'm comfortable in 8th place. So the full leaderboard, Seymour, take it away.
Well, let's take a look at it. We see Obese Panda sitting at the top after 2 wins, 16 points after game number 2. As a reminder, you need 18 to be on match point. Nick Strox right behind with 12 points. AFG Soup third place with 10, tied with Lonely Biscuit with 10 points as well through third and fourth place. Another tiebreaker is going to be in 5th and 6th with Ordeal and Jumbo Food stuck at 8 points. My Lane is MIA, 6 points in 7th, and Jedi, 2 points in 8th. So a lot of catch-up needs to happen from the right half of the leaderboard, from that 5th place to about 8th place, when you're looking at, you know, what you've seen out of Obese Panda, who goes back-to-back, now looking for a 4-game championship here in the AFG Grand Final, or Minor League Grand Finals for TFT. It's a scary point to be in if you are players like Jedi or even Jumbo Foods sitting in 4th place. You know, you're definitely going to have to be a little bit of a comeback for a couple of those players, Kari.
Absolutely. And, you know, Obese Panda, our current reigning king and champion, has been gaming for about 20 years. So this is somebody who understands normal concepts like mulligan and, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like other good, solid concepts that we would use for auto chess. But the reality is that this new patch has kind of made these stalwart auto chess examples less easy to use, and now you're starting to have to like break really stalwart rules that we see people using, losing a little bit of extra HP at the beginning, setting down a combination that gives you a strong economy, a little bit weaker units, but then so much agility to pivot in the mid to late game. So watching Obese Panda just be able to kind of adjust to what is kind of flipping the TFT like well-known auto chess meta on its head and just adapting like this, pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it is really cool, and I can't wait to see if we're going to get that comeback story for the future games. Folks, we're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, game number 3 here for the AFG Minor League Grand Finals in Teamfight Tactics. You don't want to miss it. Potentially, maybe a match point for that first place. We'll see you on the other side. For the first, but IE now for the Olaf. This is going to be quite damaging. The Redemption looking to keep alive. Here comes the ultimate for the Nunu, and he eats him up. Nom nom. You definitely see that Nunu has a lot more health when it comes to damage. And next,
Vamp is such a good counter to Olaf too. It's so nasty because you basically just end up feeding people HP.
See, Feathers fly once more. Sejuani's going to CC. Isaiah looking to stay too much, but the Zerat, the stall's going to come through. Deja versus Deja. Giant Slayer versus Jeweled Gauntlet. End of game number 2 as Nick Strox just needs to clean up one last. Chrome's going to get the ultimate off of CC from the other side. Obese Panda weathers the storm, and the turnaround here inside of the game for the 1v1 Nick Strox. This isn't looking good for the game. The Yasuo gets decimated by the Deja ultimate, and all of a sudden, it's going to be last alive for Nick Strox. Cleaned up. Obese Panda, he's going back to back.
Hi, my name is Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, and I'm from Lackland Air Force Base. I got into gaming way back on the original Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved. Me and my brothers used to play it all the time. I loved going through the campaign on all the difficulties, playing multiplayer with them, and getting my butt kicked all the time by them was a great learning experience and one of my fondest memories growing up. So with AFG, I'm the Air Force Gaming Live Program Manager. So I handle the scheduling of the Air Force Gaming Twitch, as well as making sure that whoever's going to be streaming onto the Twitch is following all the rules, as well as helping them set up their stream, going through their audio settings, helping them with whatever hardware they have to make sure that they have the best experience and that our viewers have the best experience on the Air Force Gaming Twitch. My experience working with AFG in the community has been outstanding so far. I've been working with AFG since the summer of 2020, so I've spent a lot of time helping the community build up, running a lot of tournaments, and now being a part of the Air Force Gaming Live team. It's been outstanding so far. AFG has impacted me in a way that I can't even put into words. I've built friendships that are going to last for decades, and I've met some of the greatest people I have ever had the opportunity to meet through Air Force Gaming, and it's something that I will cherish forever. Definitely one of the best parts about joining the Air Force. I am Senior Airman Andrew Delphia, signing off.
Welcome back, everybody, to the AFG Minor League Grand Finals for Teamfight Tactics. Once again, my name is Seymour. Alongside me is Space Ghost. And, throughout our first two games, it's been quite a wild roller coaster of emotions, if I have to say so. A couple comebacks, a couple fall-throughs on some players. It's definitely feeding into an interesting Grand Final tournament. The Space Ghost, how are you feeling after two games?
I feel like I'm getting the education of a lifetime. We have some very, very good players here that not only are they playing the game, to win aggressively, but they're also sort of like almost helping educate you and I, like showing us some of the more important aspects of the game that they're working with. What is the clincher between point A and point B? So specifically, big shout outs to Nixterox, Obese Panda, The Lonely Biscuit, and Ordeal, kind of our top four players. Actually, no longer. Now that we finished our game two, why don't you go ahead and cover what our leaderboard looks like?
It looks like we've had a couple of mix-ups in some of the standings going into or post game two. Obese Panda, as he should be, sitting at the top after back-to-back wins in games 1 and 2. Nixterox has bumped up the stocks into second place. AFG Soup in third. Lonely Biscuit in fourth, tied out at 10 points apiece. And fifth and sixth, Ordeal and Jumbo Foods going to be sitting 8 points each, tied. My lane is MIA. Jedi looking to make a comeback of a lifetime in second last and last place, as they haven't had the best games 1 and 2. But, maximum of 7 games, you still have a lot of chances to come back from the bottom of the pits. And if you're Obese Panda, you have a chance to finish this in what could be record time for, a max 7 games. You're looking at 18 points to get to match point. And as soon as you reach match point, 1 victory will cement yourself as the champion of AFG Minor League TFT.
Yeah, like you said, he only has to finish 7th place in order to clinch that win and end the entire tournament. So maximum of 7 games, minimum of 3. Can Obese actually end this in record time? Seymour, I'm going to be honest, I'm not quite ready to be done. I'm not ready for this to be the last one. I'm ready for Jedi supremacy, honestly, quite honestly. I'm ready for Jedi supremacy. I'm ready for them to take over here and show us what they got. Just 2 bad games, you know what I mean? Bad luck of the draw, bad RNG. It's just, it's all just a matter of silly happenstance, but we are here to find out exactly who here is worth it and who needs to be sent home to go study.
We gotta say, it is what it is on 3 together, right? 1, 2, 3. It is what it is. And now it's time to turn things around
Beautiful.
going into the rest of this. If you are Jedi and
Just gave him our power.
Mylena's MIN, exactly.
Take
You
my
gotta-
power, Jedi.
It's like the spirit energy flowing from casters to players right now for the resurgence to come back.
We're
inside
actually
of it.
casting a caster curse. We are legitimately casting the caster curse in favor of Jedi.
It's reverse psychology.
We're trying to menace your opponents here, but I'm going to be honest with you. Obese Panda, Nick, AFG Soup, and Lonely Biscuit all seem to have these ironclad mentals. Not only that, but they also kind of seem to be able to like almost interact with us as casters in some silly ways in between games. So not only are they making the big brain plays, but it sounds like they're only using like a fourth of their brain to play.
Well, I definitely have to tip it to Obese Panda and those late game strategies because I put a little bit of a spotlight on it before we went to break, but I'll repeat it again. The fact that the confidence that's shown in making a pivot late game, not a lot of players, at lower levels will see that. Not a lot of players who casually play the game will be used to that because it's not something you always think about. It's like kind of staying 2 steps ahead while you're working throughout this game. And Obese Panda has definitely showcased that he has the knowledge and the understanding to make those late game pivots. As you've mentioned prior, inside of our little cheat sheet, he says that when the lower ranked players all force the same comp, everything else is open to hit. And he's very aware when he gets to the late game what he can go to give himself that competitive advantage.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. Also, notice here that AFG Soup was trying to help us out here with the potential augments that he could pick between. And again, the potential augments, there's so many of them that can they can essentially make or break your composition if you're given the ability to stack at least 2 good ones in a row. So keep an eye on those and try and point them out as much as we can. Poor Jedi, he's got the phony front line here.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's Jumbo Foods, I apologize. Jumbo Foods has the phony front eye. It looks like Jedi's augment here. We actually don't 100%
It's going to be
know.
Thrill of the Hunt, and it's the 3rd tier Thrill of the Hunt, so that's going to be a plus 700 health when you get a kill. If your unit finishes a kill, he's going to be boosted up 700 HP.
I love a boosted account here, especially when it is fully within the rules and you're not going to get your account banned by Riot Games. So looking pretty healthy here. Ordeal, who is pretty much the king of first place. Like, he just sits atop his throne for the majority of the game and then just has these contenders to deal with. Generally, it's like Obese Panda and Nick who are just slap fighting, show up at his door and is like, hey, we're going to take the throne from you, but first we have to slap fight for it. So
There's been a couple of players who have shown that. Lonely Biscuit at times, Soup at times, and like you say, Ordeal for sure has been that. But I think you were kind of mentioning it earlier, is that do you really want to be that player in first place? Because then
who
you
wants to live forever?
You got that like expectation to live up at your in first place. It's like, okay, I now have to keep being that top contender because people are going to be trying to, counteract your composition mostly since you're at the top. So, I think, if your players like Ordeal, who sit at the top for the most part, when you get to the carousels, you're going to be the last one to pick your items. So you're not really going to get the item of choice, whereas others are going to be able to do that, especially in the middle pack. You're going to have more of a chance to do so. So I think that's, another factor of why we've seen, players like Nixdrox and Obese Panda make those late game resurgences, because you stick to the middle of the board. You're able to work the carousel into getting items that you want, and you're not stuck, always picking last when it does come to that carousel.
Yeah, exactly. And that can be a benefit. Pretty much giving, it's sort of like, Mario Kart, where you get those shells at the very end. You're in last place and you get a blue shell, everything's gorgeous. And that's kind of how the carousel functions. It helps even the score and even the odds here. But AFG Soup wipes away Mylena's MIA. It looks like the Cannoneer augment that Mylena's MIA picked might not be 100% ironclad for him at this exact moment. It takes a little time to get up and running here, so.
It does. We're still very early into game number 3. Anything can happen, as we've seen throughout a lot of these games, and Jedi again struggling down at the bottom. Hard to get things going. I feel like when you're already, so far behind, as Jedi will be able to, pick first again, goes for the BF sword, and everybody else is going to be able to pick and choose what they want. Obese Panda will grab a rod, and I'm not going to be able to get to see what everybody else opts for. No, Ordeal is going to grab a belt, and Nixrox a cloak. So throughout that, there's definitely things that could potentially be built, especially if you're looking right now at Obese Panda. You can go for maybe an early staff on your Rise, which is definitely a chance considering you have 2 teardrops just sitting there, and well, now 2 teardrops and the Rise. So yeah, you can build up on your Rise right now if you are Obese Panda, and that could be your mid-game hold.
Rise is just like the cheapest bargain bin Aeocean that you can possibly afford. So, kind of just the poor man's unit here. Obese Panda looking really good. The augment that he went for is that second wind augment. It's after 10 seconds of combat, your units heal 60% of their missing health, and that means that your units actually have to live past that point to be able to take advantage of that augment. So building towards that, making sure you have enough units to actually outstay, outlast, and make it. Doesn't look to be the case right now. You can't always benefit from your augments immediately on. Sometimes it's about playing the long con, and we also know Obese Panda's comfort zone is the slow play, is making sure that they're laying down the foundation for flexibility, so they end up hemorrhaging a lot of HP early on, and then end up usually staying around 30 to 8 HP for the remainder of the tournament. So just keep in mind there that the HP loss for Obese Panda is very much like the lower my HP is, the more damage I do. Kind of terrifying.
In a game like TFT, it's hard to judge success in the early games because a lot of it, as we've been saying, does come down to, are you getting the units that you want? Are the items pairing with those units that you've been given? Because a lot of it just does come down to the RNG that you're not always going to get what you want when you do refresh that board. So we saw it there for Obese Panda. I mean, you go up against a level 2, what looked like a level 2 Heimerdinger and a level 2 Lulu. They're just going to be a lot more tankier than your level 1 so early into the game. So it's hard to judge success this early on. But inside of this board, Nixrox has the Revel and Cannoneer trainer comp going on, facing off against what looks like a Jade trainer comp in Obese Panda with that, that Rise carry in the back with the staff and the teardrop giving extra mana and damage. Not able to sustain for the rest of it, and as soon as you get down to those last couple units, that Rise is able to pick things open. So
I want to talk about Nixrox, and the augment that he picked is Best Friends 2, which is basically just, I don't know if you know League of Legends, Kha'Zix's passive where somebody's isolated and it does extra damage as a result. So you see Nixrox actually gaining these units here. He has a Silas on his bench, which is an essential part of the 4 Bruiser, 4 Assassins on the Rise composition. Sorry, there is no Rise in this composition. I mean Rise is in floating upward composition that is centered around the Olaf that we saw in the last game. So that Olaf with the Assassin's augment, that may be where Nixrox is going, and ultimately when you have that augment, Assassins are incredible for that.
For sure. It's recently been buffed too, so when you look at a lot of the buffs that's gone in the recent patches, Best Friends has been one that's highlighted as the better augment to use to pair with that. So I'm glad you bring that up, because
I got
it's one of those it's one of those things that's like, there's a lot of good augments to use, but things like an Axiom Star, I think it is, and Best Friend are 2 very strong ones to pair with Assassin's build and Mage builds right now. So we're going to be looking at if Nixrox does want to go for that Assassin's build late game. Here we're seeing Suit versus Obese Panda still on board with that pseudo mage build with the Rise in the back, trying to carry things out. The Guardians are holding strong. The Derek in the front providing a lot of heal, as well as the Gnar CC throughout the middle of that, allowing that Rise to just get beefier and beefier when it does come down to the damage. But Now it's into the 3v3.
Oh my God.
The Jade statue gets destroyed. Rise is going to be taken down by the Heimerdinger and the Jinx CC. So not able to hold off in the back half of that. Soup actually able to turn things around.
All right, so we've got the next set of augments coming up here. AFG Soup, as per usual, doing us a solid there. It looks like he picked Thrill of the Hunt. Was that, am I mistaken here?
It was.
It was Thrill of the Hunt coming out for him. You know, I think if I had to guess, hopefully AFG Soup is proud because he has been hand feeding, like spoon feeding me these things here. At least I feel like he's talking to me. I might be going crazy. The man on the TV is talking to me through the video game, but it looks like he is probably going for this 4 Tempest, 3 Mage, highest tier, highest tempo, highest win rate and placement composition, which does include a Heimerdinger, a Lulu, and a Silas. These are all units that he currently possesses, but is likely slow playing through it. It does also require a Zoe Bard and Ao Shin to fully flesh out, so it'll be really important for him to see himself through this composition by making sure he takes advantage of that shock refresh that he also took as his first augment, which is Trade Sector. So we're talking about AFG Soup here. Now we are currently focused on Jedi, who is the last place member currently, but all is not lost. He is not currently in last place.
Second last.
Is. Yeah, second to last.
Let's
Ludus
go.
Echo and Thrill of the Hunt for Jedi as well.
And we saw the early Thief's Gloves on the Tarek didn't pan out against Ordeal, who's completely stacked to the brim right now with Rage Wings. And that is going to be something that I think you were looking at, you know, for the later end of this tournament. I think you mentioned it at the start. Composition that you wanted to see was that Shapeshifter Rage Wing 6.
Yes.
Rage Wing. And that's definitely a potential for what
Gnar. That's a unit that I love. I love the Shapeshifter, especially like, you know, the Nidalee, the Gnar, but the Gnar is especially important in the Ragewing Shapeshifter composition, but the crowning achievement is your favorite, that just Gunner Swain.
It is, but I'm surprised you have 2 sets into the roster right now if you are Ordeal. Probably just to get that early front line in holding. I would have liked to see the Gnar instead, because that second set's not providing anything to the traits. Getting that Shapeshifter is definitely going to help out your Swain, and the CC from the Gnar would help out as well. So I don't really understand what Ordeal was going for here, but right now, holding onto a thread, 4v3 on the inside. The Tom Kench gets blown up. Swain gets CC'd by the Jinx, and it's a good cleanup there from Soup to keep on holding on right now for that placing, where Soup is sitting in second place right now, just behind Ordeal.
Nice. Soup sitting pretty as per usual. It's so crazy how these games keep playing out just kind of like as expected. Obese Panda in the bottom there, but also, like I said, his comfort zone is around 30 to like 8 HP to spend the remainder of the game. So, you know, as he gets lower, you start to get a little more afraid he's going to do more damage to you. So keep in mind that just because you start low at the beginning of the game does not mean that you aren't building something absolutely out of your mind. So Mylene is MIA, checking back in. What kind of augments does Mylene have? He has the Cannoneer one as his first augment, and the second one is Best Friends 1, I believe.
And finally gets the Corki in too. Corki with Giant Slayer is going to be good as soon as you get a bow. You put Morellonomicon on the Tom Kench, which the Revel definitely will help out with getting that extra burn, but you're looking at the Corki here to start getting built up for Mylena's MIA. And if you can get a successful Revel Cannoneer composition, you know, like you were saying earlier, get the Sona onto the board as well, this might be a start for Mylena's MIA to make a little bit of a comeback today, because this Revel Cannoneer comp definitely is something that can be strong in those late game scenarios. So looking to see if he's going to stick by that. Still haven't been able to see a dragon yet come out, and now in Mylena's MIA completely taking over that second place sitting Soup. Gonna take him down now, and this is the start of something here for Mylena's MIA.
I like it. I like to see Mylena's MIA experiencing a little bit of extra success, and I think I'm pretty confident to say, after watching 2 and 2 1/3 of games here that Yordles are the sign of death and doom here for the mid to late game, or sorry, the early to mid game in TFT. These Yordles together are just so irritating because you get the Enchanter Lulu, Heimerdinger's a huge presence right now as well, plus the Corki, plus a Tristana. It's sort of just how you get this early damage layer down to survive into the mid to late game. So pretty excited to see how they decide to weaponize these. Obese Panda hovering over an Alawi. I don't know if that's a purposeful hover, but I'll try to take that as a hint somehow. The man in the TV is feeding me more information. He's like, no, Kari, don't.
No, not yet, not yet.
Not yet, lady. Calm down. I'm still building out my cob.
Early Tempest is going to come through, though, for Obese Panda, as we saw a Tempest for Obese Panda actually pay off dividends back in game number 1 for that comeback. So looking to see if you're going for the same sort of AO Shin composition if you're Obese Panda, or Gil trying to hold on. Set last legs for the Rage Wing, going to drop down now. It's going to open up that Ezreal to do a lot of damage to those backlines. Karma is going to get run over by those 3 units, and you can start to see Obese Panda piecing things together once more. Has the Jade going on for himself, and you know, with that Ezreal and Ornn, you could maybe think, I want to go with the Tempest, but at the same time, if you're going to go for, you know, what you see right now, the Jades with the Guardian and the Tempest, there is still room to, you know, maneuver out to get that Shio Yu in this roster. You add in the shapeshifters with the Gnar and the Nico, and potentially can have both a Jade and a Tempest, which just got a little bit of a buff too to the amount of damage that the bonus damage that the Tempest does do.
I love to see the, by the way, I just wanted to point out the Anivia coming out as well is going to be pretty gross if it ends up staying. With a Spear of Shojin, that becomes nigh unstoppable and just aggressively disgusting. Like, we just need a few, like, you've got the needlessly large rod as well for, oh, Nyxtarox for that Nami. Oh, are we actually getting a jeweled gauntlet on this Jinx this early? I don't think that's particularly good in the meta, though.
I wouldn't say so, because, you know, the Jinx, mostly she doesn't do a lot of AP damage.
Yeah, there's no splash either. That's very silly. That's my bad.
So maybe not just yet. The Quicksilver looks like you're building into a Corki with that, but Jumbo Foods has the doubled Rage Wing on the Swain along with the Quicksilver, and look how fast this, or the Deja, is just getting to damage out the opponents. It won't be able to stack onto anything because you don't have like a jeweled gauntlet onto it. So right now this is just kind of minute damage that is getting done with that Deja and the Rage Wing. So as soon as, you know, everybody on Nyxtarox stabilizes, you get to focus out on that Deja, take him down, and so far that Jumbo Food, you know, has the pieces to the puzzle to, you know, get a strong composition, but just not the right items on the Deja right now.
Yeah, Nyxtarox trying to mull over exactly which augment he's going to go for. Looking at some pretty tough choices coming out of AFG. Everybody's going to have to make some tough decisions on their third augment here. So let me just take a look at what AFG Soup is looking to build here. I think... Oh my god. So we've got the Revel and Cannoneer group combination that looks pretty good, and also once again it's not super telling. There's so many different ways that you can build this. You can build it into this really disgusting Tempest. You can also build it into the Rage Wing shapeshifter that we had been talking about before. So my lane is MIA in a solid, really comfortable 4th place spot as well. Is going to have to make use of those Cannoneers. He committed to it at the beginning by picking that Cannoneer augment, and then gets the Best Friends augment as well, which probably be beneficial to have a couple assassins, but we'll just have to see how this one goes. Revel, Bruisers, Cannoneers, and Mages for Nyxtarox as well.
Ooh, the Ornn ultimate onto the Zoe. This isn't looking good right now for Nyxtarox. Now it's all up to the Jinx. We'll be able to get a little bit of an ultimate, the CC on the Anivia. The Anivia, though, will be able to clap back a little bit with an ult of their own.
Jesus
so
Christ.
That staff and the Spear of Sojin definitely coming in handy for Obese Panda on that Anivia.
It's so disgusting how these actually end up developing, and the fact that the players can kind of through their augments kind of like commit to just annulling each other's compositions just through context clues is actually really interesting as well. So I want to take a look at everybody's augments now. Jedi, our boy Jedi's still in the running, as well as Obese Panda's actually at the very, oh no, second to bottom. Who's here in last? Oh, nope, Jedi. I'm sorry, guys. My poor brain wanted it so bad.
I was holding off on like being the bearer of bad news for you.
Let me enjoy life for a minute.
It's like, all right, let's enjoy Jedi on screen for now. But with a similar composition to Obese Panda, you could definitely see a little bit of conflict going in between the both of them. Jumbo Foods on the Deja Rage Wing looking to get some quick damage out as soon as those ults come in from the Deja, but not able to kind of burst through that front line just yet. And this is just the woes of having a Deja with only Rage Wings and no potential damage from the Giant Slayer. It gets a little bit risky, it gets a little bit dicey. It manages to walk away with a win there, but against other compositions from players who aren't in last place, that's definitely a liability having two Rage Blades on that Deja.
Yeah, especially if it doesn't end up working out quite the way you planned it. Let's go ahead and take a look here. We've got Soup in first place, which is actually a really nice and interesting for us to be able to see. Soup in a favorable position, has been middle of the pack and struggling a little bit, but has such good mechanics, or sorry, not mechanics, has such good idea of macro, like, pacing, and then just gets absolutely screwed by the RNG. So AFG's last augment is going to be that Meditation 1 augment as well, and that gives units without items equipped 4 mana per second, which is nutty, actually, which is actually going to be great for them.
It's definitely going to be strong, especially as, a lot of these compositions scale towards it. Mana in mage comps, they go a long way. And even here, when you're looking at mana inside of a trainer, Revel, Cannoneer composition, as soon as that Sona starts popping off with their ultimate, she gets a lot of CC done. So a lot of that mana is definitely going to go a long way. Sona will get the CC through. You start to see those Revels start to poke away throughout the mid of that composition. A lot of low health units. Lulu's gonna get cleaned up. Heimerdinger low. Last one standing, and that is gonna be an easy win there for Soup. Still sitting up top on a win streak, 5 in a row. Soup starting to look a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, Soup looking pretty dangerous, and I think that what we can expect coming out of Soup, it's gotta involve Cannoneers, right? Because they do have that Cannoneer heart augment on them. So when we kind of think about what they want to actually do, we're actually on Ordeal's screen now. So let's talk about Ordeal. We got that Shimmer scale, a little bit, 1 dragon, 3 Dragomancers, and we are getting some extra money here into our economy, but no clear or serious composition quite yet coming out of Ordeal.
You get the Shapeshifter Dragonmancer for the Swain and the Jade buff as well. But the Jade buff not going towards that Swain for the statue. In fact, it's looking like the statue wants to be used for the CC, the Set, and the Idis all in the front line. So looking to keep them nice and healthy in the front will be good, but you're going up against Obese Panda, and this Anivia, it's going to be quite dangerous throughout all those players stacked on top of each other. The Set trying to spearhead the attack right down the middle. You can start to see that Giant Slayer picking away at them, but now with less units, Obese Panda looking to clutch up against the team. Xiaoyu and the Gnar versus the Karma and the Swain. The Xiaoyu is going to get the knock-up on the Karma right away. The Bloodthirster keeping them very healthy. Moves over to the Swain, and it's all over for Ordeal in that one-on-one. So there's a big holdout for Obese Panda with the Jade units.
So gross. Obese Panda, every time you get just a little bit nervous, you're like, oh man, he's getting pretty low here, seems to be losing a lot of HP, could get knocked out in the next few rounds. And then, like I said, between 30 and 8 HP, just starts dominating, just starts like taking people out as his vision starts to come together, all that patience, all that discipline, and then all of a sudden just starts winning against players who are multiple units above them. All right, Obese Panda.
See what we get pickups here. My lane is MIA, going for the early pickup from the Dragon. It does look like Obese Panda opted to get Gargoyle Stoneplate on the Xiaoyu, along with the Nico items too. You got Redemption, Frozen Heart, and Sunfire all on the Nico. So that is some good frontline right there for Obese Panda, who is definitely looking to utilize Jade for the late game, as we were definitely looking for that Xiaoyu pickup earlier on. Nixterox, Corki, fully built, Deathblade, Rageblade, and Quicksilver. That's going to be dangerous. And the Zoe, too. Early into this, getting a Zoe so early with a Marilla and Nomicon is something to watch out for.
The front line, the really strong front line for Obese Panda is essential to take advantage of their second wind, second wind augment as well. So it's just another boon. He's playing to his win conditions, but I don't think players necessarily need to always play to their augments if they get particularly juicy units. So that's one thing to keep in mind, is it's not always going to work out in the exact way they want it to.
Yeah, Jumbo Foods, I mean, he's got the best friends and the phony front line, and now an Aurelian Soul, but the Aurelian Soul doesn't help out with breaking through the ranks of Nixterox with that Corki. So successful win right there for Nixterox, and same thing with Soup on screen, who's now had 7 wins in a row, Kari.
So stupid.
Still sitting up top, nice and pretty, is AFG Soup. Now, just looking over the board, you get the Locket on the back line, so Sona is going to be basically the make or break for a lot of these. You get the Spear of Sojin along with the Jeweled Gauntlet and something else that was on top of it, but that Sona is definitely going to be packing quite the punch.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to AFG Soup for just 1 second. The synergy between all of their augments is actually going very well. So you've got the free shop refresh so that you can continue to kind of coin flip your way through finding the strongest possible comp. Yeah,
Oh, Jed, no.
Jedi, no, buddy, not like this, not like this!
Not like this.
Not like this. Hard-earned win.
Nivea clutch? Wait, the Nivea clutch? Jedi?
Let's go!
He's like, don't worry, guys. Not like this.
I got this.
Not going out like this. And he's not getting last place either.
I can't
The
believe
Lonely
this, Jedi.
Biscuit and Jumbo Foods are going to be the first ones.
Take that 7 health and go all the way to the tippy top. Obese Panda technically has already won, but it's okay. We're not going to try to get ahead of ourselves here. But Jedi, the fact that he is no longer in last place is the most meaningful thing here to all of us. But I was going over AFG Soup, who is in first place right now. They have incredible synergy between all of their units. They can basically get, not coin flip, but they can RNG refresh their way to having the most powerful possible comp, because they have this Cannoneer one. They also have this Meditation one, which gives units without items mana during battle.
Well, here we're looking at Nixterox again with that Corki build. Now with Jeweled Gauntlet on the Zoe for a little bit extra AP damage. So against AFG Soup and that Sona, can he get the job done? Can he stop this winning streak that Soup has been on? So far, so good. That Corki is providing a lot of damage. Sona's going to be taken down, and that's going to be it for Soup. Win streak decimated by Nixterox. That is a very, I guess, a momentum win right there. Or a momentous win for Nixterox to not only prove that his composition is something to watch out for the late game, but also to prove that you can take down that #1 player. It's going to be good for the confidence.
Absolutely. Poor Nixterox has really actually kept it together relatively well this entire time, but just doesn't have the same luck of the draw with augments. Still trying to play to those augments, but AFG Soup really just has this beautifully ideal board. And it's a little bit rough to see. However, Ordeal, how's Ordeal actually doing in the grand scheme of things? Is his composition actually up to snuff for the top 2?
Well, right now, I mean, we saw how those Shimmer Scale compositions fared back in game #1, Kari, so
yeah.
I'm not really worried about it for now, as, you know, Ordeal still with 27 HP has room, a little bit of cushion to change if need be. But now we get to see, you know, I guess a real test for his composition. You're going against Obese Panda, a player you've struggled with in the past, a player now looking for match point after this game will be confirmed, considering 3 players are already out. 2 points is all he needed to get there. So Obese Panda definitely in a really good spot now. Chance to take down Ordeal. Xiaoyu still well and kicking with that Bloodthirster. Anivia The staff and the Jewel Gauntlet doing so much damage. Going to take down the Ash. Zaya's up next. Alongside that Jade statue. And Nivea is going to be able to weather the storm and turn the tides onto Ordeal.
I told you the Anivia would be clutch in the Jade Mystic combo that Obese Panda seems to be favoring here, and is actually pulling it off with relative ease. Meanwhile, Nixtorox, let's see, he's got a solid, well-built Silas here, and some solid, he's got some solid stuff going on here. He's going to finish top 4. I'm pretty confident considering, but I still think the big hitter on this board, once again, is probably going to be AFG Soup. We'll just have to see.
Yes. AFG Soup or Nixtorox right now have been proven to be, you know, two of the tippy-top best right now. The only thing is that I'm worried about is that they're using the same composition, so eventually there's going to be a little bit of conflict interest when it does come to the late game pickups, what they want to grab. So now we see Soup going up against, trying to read that, but he's just moving around way too fast. Ordeal in this one. So Ordeal just lost, looking to bounce back after this one, doing quite a bit of damage as well with that Zaya. The solo carry looking coming to fruition through that Zaya Rage Wing and the Shapeshifters, and they get it done. Now, the only thing is, if I'm looking for a pivot for this Ordeal roster, for this composition that you're looking at, it has to be behind a Shyvana in place of that Itis. If you get the Shyvana in there, that's going to give that 6 Rage Wing for Shapeshifter composition that you were talking about earlier, and definitely going to be lethal throughout that late game for Ordeal. But something to note, Kari, Obese Panda is going to be out of the runnings for game number 3. Luckily for himself, he only needed 2 points to be on match point going into game number 4. So I guess this was a little bit of a coasting game. You get the points necessary, you move on, and now Obese Panda is going to have a chance to be the champion in game number 4.
Absolutely, but that just means that there are other members here that are able to gain points with that first place slot now open, and Obese Panda out for the count, not even top 4, so barely scraping by with the amount of points needed for match point, but giving the opportunity potentially over to Nixtorox or AFG Soup to take the title. So we'll just have to see which one ends up in first place. If either of them, I'm pretty confident it's going to be one of them, but continuing on here, we've got Ordeal X here up against Mylena's MIA. Let's see how these comps play out.
We're going to be paying attention to that one. Late game time for a lot of these squads. They're going to see the Siphon. Wow, it's Wayne's in the back line with that Titan's Resolve. Going to be doing quite a number. Not enough, though, as the Saya for Ordeal, man. It is so deadly right now. That solo carry tearing away with that Giant Slayer. You get the Feathers Fly, pulls things back, gets rid of a lot of the front line. Corki versus Swain, and this is where that IE Spear of Sojin and Rage Blade is going to come in handy if you are Mylena's MIA. He's able to clean up that 1v1 against the Swain and keep things going for themselves. Now in first place, might I add. The best we've seen out of Mylena's MIA.
Mylena's MIA actually making it come to fruition here, and actually seems to have one of the stronger comps on the board, but I think Nixtorox has a few tricks up his sleeve here to try to make it work. Once again, we haven't seen Mylena's MIA at the very, very tippy top of the bracket here this late in the game. Is actually already level 9 as well, just to note. Has a really strong composition. We'll see how it goes.
For sure. Now, get the stun from the Sonas, trade it out on each side, although for one side Soup, it's going to deal a lot more damage than Mylena's MIA. You see that Corki is definitely so low. No Bloodthirster, no Omnivam to bring back that health as well. It's going to be the Siphon for the late game carry here. If you are Mylena's MIA, and he might be able to get it done now. Tristana versus the Sona, and you got the Namzi to take that damage, so the Tristana's going to be able to clutch up for Soup. Take down Mylena's MIA. Still tied for first are going to be Soup and Mylena's MIA, so still neck and neck between the two of them, but looking at the rest of it, Ordeal wins out their match. 10 HP still. Nixtorox going to fall down to 23 HP, so things starting to fall together now.
Yeah, everything's starting to come up Millhouse. People's augments aren't necessarily going towards whichever comp they've actually decided to put on the board. So it's really important here that once we start getting into this later game, it's the units, it's the number of units that you can actually find, the ones you can actually scoop up and make use for, even if they don't fully synergize with your augments. Obviously that's a benefit, but right now we're just looking to finish these really, really strong late game
a mirror matchup for Nixtrox versus MyLane's MIA.
Very much.
Nixtrox definitely with the better items, but that Siphon, the Titans Resolve doing so much to the backline. When you look at the Corki, Nixtrox definitely has the edge over MyLane's MIA, but that Siphon definitely being the difference maker in that matchup. Ordeal stays alive as well against AFG Soup, so that's going to definitely give MyLane's MIA another cushion in first place, keeping Soup at bay. Nixtrox going to drop down to 3 HP, and now chance for a top 3 for Ordeal.
Ooh, I like a top 3 finish. Especially for Ordeal, who literally has such a good grasp on how to stay in the top 4 and never really manages to go into like the same danger place that Obese Panda does, goes kind of to the bottom and then climbs their way back. Whereas Ordeal just has such a strong early, mid, and then just kind of falls off in the top 4, but always in the top 4 for Ordeal. Could actually very much benefit from starting or from finishing in the top as well for MyLane's MIA. MyLane's MIA, I think, is the one with the lowest points of the current top 4. So them finishing first is actually, it's not disastrous, but it could benefit another player who's a little bit closer to Obese Panda in points.
You're right. You're right. This is definitely a good start for MyLane's MIA if he wants to make that comeback to be a champion. It's definitely a turnaround that you're looking to complement inside of that standings. Nixtrox now staying on strings here, seeing if he can level out and stabilize Soup. On the other end, the Siphon, the Silas is trying to take as much as he can, but the Corki's going to break through with the Bloodthirster now. Corki hits a chunky missile, and the Zoe Corki stay alive for Nixtrox. He's going to be able to live to fight another round. Ordeal as well wins out against MyLane's MIA, so top 4 still standing.
This is getting pretty scary. I also like to see, it's pretty funny that Nixtrox is not necessarily even playing to his augments at this point. He's literally just hoping to find 1 or 2 final units to like move out of his comp and then use that weak spot to just wipe them out. So really excited to see if he actually even makes it through this next round. We have 2 players who are on the chopping block, AFG Soup and Nixtrox. Meanwhile, Ordeal and MyLane's MIA at the top.
There's a chance that Ordeal can get dropped too if it's, you know, as big a win as it could be. But going up against Nixtrox, chance for one of these 2 to go down. Zaya with the static shiv. It's going to be a lot of damage to the backline, and you can see that it's paying off in dividends. Having that extra AP damage from it is going to create such a disaster for Nixtrox. Ordeal is going to take him down. And a 3rd place finish for AFG Soup. 4th place finish for Nixtrox. Ordeal versus MyLane's MIA. This is going to be quite the 1v1 now. You get the Rift Herald, so another item to boot for a couple of these compositions. You're going to get the, I think that's a Shrouded Cape for Ordeal, whereas MyLane's MIA is going to get a staff, and you put that staff onto the Sona, or not even the Sona, you put that staff onto the Zoe. That's going to be some good damage for MyLane's MIA to get through that backline Zaya.
Yeah, the thing I'm most excited about here is to see if Ordeal can actually make this work against MyLane's MIA, who just has the strength of composition right now to pull it through and win this one for everything they're worth. Like you said, if they want to build their empire, if they want to try to make something happen, continue through this tournament instead of ending on a game 4, that's one way to do it, I suppose.
It's 1v1 time now between Ordeal and MyLane's MIA. We get to see who's going to take game number 3. It's a big question mark. Couldn't see where the staff landed for Lane as MIA. It doesn't seem like it's landed on anybody just yet, as it's still going to be on the band. Shrouded Cape is going to get rid of mana for that Corki on each side. Zaya tearing away at that front line. Speed incurring 14 buffs right now onto that Rage Blade for the Zaya. Siphon very low for MyLane's MIA. He's going to be out of the case, so no tankiness now on the front line for MyLane's MIA. In fact, it's just going to be the Heimerdinger, and I think it was a big enough win that Ordeal, after everything he went through, He's going to take down Mylena's MIA in one fell swoop and win out game number 3.
Wow, that was super impressive. We all thought Mylena's MIA kind of had it in the bag there, but Ordeal making a really slick pivot and deciding, you know what, he wants this one for himself, and so he did. Finally, the king at the top of the ladder, who stays there like his life depends on it, walks away with a first place win.
Yeah, and a big one too. I mean, Ordeal was looking on the outside in from 4th place for quite a long time, and it's another similar situation that we saw in our first game of the day, where Ordeal was at the bottom looking to make the comeback. It didn't happen. You get a 7th place finish, you only get 2 points back at game number 1. Well, in game number 3, you're able to make that comeback happen. You make it all the way into the top 4. You hold on for your life. You slip into the 1v1 versus Mylena's MIA, and you win it out. Similar, or I guess seemingly just because of your Xayah. As soon as you see as soon as you see the Xayah on the board, you know that you're going to be playing around it, as the recent buff for Xayah definitely, leaves room for that Xayah to be a solo carry in your game. And yes, if you're on Mylena's MIA, you had a strong Siphon to maybe get into the backline and, take away some of those, pieces of Ordeal's composition, but you couldn't, because that Xayah was so well protected and well guarded.
It was so disgusting to watch the way it was just like preciously sort of grown, guided, and turned into this mega threat. Rest in peace, Obese Panda. After 2 first place wins, gets knocked out in 6th place as well. Speaking of which, if we're just talking about like little personal bests, Jedi didn't finish last. So that was incredible for us as well. But again, Ordeal kind of felt like Ordeal has been building up to this first place win for a very, very long time. And to be able to clinch it out in 3rd place with a little bit of that tempo, it's pretty awesome. And it also makes me a little bit worried that Obese Panda may not be able to overcome the sort of like momentum that Ordeal's built for himself. So go ahead and let's talk about the game results.
I mean, you say that, you're a little bit worried about Obese Panda, but the thing is, you got to be paying attention to the fact that Obese Panda is now on match point for a championship. Point. He still has that chance to, come back in game number 4 and finish this in 4 games. I mean, Obese Panda did go back-to-back, so you know that the knowledge and the skill is there for this player. Just a little bit of a hiccup in game number 3. We talked about the standings. Ordeal will win out in number 1 or in 1st place, so 8 points to Ordeal, 7 points to Mylena's MIA. 3rd place is AFG Soup for 6 points. Nixterox gets 5. Obese Panda 4 points. Jedi 3 points. Lonely Biscuit 2 points, and Jumbo Foods 1 point. So looking throughout all of this, a couple of things surprising me is Jedi won't be getting that last place finish, but still will be bidding last place inside of the leaderboard when all things are accumulated. On top of other things, Mylena's MIA moves from 7th place up to 5th place.
Nice.
Tiebreaker still in 3rd and 4th. This time it's going to be Ordeal and AFG Soup sitting at 16 points. Nixterox 1 point away from being on match point alongside Obese Panda, but now Obese Panda able to be your champion in game number 4.
Oh man, what does Obese Panda need to do to win? How much are they going to have to put out in order to clinch this one? It's just a matter of time, honestly, I think, before Obese Panda actually takes the championship. I'd love to see this continue, but, what are the chances that Obese Panda's actually going to fumble this one, Seymour?
Yeah, well, the chances are there because, when you look at TFT, Kari, you got to think that it's RNG, sometimes it just doesn't work out the way that you want it to work out towards. And inside of that last game, I think Obese Panda wasn't really getting the pieces to a composition that you really wanted. It went for the Jade comp, which, in the past has been very strong to work with, but now I'm just not seeing it as strong as what it once was. So, that Jade composition was enough to get into that 5th place finish, but not enough to push into top 4 if you are Obese Panda. So going into game number 4, I feel like you go back to, what he wrote down when he was answering our questions for a little cheat sheet, is that you want to look for that consistency throughout his game. Try to pay attention to the compositions around you and either decide, do you want to contest for the composition or do you want to pivot to something different? I don't think I really saw him pivot to something that really, was strong for a late game fight.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, sometimes you just put in the most patience, the most discipline, you play like you normally do, and you just don't see any success there. So let's see if Obese Panda can get, we want to see him have a crap start. We want to see him lose a bunch of HP, work towards something, save his econ, and then rise to the top. So if Obese Panda starts doing really well in the early game, we got to start being a little bit worried,
I mean, that's definitely been, I guess, the catalyst for Obese Panda is just try to stay away from that first place finish, and you're going to be able to, I guess, level out towards the later end and iron out your composition. So I guess I'm right alongside you on that one. But look at the items that you just got for Obese Panda. You got a Bloodthirster in round 2 pretty much with that cloak. So alongside having a Leona and a Tarek, if you go for, and a Sejuani, if you go for that Mirage Cavalier composition that we saw back in game number 2, we saw how good Obese Panda was at using the items properly with the Deja in the end run. And if you get that Bloodthirster right away on that from that Tarek, Yone with a Bloodthirster is dangerous in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. We also, I mean, there's something to be said about which compositions have been the most successful here, and it definitely largely looks a lot like Rage Wings have been kind of on the top tier for folks here. So I don't think that's necessarily been the priority. I think that's just the way these games have shook out. I think there are way more powerful comps on the board, but we've just watched these sort of mid-tier compositions become the most convenient, the most cost-effective, and eventually the ones that win. And I think that's a great testament that nobody is really forcing builds here, at least not in the top 4 that we've seen, which I think is great. I think this is great, entertaining gameplay. AFG Soup here, what will they pick? Scale, Scorn Crescent, Cluttered Mind. Looks like Cluttered Mind is going to go for them.
Something that I would like to learn personally as a TFT player is, not to be so two-dimensional and force compositions. Every single time I feel like I'm always forcing compositions, but I like that you bring that up. It's just another skill that a lot of people don't think about is the fact that you don't have to, play what is good right now. You can play whatever favors yourself and, see where that brings you. After all, a top 3 finish usually in TFT is going to get you a lot of LPs, so.
Oh, God bless LP.
Yeah, I know. This is an interesting pickup, though, for Jedi to have Sejuani and the Nunu. Gives you that Cavalier buff and the Guild for extra health, and alongside having Rise in the Mage stance, that's going to give you extra magic damage. So Nunu's ultimate is going to be able to chomp a little bit harder. You can see right off the bat, going to be able to take up that front line. The only thing is you don't really have a front line if you are Jedi. So that Senna is going to be able to break through.
Yeah, and then the augment sort of helps a bit because, at the start of combat, it burns all enemies for 10% of their maximum health over 15 seconds and also reduces healing by 50%. So it definitely helps with any sort of compositions where you're looking at healers, mages, any of that. A little bit of a help, but not necessarily the greatest augment for your first round here.
Not going to be the best. And, I was seeing Jedi wasn't opting to go for the level 4 right off the bat, so it seems like Jedi wants to work the economy over levels for the starting bit. So I mean that could pay off definitely, especially an expensive composition like Cavalier Mirage, but I don't expect him to stick to that for long. We see Mylena's MIA also with a Bloodthirster and another BF sword on top of that Senna. That's going to be an excellent source of damage throughout the game. You can already see, working his way through both Guardians is going to be a long, treacherous road for the Senna. But with that Bloodthirster, it's going to be strong for the late game, as that Senna is going to be full HP, versing up in case you're in a 1v1, and it won't even get there. They were able to, weather the storm with that front line, get towards that back line, and clean it up relatively easily.
All right, Mylena's MIA in fine, fancy shape against Nixtarax. And Nixtarax goes back to reinvestigate what he can do to make this Electrocharge 2 augment work. And that is your units receive critical strikes and they end up dealing extra base damage based on the stage. It's magic damage to nearby enemies. So technically splash damage Electrocharge 2, which is a great augment, especially for the first First round augment, extremely powerful, really important to try to springboard additional wins and save some of your HP using that augment, so.
Well, now we are in the last round before the first carousel, so you look at Jumbo Foods, has a Runin bow, and along with a Static Shiv, and that's going to be on a Tristana, so that's a strong composition to have right off the start, alongside Cannoneer buff, too, for Jumbo Foods, so that's going to be something to watch out for the late game. But now going to the carousel, okay? Nixterox,
I hate carousel, it's so scary!
Soup. All in the 3 last places. So they're going to be able to get pickings in the first items, Kari. And you know, if something's to be talked about, it's when you were looking at Obese Panda, you know, we wanted to see him stick around the middle portion of it. All the way at the top, hasn't lost a game. Obese Panda, so far so good.
I don't know. Is that good?
Will you be able to hold on to that for the rest of it? Because so far, whoever sits up top throughout the game hasn't been the one to win the game.
That's the truth, is that like the guy at the top very rarely can actually end up holding on to that lead, and so it's a little bit concerning to see Obese Panda up there. But I also don't think that's like really any real indication. It's just a matter of how your rolls go and how you actually end up being able to put together the pieces of this puzzle most optimally. So if Obese Panda just holds on to first place and then ends in first place, I'm gonna lose my mind, Seymour. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw confetti or glitter or something in my own living space at my own detriment. Because honestly, that would be incredibly impressive. So we'll see if that happens.
It would
Jedi
be
actually is
impressive.
doing quite well, considering.
Yeah, I mean, the composition that you're looking at is definitely going to be strong. You have the Diana too, and getting a Diana so early is going to be able to, you know, just add on to the amount of pressure into the backline for that assassin role. As you can see already going in for Jumbo Foods, Jinx and Tristana. The only thing is it going to be able to hold out throughout the end of things, because this Jinx level 2 is definitely going to be able to face that Diana head on. You can see that Static Shiv being able to chip away at the Diana, and all of a sudden, as soon as that front line is gone, the Diana's the sole focus of attention. They take him down. Looking at now Obese Panda, and that first place status for Obese Panda sticking true in after that carousel. And just look at the setup he's got. He's got the Locket on the Silas, a Thresh for the Whisper buff between the Silas too, and a Siphon on deck. So put the Siphon in, okay. I was surprised to get rid of the Silas, as that would have been a bruiser buff alongside him, but I think you're looking at just getting a few of those items, and yeah, you wanted to get that Bloodthirster on the Silas.
Oh my gosh, and then you do the Locket of the Iron Solari, which they currently have better together, which all of their buff items are already augmented. So you get a Locket of the Iron Solari, you add that on there, and that increases the effects by 33%, which makes your early game shield. Look at how disgusting that shield is, how much it's soaking, and how much it allows them to actually be able to even do enough damage to make it through. So solid credit using that augment very, very well. It's a little bit of a slow burn here, but again, we are only at level 5, nothing too crazy, but Obese Panda uses that augment exactly as it is meant to be used and gives his team that shield to soak the damage to make it through and win that one. That was actually really lovely. It was great.
It was. Now, we get to the Krugs.
Oh,
what are we going to get for items? Because items definitely is going to be a pivot point for a lot of players. As soon as you get certain items, you're going to want to like stray away from certain boards. You're going to want to stray away from certain compositions. And
yes,
I think this is definitely going to be the start of what could be, you know, pivots for a couple of these players.
It's a new leaf. It's a new day. It's a new start, as they say. Glad to see some Krugs,
Right.
some Krug revenge. Yeah, right. I didn't mean to do that. Sometimes. Let me just get a little sing-songy thing here. Jedi actually is starting to look pretty great. He's sitting pretty on some pretty good defensive items. Then he also has some attack speed. He also has that needlessly large rod. So some really good different range here for Jedi. More resources than we've ever necessarily seen him have at this point in the game. Maybe he actually has a shot here to make it into the top 4. And that'd be pretty, I mean, it is what it is, you know, Seymour, it is what it is, but to be able to end your game with some extra points is really important for your ability to grow as a player, so I'd like to see Jedi clinch something out here, make it happen. But Obese Panda on fire, you are now making him sound like a really scary rising threat, by the way.
I mean, he is a really scary rising threat. You got to keep him away from first place or else the championship is going to be over and he's going to be sitting with the title at the end. Siphon, with that Bloodthirster, is going to provide so much damage throughout the board as he moves from unit to unit. But Ornn Ultimate will be able to CC for a bit. Siphon now getting into the back line. Doesn't get the Volley Bear though, so that's going to be scary for this one. Is he going to be able to hold off between the Ashe and the Volley Bear? And on top of that, will you be able to get to either of them with the ultimate? And the answer is no. The Static Shiv alongside the abilities from the Volley Bear able to melt through that Siphon and enough to shut down Obese Panda.
All right, I like the Static Shiv. It's that 40% extra damage coming out of Gadget Expert for that Static Shiv that allows you to kind of seal the deal there. Not a bad one in my opinion, and kind of ideal. That's the thing about augments is like they either kind of don't matter or they just come in disgustingly clutch. And I think that is the case definitely for Obese Panda in that last round. Let's take a look at some other augments here. We do have Gadget Expert on Ordeal. We literally just talked about it. And I think that's a pretty solid one. I'm trying a Second Wind.
The Second Wind is going to be good too.
Yeah, which is such a good one.
Well, you saw against that Siphon, as soon as that Siphon is, using the ability because you do so much damage off of the initial ability, that Second Wind will be able to, bring back a lot of that fallen HP that the Siphon will deal as long as they're not one-shotting your units like we just saw. So the Volley Bear will be able to pivot around, take down the Siphon. The Static Shiv on the set, double Static Shiv. It's so much just extra damage between the amount of shivs that you have.
Seymour, sorry about that. My headset kind of failed me here. Oh, still can't hear you. My bad. Give me just a second for some technical difficulties here.
Well, I wasn't saying anything at that moment. So we're gonna be seeing the rest of this stage start to move through, and as you're in 3-3, we're gonna start to see players edge closer and closer to level 7 as we've been seeing in previous games. 7 and 8 will we be seeing where a lot of compositions will start to finalize and cement themselves for that late game. Well, in 3-3, when you're at level 6, this is where you're starting to want to solidify yourself as a composition because you're not going to have chances to pivot as you move into stages 4 after those wolves. So looking now at Ordeal going up against what looks like the previous Lonely Biscuit composition. Ordeal is actually struggling a lot against this one as that Static Shiv again doing plethora of damage into the back line. AFG Soup still struggling, and Ordeal is just praying away at that. So as we get Kari back into this, we could just pay attention to the rest of these teams that we have going on, because Jedi still struggling alongside Soup, second last place, as we haven't really been able to see a lot out of Jedi throughout this championship. Obese Panda did lose out on that initial game to lose the streak, but still in number 1 spot. Jumbo Foods next to him in 92 HP, and number 3, Mylena's MIA, still on that comeback revenge tour story with 76 in 3rd place, tied with the Lonely Biscuit. Nixrox and Ordeal down towards the bottom, 72 and 74 were once in last place together, but now starting to climb as those compositions do solidify. So we're going to be seeing a lot of these players start to finalize their comps as we lean into level 7 and 8, but soon enough we won't be seeing pivots after this one. Nixrox actually has an interesting augment. Actually, the Pandora's Box will be used to, you place one of your units inside of those purple boxes in the bottom right, and it will cycle through and give you a random unit of same cost after the round is finished. So a chance for Nixrox to, get lucky with the RNG and find units that are needed for this Bruiser Rebel comp that we see going on Alongside that, the Last Whisper and the Rage Blade going to be doing a lot of damage for that Corki, but not enough to break through that Rise and the Jules Gauntlet. Nami keeping the team all leveled out with health, and this is a great setup for Soup finally, as we're starting to see his composition come to fruition after the items are picked up. AFG Soup is going to definitely be looking to start rising in the levels, as sitting at 46 HP in last place isn't where you want to be. Looking at Obese Panda now, you got both the Siphon and the Itis for the Shimmer scale alongside the Whisper and the Bruiser, but I didn't see if you had the augment for the Dragons, and you do have the augment for the Dragons, so you will be able to get the extra Whisper and the extra Shimmer scale for these units alongside the Silas and the Orin, but it's a risky play for Obese Panda, as I'm sure using that Shimmer scale, you're just looking to get a little bit extra cash for your roster playing against a Lonely Biscuit. Assassin, the Kiana, has a Triforce alongside him from that Orin. Siphon still doing a lot of damage. Here comes the Orin ultimate. The CC all throughout 3 units. That's going to be a big hit now for the Siphon to start using this ability, get that mana up, and now jump into the back line. Hits the Kiana. Siphon versus Siphon. The Orange still nice and running with that Bruiser trait, keeping them topped off. 1v2, and the Siphon for Beast Panda keeps them in first place. 94 HP. 4 streak has started. That is going to be a lot of economy alongside the Shimmer scale for a Beast Panda to run with. Now we're looking into the Wolves, as we're looking to move into stage 4. A lot of these compositions are going to be finished. This is where we're talking about. We're looking at level 7 coming up next, and as soon as you hit level 7, a lot of teams, a lot of players will find trouble in pivoting from a lot of compositions. So that's going to be definitely a solidification. We get a lot of items now for these players, and we're excited to see what we get heading into the late game. But it does sound like we have Space Ghost back on the mic.
Back.
Welcome back, Kari.
Couldn't kill me yet. Not today, Satan. We are back in action here. Who is on the top of the leaderboard but Obese Panda, me of little faith, keeping him out of the ring here. But it looks like we're at 4-1, and he is still maintaining his ground. Seymour, this has been pretty exciting. So it sounds like you've had a lot to talk about while I've been gone.
Yeah, it's been, quite a ride so far. Obese Panda just seems unstoppable with what he's building. He's got the Dragon trait and an Itis and a Siphon, so a chance maybe for a late game duo Dragon setup for himself. But we're looking at Nixrox versus Mylena's MIA, and Nixrox trying to buff out his Corki with the Last Whisper and the Rage Blade, although Quicksilver's not going to be able to allow him to avoid the CC. The Anivia being quite the pest right now for Mylena's MIA, and a Lonesome Twitch stuck between a Karma and an Ashe.
Oh.
That's tough.
That's not a great place to be in, but Nixrox has come back from worse. So Mylena's MIA just eking that one out there, probably by the grace of that last win. Last augments coming through here. Mylena's MIA trying to take a look here, figure out what they're going to go for last year. I did not see the name of that augment as it went through. Sure wish I had those pictures memorized. This is an exercise in futility here. Next time study, Kari. It's fine. Let's take a look here. What we've got.
Even still, for Mylena's MIA, you have the I can't remember.
Mark.
Yeah, you have the Axia mark for this setup, and when you're using high mana cost units, that Axia mark is going to be huge, especially for the Anivia. That just gives a lot more for the ability to be thrown out. And if that Axia mark does come into play, I think that Mylena's MIA sitting in 5th place definitely can be able to level out, or sitting in 4th place can level out throughout this mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. You just get some absolutely disgusting benefits from that. Like you said, 30 mana per kill is nothing to sit your nose up at here. And it looks like some of the kills are actually going to get cashed in here. And there's ways to turn the tide. All of your units are now starting to be able to use their ultimate abilities as any of the enemies fall down and die here. Look at those healthy mana bars as well. That was actually a really good augment pickup. But we also see the shields come out for AFG Soup, and see Yeah, if AFG can actually make this one come out here.
Oh man, that is
Alright.
a beefy Aurelion
That was
Soul so
gorgeous.
far. With the mage trait of the Aurelion Soul just does so much alongside the blue battery, just providing more mana towards your Aurelion Soul. You could just see his ultimate was just going one after the other, and it scales in size, and it just takes up so much of the opponent's units that, you know, once we saw AFG Soup down at the bottom struggling, and, you know, maybe you're still towards the bottom, but I think this composition is definitely working in the right lane.
Yeah, absolutely. That extra MR and all of that also kind of comes up to clutch as well from that makeshift armor augment. But let's see if it's enough to get them across the finish line with Jumbo Foods, who has such an aggressive composition here. But the Aoshin, look at the amount of work Aoshin has to put in as well. It's not meant to be. Unfortunately, Jumbo Foods walks away with the superior one. That extra 40% damage from items that deal direct damage on the gadget as well is rough. It's really hard to stand against Jumbo Foods when you have such a massive damage threshold, only augmented by what they've picked on their way as well. So Jedi, will our friend Jedi be successful here in this round?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think
Panda-
Obese has got it.
Obese Panda just has been able to, you know, continue with a very consistent Siphon-itis setup so far. Has lost that
Siphonitis.
first... Sounds like a disease, Siphonitis.
It does, doesn't it?
So far, though, Obese Panda has lost first place. So Jumbo Foods has been able to, you know, lock in that first place setup right now with that aggressive comp that you said. And I like that you pointed out how aggressive it was, because a lot of the times, you know, Revel comps, Revel Cannoneer comps, they don't have as much, you know, early game burst. It's when the Revel ability and the Cannon ability start mixing throughout the mid fight will start to take effect. But with that Zeke's Herald on that Corki, it allows so much early burst damage from that. It's crazy to see that Jumbo Food has such an aggressive composition, something that you don't normally see.
Yeah, Jumbo Foods is definitely kind of like the unintended hero of this one. We did not expect to see that kind of aggression come out. Pleasantly surprised when I came back from my little tech break to see that Jumbo Foods is actually built on top of their Cannoneers as well, making it a pretty disgusting threat. Looks like we've got the Lonely Biscuit. The Lonely Biscuit, parentheses, away? Excuse me?
Away right now.
What does that mean, exactly?
Taking a little bit of a break, a mid-game nap, as you might think for it. As it doesn't seem like it's paying off so far with the Anivia CCing the Deja for a bit. 1v3, the Deja won't be able to get it done, so Mylena's MIA gets a little bit of revenge on the Lonely Biscuit, who still in third place is looking strong as they are away for now, looking to come back later. Jumbo Foods still in first. Obese Panda actually loses their fight in the last one, so now 80 HP for Obese Panda. Just a reminder for anybody tuning in, this is the grand finals for the AFG Minor League TFT set, and Obese Panda right now is on match point, so if he wants to be the champion, all he needs is a first place finish inside game 4.
Yeah, and he is gunning for it, but if Jumbo Foods has anything to say about it, that may not be meant to be. The Lonely Biscuit here defending his third place title, and the Jedi trying to stop from getting knocked out here. I would love to see the Jedi not end up in last place, but that may be just another back to the status quo here. Obese Panda is looking to knock everybody off the ladder here in their quest for success. Conquer that one here. It looks like Jedi may actually come. Oh, it's so scary. It's rough watching Deja's fight because you just don't get any sense of whether or not they're actually going to be successful. I mean, look at that! Look at that! So gross!
Man. It is, but Jedi has such a good build on that Deja. You don't have the Quicksilver, so you're susceptible for CC, but you have both the Last Whisper and the Hand of Justice, which will give both, you know, a compliment to your ultimate or a compliment to the Rage Blade that you have active for it as well. So that's a very good build that Jedi has. Hasn't been able to pay off just yet, as Jedi's still in last place, but with the Deja starting to, you know, come into fruition for that player, I can see Jedi starting to find a little bit more success, just like how I'm looking at now with the Zoe in the field. Hopefully AFG Soup can start making a little comeback.
Yeah, AFG Soup also does manage to clinch out. I believe that they picked up quite a few good items here to attend, or to also add some additional beef to their front line. So you see the Alawi there with that redemption on them as well. That's going to be a huge benefit to AFG Soup. It looks like Obese Panda. Look how concerned Obese Panda is popping in and out of AFG Soup's map like that, being like, hey buddy, what are you up to? What are you doing? Just trying to see and check up on everybody. Obese Panda really has... Yeah, come here often. Obese Panda does have a lot to lose in this one. Again, like you had mentioned, just needs to finish first. No big deal, no pressure. Obese Panda just needs to finish first to be able to get that win here.
A lot easier said than done. I mean, yeah. Look at the matchup that he has, though, with the dragon trait in the augments. You're able to have 3 dragons now, the Deja, the Itis, and the Siphon all there, and a Shio on your bench. So a lot of potential for Obese Panda in the late game, but can you get through Ordeal here and now? Well, it looks like the Deja is sitting nice and pretty into the back line, and you're able to just skim through this lineup. And Ordeal now, last limbs, it looks like, with that health bar. Yes, 7 HP after that fight.
Let's talk about how the Dragon Horde augment actually comes in clutch here. You have both Deja, and then you also have a Siphon that's feeding you just a little bit of cash there. So it's kind of getting disgusting. One of the comps that I always thought was really interesting that I saw on the rise here was the 3 Shimmer Scale, 3 Jade. It includes Siphon, Shio, Deja, and Itis. So that's actually a pretty ideal composition that Obese Panda could be building towards, and has a massive success rate right now, even in this meta, even in the, almost what feels like an anti-dragon meta. If you can get the Dragon Horde augment, you can create this very scary super team with 4 dragon units.
I'm
So that's
scared
something to
thinking
look
about
towards.
it.
I know, it makes you shaking your pants a bit, doesn't it?
Oh, it's big Ornalt. It's big hitter into the back line. Pike not able to get his ultimate off just yet, and interrupted before the jump. So good standing for Lonely Biscuit at the moment, or no, Ordeal in the setup. The Pike not being able to get anything off is leading the Deja high and dry for this. So Ordeal lives to fight another fight. Lonely Biscuit falling deeper and deeper into the depths of game number 4. Where you take a look at the leaderboard on the right side, Jumbo Foods hasn't dropped a game in forever. 92 HP. Obese Panda right behind him at 80. And look at the differences between second place and third place. My lane is IMIA only has 20 HP.
It's so crazy that nobody's been knocked out this late. We're at 5-3 and not a single person has lost their life. So
Well,
everybody's putting
Jedi
their best
is
foot
down.
forward. Oh, wait, is Jedi out? Oh, finally.
Yeah.
Okay. After this round, Jedi's out.
It's sad to see Jedi go again in last
Sad to
place.
see him
Hasn't
go
been the-
right when I needed him here.
hasn't been the best tournament for him. But for others, it has been quite sufficient for themselves. You've seen Big Orn ultimate onto the Ashe into the back line. Jade statue definitely trying to hold on as best as they can for a lot of those. Static Shiv from the Anivia is doing
Ordeal,
so
glitch
much
it out.
damage, but the heal from
Come
the
on,
Jade trade is
Ordeal.
so good. Ordeal cannot handle the healing coming out from that Jade.
Oh, I loved seeing Ordeal stacking those static shifts, trying to take advantage of that gadget expert augment, and that was like a really slick, interesting. I love it when people go like heavy overkill into a specific augment or set of augments. It was just not that successful in the face of, like you said, that Jade sustain. Pretty disgusting. Pretty gross.
Gross indeed. And for a lot of these players, it's just looking like game number 4 is not an option. Lonely Biscuit on 7 HP.
Oh no, Lonely
Soup on
Biscuit!
8 HP. Ordeal is going to be out of the runnings. You take a look at what Soup's got running from. He's got a staff to put on the Zoe. The Aurelian Soul has, been doing his best, but hasn't been able to find level 2 Aurelian Soul, which is tough to say the least. Trying to get to level 9, and you will. Lilia's going to go into the option. What does that provide? Mage trait to level 5 for Soup. So hopefully that gives a little bit more edge towards that Aurelian Soul carry.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want to see just a little bit pushing you towards the edge there. And, we got sick of mages, but now I think we're kind of relieved and excited to see it in action just because we haven't seen it so far. So we'll see if Soup can come out on top here with that extra
Lot of damage.
Oh, lots of fireworks coming out of the Revel comp.
Not enough, though. As Jumbo Foods, oh man, the amount of aggression from the double Zeke's Herald stacked onto that Jinx to provide the Corki just so much attack speed is lethal against what looks like to be, you know, Soup trying to hold his own with a pure mage high damage output comp, which doesn't pay off. So it's 4 down now in game number 4. Soup and Lonely Biscuit will bite the bullet in that round. Jumbo Food's still in a streak. Obese Panda right alongside him. Mylane is MIA, holding on to 24 HP. Nixrox at 12. Both of them have quite a mountain to climb if they want to win game number 4. But still, you're looking at Obese Panda sitting there in second place. Still a chance to be a champion in this game. Jumbo Foods is looking to be the only one standing in his way.
Ooh, I'm so scared. The thing about Obese Panda is that his last augment is Ascension, which is, honestly, if you think about it, Ascension adds 50% more damage if you can live 15 seconds. We're rounding up on 15 seconds, and Obese Panda is literally about to wipe Nick off the map. Watch here as that damage threshold comes through. It's not even a question. It's just a matter of, can you actually take Obese Panda down in that 15 seconds? The answer for Nick is not only no, but Nick gets knocked out of the tournament.
It's more of a when, not an if.
It's more of a when, yeah. And that poses massive problems for Jumbo Foods. Kill or be killed. And Jumbo Foods has actually created sort of a situation where they may not be able to take him out before he can take them out. So we just need to see if Jumbo Foods can pivot, maybe change his comp to be a little more aggressive, because Obese Panda has to be wiped off the map within that 15 seconds or else they lose.
Well, we gotta see when they go head-to-head against each other.
I'm so excited.
You're gonna get a static shiv for Obese Panda. Still sitting in this game, too, is Mylena's MIA. So it's not over just yet for Lane. It's just a long way to go. And he's gonna get a Titan's Resolve, too, from that blue buff. So Titan's Resolve could go on the Shio Yu, but I think that Shio Yu has all 3 abilities on him. So looking over at Obese Panda, picks up the AO Shin. Jumbo Food has, again, the double Zeke's Herald onto an IE Rage Blade for the Corki, and the Tristana too, right alongside that is going to be another heavy hitter for the roster with the Static Shiv and the Runins and the Obsidian Cleaver from that Shimmer Scale.
All right, let's see how it goes. Jumbo Foods, can he do the damage? He does have Gadget Expert, which means 40% more damage on items that deal direct damage. That's the Static Shiv in particular.
Well, the Siphon gets into the back line. Deja providing a lot of support for that Siphon too, but the Corki, can he stay alive? Ultimate's gonna take down the Siphon, and they peel over to the attention of that last Deja, and Obsidian or Obese Panda just cannot hold his own against the Revel Cannoneer comp that Jumbo Foods has mounted.
Jumbo Foods has decided that the game is not going to end here. He has decided that he will single-handedly block Obese Panda from clinching the victory, and he wants to go for another round. This is getting really, really scary. See all the Deja collection there? I know. So many oh my's.
80 gold for Obese Panda, and you still haven't got a level 2 Deja. The fact that it was that close, you just got a level 2 Itis, you know, it's definitely doable for Obese Panda. But here now we get to see Mylena's MIA versus Jumbo Food. The Jade isn't going to be enough to handle the damage that is provided from this composition. Well, it looks like that's a big fat no as he steamrolls Mylena's MIA, and now we're into the top 2.
Good night, sweet prince. You really tried to be the mannequin of this particular tournament, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. The augments were not in your favor. So now, what will Obese Panda do to pivot? Here's one thing that I do want to say. Obese Panda, we're on game 4 now. Obese Panda has shown an incredible ability to pivot, but Jumbo has been knocked out a few times, just a little too early for us to understand exactly where his strengths are. So bit of a, I would say, wild card. I think picking Future Sight was a really intelligent decision, because it says, you know, if I can understand who I'm fighting first, I can pivot to fight them. So Jumbo may be the actual kryptonite to Obese Panda Superman.
What you see there is something that you don't normally get to see until the end. Well, you put the Bard in place of the Deja to avoid the Zephyr, and you're able to get that early burst damage from the Deja to back up the Siphon.
Scary.
It's enough to break through the front line, but it's enough to get to that Corki. That's a big heavy hitter. Question, well, the Corki's going to be down. The Siphon peels behind to help out that Deja. It's a Nomsy against the world right now, and that is going to be the round done. Jumbo Foods finally taking a hit from Obese Panda, and it's right behind of the insight that was shown from Obese Panda to be moving around his board to mirror the setup that Jumbo Food was going to and counter it.
Insanely troll behavior from Obese Panda, but a winning strat, to be sure. And I want everyone to keep in mind, Jumbo Foods currently has a completely useless augment in Future Sight. Jumbo Foods knows exactly who he's going to be going against here. So you essentially have 3 relatively useful augments in Dragon Horde, Better Together, and Ascension that are both time-based versus Jumbo Foods, who really just has Gadget Expert and Portable Forge. Both incredible augments together, but not necessarily the kind that have good longevity. Obese Panda, Seymour, I think Obese Panda might win this one.
I mean, time will tell for that one, as these two heavy hitters are going to have to go blow for quite a while.
Scary!
Gonna get the Zephyr onto the Leona right away. They're going to really peel away, but it's going to be frontline not to deal with, and able to deal damage into the backline. Deja's going to fall. Siphon suddenly susceptible to that Corki, and you can definitely see that those Cannoneers are just picking away
at
Obese Panda. So, you know, it's a smart play to move around the Zephyr to not go for the backline, but instead take away the front line so the Corki doesn't have to start shooting at the Leona. Instead, you could go right to shooting at that Deja.
That's so disgusting. This strategic use of Zephyr is really starting to stress me out, just because it's super dependent on their ability to just outfox each other. So we're seeing we're seeing Board Panda trying to find anything with his refreshes, but not quite seeing anything different.
He wants the level 3 Siphon. That level 3 Siphon will be huge once we see it from Obese Panda, and we still got time, so you could definitely get that one, but you do get the leash from the Thresh right onto the Deja. It's going to CC him for now. The Siphon gets right on top of that Tristan, although CC'd away and kicked away. That's going to get rid of the Siphon. The Deja trying to stand on his 2 legs, but not able to in the end. Obese Panda just cannot triumph over this composition. Something needs to change for Obese Panda, because I think Jumbo Foods has figured it out.
Yeah, when you have units that are basically worth 2 units, when you take one of them out, it's pretty devastating. If you have any of them that are disabled for any moment of time, it becomes a massive issue for your composition. So Obese Panda here, just trying to figure out what he can do, but it looks like he may have resigned himself to potentially not making it out first for this one, and then putting us in for another game, a game 5, which actually would be quite welcomed here, considering how heavy the competition is. I'm really enjoying this, but curious to see what Obese Panda can do to improve. So they're keeping an eye on each other's boards, watching, waiting, and seeing what they can find when they're trying to draw here. You got the Bard coming out, so we get the level 2 Bard for Obese Panda. That's one small solace, but Jumbo Foods already has exactly what he needs. Oh, there it is! Oh no, did you see Jumbo Foods just disappear when that Deja went gold?
Wait a second, I gotta fix this.
Peace! Yeah, I gotta change my composition here.
Redemption on the Leona too, so that's extra healing for that comp. The Siphon.
Alright.
It's gonna be tough. The Zephyr's gonna take him out right away.
Scary.
Provide that Cypher though, or that Siphon to stay alive into the back line. Deja now, big ultimate into the back, peels away from 2. Siphon still a lot of HP behind him. Corki's gonna be gone, and now all you have to focus on is the front line right now. If you're both of these, Strike is the Bard too to help him out. Will have that ultimate just to CC, but you're not gonna need it. Jumbo Foods take it down again, and Obese Panda just staying in this one, keeping things away. The level 3 Siphon definitely pays off.
In some weird way, it feels like Zephyring that gold Siphon actually kind of kept him alive and available for the cleanup crew later. So that was actually really kind of almost not in Jumbo Food's favor. But I mean, who would you use that Zephyr on anyway? You know what I mean? If you don't have that particular target to go for, what's your other option? The Bard? Not really. That's a waste So I'm curious to see how this one goes. We just saw Obese Panda try to do some fancy footwork, swapping out here to see if he could save himself the trauma of that Zephyr, and it kind of works.
Oh, it's on the Idas this time, so it allows that Siphon to get some early damage this time. Alongside that, Deja Corky gets disintegrated. Now
Just
Siphon can look at the mid, can look at the front line. It's just, it's right now Braum just trying to stay alive, but he can't with the Siphon just picking away at him. And alongside that, Obese Panda again taking down Jumbo Foods in that round. Things keep on going, and right now, if you're looking at this, if you're Jumbo Foods, you get overtaken for first place, and what do you do to counteract this? Because I don't think the Cypher's enough, or the Zephyr's enough.
Whew. Wowie. I've never seen a 1v1 quite like this before at this level of play, so this is actually really exciting. To be able to,
chess.
Yes, exactly. It's no longer auto chess. It's actually like kind of manual chess in this regard. You're trying to set up your defenses and psych your opponent out. Let's see the next round here. Jumbo finally gets knocked out of first place.
Doesn't get the Deja swap on either side, so the Deja is going to get Zephyr for the first. Going to be the catalyst to allow into this one. Siphon gets into the back line.
Ew, he's in the cookie jar, guys. He's in the cookie jar.
Siphon's going to get here, but look at that. Deja topped off again. Full HP. The Corky's going to be taken down. Jig's trying to do his best alongside the Tristana,
damage.
but it's just not going to happen. And Jumbo Foods gets taken down. Obese Panda, your AFG Minor League TFT champion.
Your AFG Minor League TFT champion, Obese Panda. We kind of called it out at the beginning. It was just that subtle, well, it wasn't subtle confidence, but the confidence that folks would maybe try to force comps, whereas Obese Panda was this just an agile, adaptable master at this game. Really great to see him come out on top.
And the amount of economy mixed into that knowledge at the end there, you could see that, you know, the cogs were turning for Obese Panda, just trying to find a way around that Jumbo Food roster. I didn't see that he actually had the, you know, the item to, you know, give a free Siphon. So, you know, that level 3 Siphon came in clutch at the end there as soon as he was able to get it. And once that happened, I think it was too much to handle if you are Jumbo Food. But what a 1v1 we got. A true chess game, just going pound for pound.
Yeah, it was really, really fun to watch these two. I mean, it almost is like League of Legends, you know, when you get those 1v1 kind of duels, but we just got like a bunch of like 5 whole minutes of this incredible 1v1, watching them pivot, watching them make changes. Instead of watching two players helplessly auto chess, you know, AFK against each other, we saw some really amazing changes that really just eventually ended up with Obese Panda coming out on top. Very impressed with the brain on this one. I do think that the agility and the pivoting, especially after this patch has been out for 4 days, and nobody is going to play on it. Very few professionals are going to play on it, but somehow Obese Panda has become a master of it already. So incredible stuff. A true show of skill from Obese Panda. A true show of skill from everybody. Honestly, everybody.
Yes.
Incrementally improved throughout the course of this, but more than anyone, Obese Panda just slapped everybody on the face.
We got to see the best of a lot of players throughout those 4 games, but Obese Panda just shines in the spotlight for now. And I don't want to just put all the show onto Obese Panda, because although he's going to be the champion, you know, I have to, you know, tip my hat to some runner-ups, you know, Nixrox for sure, Jumbo Food in that last game, ordeal throughout it, and even, you know, a little bit of a late game comeback from my lane is MIA too, you know, who is looking to maybe, you know, move from the bottom to the top if given the opportunity, which it almost was. But we take a look at the game results from game number 4. Obese Panda on the top, going to be your champion for the minor league for TFT. Jumbo Foods in number 2, My Lame is MIA in number 3, Nixrox number 4, AFG Soup, Lonely Biscuit, Ordeal, and Jedi in order on the right side as well. Any takeaways from game number 4 aside from Obese Panda and Jumbo Foods 1v1?
Oh man, you know, I really am impressed with My Lane as MIA, but another thing I want to point out is that Nixrox has shown an incredible consistency, and I think more than anything that's like an indication of a great TFT player rather than a good TFT player, is that we have had a consistent good performance from Nixrox. I think more than, you know, not more than Obese Panda, but second place level of consistency, and wouldn't you know it, I did math in my head for the first time. It looks like we've got Obese Panda in first, Nixterox in second, AFG Soup in third, and my lane is MIA. On the lower half of the bracket, Seymour, which one would you say you're the most impressed with here on the lower side of the bracket?
The lower side of the bracket, definitely Jumbo Foods, and the way I got to see him in the last game. You would have thought, tuning into that one, Jumbo Foods had the game dead to rights, but Obese Panda just giga-brained it and brought this things back and turned it around. So, you know, Jumbo Foods, hats off to you for that last game, because I definitely thought you were going to send us to a game number 5 for sure. On top of that, Ordeal, definitely heartbreaking to see the fall of Ordeal, as you had a really good game number 2 and 3, but poor showings in games 1 and 4. So that's that consistency not showing up like you were talking about. Another player to talk about, Soup. Not the best game number 4 either, and that's going to mount him a third place finish just above my lane is MIA. But, to talk about a comeback, my lane is MIA after game number 1 and 2. Was all the way down in 7th place.
Yeah, absolutely. My lane is MIA absolutely had a comeback. I love that AFG Soup had been helping us throughout the whole tournament, by the way, just really focusing on augments, trying to get our attention, helping us understand the impact of those as well. So AFG Soup, even starting 3rd place, still incredibly impressive. And the fact that he could multitask and try to get us some of that extra information, really appreciate that from our players as well.
I definitely love when... I love when they help us out too.
I know.
Because, I want to give a big shout out to you, Kari, too, because, you and I, this is our first ever time casting TFT, let alone casting together for that.
So fun.
It has been an amazing day so far. How do you feel about, casting TFT?
I love it. We both agreed going into this. We were both like, hey, we are shitlow players and we know it, but we are, really excited about TFT, really passionate about the game. So it was really fun to learn a bunch. The players were really patient. They weren't flaming us or anything. So I had a ton of fun. I think I'm here to stay, honestly. TFT is great. How about you? Do you enjoy this particular casting style?
It was, it took a little bit of working around, as soon as we warmed up, like you said, it was a blast. I have to say, I love TFT. I play it every single day almost. I haven't played the new patch, so I'm a little bit fake on that call out. But I was playing this Dragonlance set pretty much every day. I have to say, I think that it's definitely looking good. The future of TFT. I'm excited for what comes next, especially with the patch to come on PvE. I can't wait to check it out. But for casting, today's been a blast, but it's not over anytime soon. We got an interview with Obese Panda, so we're going to bring him into the booth right now. Obese Panda, congratulations on that 1st place win. How does it feel to be a champion?
Dude, it's crazy. This whole tournament I placed probably between 2nd and 4th, and not a single 1st place until the championship lobbies.
Really?
Did you get back-to-back 1st places? At the start?
Championship, yeah.
In the championship?
That's
wow.
That's what really surprised me.
So it's just kind of one of those, you're holding on until the end, and then you're just like, all right, I'm the champion.
Right. Like, I believe in this patch, it's probably Econ. Econ's super important. Like you guys were saying, I was watching a little bit of the stream. Like, I was down in 8th place. Both games I went back-to-back first.
But it didn't matter.
It really did. I got really lucky that first game, hitting an Ao Shin, level 7, 1% chance. Not even a 1% chance. It's like a 1/4% chance to hit that champion when it's a 1% for legendaries on top of it being a 10 cost dragon and having the money for that.
The way you're talking about stats and stuff, do you play poker? Is that a game that you particularly enjoy?
No, I don't play poker.
Good. Don't do that. You'll become addicted.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
I play a decent amount of TFT, I guess. I mean, that's not saying I'm any good, but I do play a decent amount.
I think you're quite good, and actually, when I was reading, they gave us a little sheet with some of the interview questions, what MRE you guys prefer, and then yours, you said, I play a lot of League of Legends, and I was like, that's the guy I think is gonna win, just out of nowhere, completely flippantly. I brought you up earlier about how you said that, people trying to force comps generally are easy prey for you, and then it turned out that you were actually the Apex Predator in this game. You actually destroyed people. How much TFT are you playing per day?
Per day, it depends. If I'm in school, I don't even play every day. But outside of like in between TA and everything, I play probably like 3 or 4 games a day for sure.
True gamer after 20 years, right?
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask, aside from the championship and winning and playing TFT and all that, AFG, putting this on, it's crazy. It's awesome to see, the opportunities for this. Is there anything, that's really helped you out, just throughout, playing in AFG and meeting all kinds of people and now, maybe finding more people to play TFT with?
Yeah, it probably started in, so the base that I work at is Dias. We had a really strong start when AFG started. I played in a couple Call of Duty tournaments, and we went from Call of Duty to Halo. Like I wasn't winning any of those. We won a 2v2 doubles game with me and one of my coworkers. So and from there, just like how easy it is to access everything on the Discord and talk to like admins and everything really helped me out playing through this tournament, like knowing the times and them being very flexible.
Honestly, they've
like
been
that.
that way with us too, right, Seymour?
Yeah.
Like they've been really on top of making sure that we know exactly what's going on. They also, I love these player sheets that they give us about you guys because sometimes there's so much distance between casters and the players as well. Speaking of which, do you have any other championships under your belt, or is this your first one?
No, this is my first championship. I didn't really start. Yeah, thank you. I didn't really start playing in the minor league until this TFT tournament.
Final question.
Well, that's pretty big, but one question before we get to the shoutouts that I do want to ask, that last game when you were on match point, you get into the 1v1 so early on. I mean, I can't believe we got a 1v1 that early in TFT. It doesn't happen, very often. What was going through your mind throughout that? I have to ask because, I could definitely see, and I was talking about it, that the cogs were turning in your head. What was going through your mind in the 1v1 versus Jumbo Foods there?
So against Jumbo, he had a stacked 3-star board, lots of Guardians, lots of Cannoneers, Revel on top of that. He had, man, it was really positioning. If he didn't have the 2 Zeke's Herald that forced him into his positionings before, so we all were in a group chat and we could all talk to each other and we're all trying to help Jumbo out to win this, especially after I hit the 3-star.
You tried to help your opponent win?
Well, a 3-star 4-cost dragon is almost a guaranteed win.
Yeah.
Like
yes.
As you saw, that Siphon was shred through his team. Like they would have no resistances and he would one-shot him. So it was almost unfair. So it's like if we could help him position to make it closer, it'd be a more interesting match. And it's also collecting data, like for myself, to learn more about the game of TFT.
Yeah, because you don't get to the late. It's just like League of Legends. You don't get to the late games that are that unique that often. So you have to practice. You have to take advantage of that situation because it doesn't ever get created, unnaturally. You can't just make that happen. You can't just practice against that. That's really funny. Thinking about all 8 of you in that call being like, come on, man.
Yeah, we were having a good time in that call.
I'm glad you were. And you know what? I'm glad to see, you walking away with your first championship inside TFT. It's a long road coming for yourself with all the competitions that you've gone through within AFG. But before we let you go, any shout outs you'd like to give?
Oh, yeah. I'll shout out to the guys that were in the Twitch chat, Tuno No Crust and Sukos. Those are my boys. They were watching me play the whole day.
The boys.
Love that.
Yeah. Also, let's get a double-up tournament going. That'd be cool.
I would play the ever-loving crowd. Seymour and I will go up against you and you can crush us. How does that sound? That sounds fun.
I don't know if we
beautiful.
can.
Let's get it.
we'll have to see. Double up would be definitely fun. I can't wait. But congratulations on your victory, champion of TFT here in the AFG Minor League. Take care and enjoy your night.
All right, thank you. You guys too. Have a good one.
All right, I mean, amazing guy to talk to. First off, I love the stats that he was giving us and the run through. I mean, you could definitely, I think, talk to him for hours on end and learn so much about TFT.
Totally. Champion of our hearts, undoubtedly. Without, there's not even a contest. Obese Panda, absolutely one of the best interviews we've ever had before, at least I've had. And the fact that the boys were there cheering him on really adds a level of wholesome stuff to a TFT match that I think was really necessary during this time in the world.
For sure. And, you know, it was amazing to see everybody tune in and watch this competition throughout TFT. What a fun 4 games we got. Obese Panda, I mean, he teared it up throughout it.
Oh,
3 first place, you know, fumble back in game number 3, but it only set him up for victory in game number 4. And I hope you all enjoyed. That's going to be all for our AFG Minor League here for our TFT Grand Finals. Congratulations to Staff Sergeant Josh Wilson for that win. We'll see you all next time on AFG. Take care. Through Deja versus Deja, Giant Slayer versus Jeweled Gauntlet. This isn't looking good for the game. The Yasuo gets decimated by the Deja ultimate, and all of a sudden, it's going to be last alive for Nick Strauss. Cleaned up. Obese Panda just yet, and this is just the woes of having a Deja with only Rage Wings and no potential damage from the Giant Slayer. Gets a little bit down the Ashe. Zaya's up next, alongside that Jade statue, and Nivea's the Siphon, the Silas is trying to take as much as he can, but the Corki's going to break through with the Bloodthirster now. Corki hits a chunky missile for the Zaya. Siphon very low for Mylena's MIA. He's going to be out of the case, so no tankiness now on the front line for Mylena's MIA. In fact, in one fell swoop and win out game number 3.
Look at those healthy mana bars as well. That was actually a really good augment pickup, but we also see the shields come out for AFG Soup and see if AFG can actually make this one come out here.
Oh man,
because you just don't get any sense of whether or not they're actually going to be successful. I mean, look at that! Look at that, so gross!
Man. It is, but Jedi.
So we'll see if Soup can come out on top here with that extra
damage.
Oh, lots of fireworks coming out of the Rebel comp.
Not enough though. As Jumbo
about to wipe Nick off the map. Watch here as that damage threshold comes through. It's not even a question. It's just a matter of, can you actually take Obese Panda down in that 15 seconds?
HP, the Corki's gonna be taken down. Jig's trying to do his best alongside the Tristana, but it's just not gonna happen. And Jumbo Foods gets taken down. Obese Panda, your AFG Minor League TFT.
Shout out to the guys that were in the Twitch chat. Tuno No Crust and Sukos. Those are my boys. They were watching me play the whole day.
The boys.
Love that.
Yeah. Also, let's get it.